Endnotes 1, 500. John Ray, Life of Adam Smith, 1895, page 284. Right arrow curving left. John Ray, Life of Adam Smith, 1895, page 285. Right arrow curving left. John Ray, Life of Adam Smith, 1895, page 324. Right arrow curving left. Below, here and here. Right arrow curving left. See here, as well as the passages referred to in the previous note. Right arrow curving left. Here, here, here. Right arrow curving left. Ray, Life of Adam Smith, 1895, page 362. Right arrow curving left. John Ray, Life of Adam Smith, 1895, page 323. Right arrow curving left. John Ray, Life of Adam Smith, 1895, page 362. Right arrow curving left. Edition 4 alters this to the. Right arrow curving left. Edition 4 omits present. Right arrow curving left. They are frequently found at the end of existing bound copies of the second edition. The statement in Ray, Life of Adam Smith, page 362, that they were published in 1783 is a mistake, cp. The advertisement to the third edition, above. Right arrow curving left. Ray, Life of Adam Smith, page 362. Right arrow curving left. Corrected to Hope in edition 5. The celebrated firm of Hope, merchant bankers in Amsterdam, was founded by a Scotchman in the 17th century. See Sir Thomas Hope in the Dictionary of National Biography. Henry Hope was born in Boston, Massachusetts, in 1736, and passed 6 years in a banking house in England before he joined his relatives in Amsterdam. He became a partner with them, and on the death of Adrian Hope the conduct of the whole of the business of the firm devolved upon him. When the French invaded Holland in 1794 he retired to England. He died on February 25, 1811, leaving £1,160,000, Gentleman's Magazine, March, 1811. Right arrow curving left. Most modern editions are copied from the fourth edition. Thorold Rogers' edition, however, though said in the preface to be copied from the fourth, as a matter of fact follows the third. In one instance, indeed, the omission of so, before, as long as here, in the present edition, Rogers' text agrees with that of the fourth edition rather than the third. But this is an accidental coincidence in error. The error is a particularly easy one to make and it is actually corrected in the errata to the fourth edition, so that it is not really the reading of that edition. The fifth edition must not be confused with a spurious fifth edition with editions, in 2 volumes. 8 vo. Published in Dublin in 1793 with the advertisement to the third edition deliberately falsified by the substitution of fifth for third in the sentence. To this third edition however I have made several additions. It is perhaps the existence of this spurious fifth edition which has led several writers, e.g., Ray, Life of Adam Smith, page 293, to ignore the genuine fifth edition. The sixth edition is dated 1791. Right arrow curving left. Stuart's Principles was printed for A. Miller and T. Cadell in the Strand, and The Wealth of Nations for W. Strahan and T. Cadell in the Strand. Right arrow curving left. Lectures on Justice, Police, Revenue and Arms, delivered in the University of Glasgow by Adam Smith. Reported by a student in 1763, and edited with an introduction and notes by Edwin Cannon, 1896, pages 1, 3. Right arrow curving left. Lectures on Justice, Police, Revenue and Arms, pages 3, 4. Right arrow curving left. Lectures, page 154. Right arrow curving left. See James Bonner, Catalogue of the Library of Adam Smith, 1894. Right arrow curving left. Lectures, page 157. Right arrow curving left. Lectures, page 154. Right arrow curving left. Lectures, page 156. Right arrow curving left. Lectures, page 157. Right arrow curving left. Lectures, p. 163, right arrow curving left. Lectures, pages 172, 3. Right arrow curving left. Lectures, page 178. Right arrow curving left. Lectures, page 182. Right arrow curving left. Lectures, page 192. Right arrow curving left. Lectures, page 195. Right arrow curving left. Lectures, page 195. Right arrow curving left. Lectures, page 196. Right arrow curving left. Lectures, page 197. Right arrow curving left. Lectures, page 199. Right arrow curving left. Lectures, page 200. Right arrow curving left. Lectures, page 204. Right arrow curving left. Lectures, page 204. Right arrow curving left. Lectures, page 206. Right arrow curving left. Lectures, page 207. Right arrow curving left. Lectures, page 209. Right arrow curving left. Lectures, pages 211, 19. Right arrow curving left. Lectures, pages 219, 22. Right arrow curving left. Lectures, page 222. Right arrow curving left. Lectures, pages 222, 3. Right arrow curving left. Lectures, pages 223, 36. Right arrow curving left. Lectures, p. 253, right arrow curving left. Lectures, page 254. Right arrow curving left. Lectures, page 255. Right arrow curving left. Lectures, page 256. Right arrow curving left. Lectures, pages 256, 257. Right arrow curving left. Lectures, page 258. Right arrow curving left. Lectures, page 236. Right arrow curving left. Lectures, page 239. Right arrow curving left. Lectures, pages 241, 242. Right arrow curving left. Lectures, pages 242, 243. Right arrow curving left. Lectures, page 243. Right arrow curving left. Lectures, page 245. Right arrow curving left. Lectures, pages 246, 247. Right arrow curving left. Lectures, pages 247, 52. Right arrow curving left. Lectures, page 261. Right arrow curving left. Lectures, page 263. Right arrow curving left. There is a reminiscence of them in the chapter on rent, here through here. Right arrow curving left. See above, here. Right arrow curving left. See below, here and here, for a conjecture on this subject. Right arrow curving left. See this endnote. Right arrow curving left. Dougald Stewart, in his Account of the Life and Writings of Adam Smith. Read to the Royal Society of Edinburgh in 1793 and published in Adam Smith's Posthumous Essays on Philosophical Subjects, 1795, p. 18, C. Ray, Life of Adam Smith, pages 53, 5. Right arrow curving left. Ray, Life of Adam Smith, pages 42, 5. Right arrow curving left. Stewart, in Smith's Essays, pages 80, 81. Right arrow curving left. Ray, Life of Adam Smith, pages 43, 4. Right arrow curving left. W. R. Scott, Francis Hutcheson, 1900, pages 210, 231. In the Introduction to Moral Philosophy, 1747, civil polity is replaced by economics and politics, but economics only means domestic law, i.e. the rights of husbands and wives, parents and children, masters and servants. Right arrow curving left. System of Moral Philosophy, Volume 1, pages 288, 289. Right arrow curving left. System of Moral Philosophy, Volume 1, pages 319, 21. Right arrow curving left. System of Moral Philosophy, Volume 2, page 58. Right arrow curving left. System of Moral Philosophy, Volume 2, pages 62, 63. Right arrow curving left. System of Moral Philosophy, pages 71, 2. Right arrow curving left. System of Moral Philosophy, Volume 2, page 73. Right arrow curving left. System of Moral Philosophy, Volume 2, pages 318, 21. Right arrow curving left. System of Moral Philosophy, Volume 2, pages 323, 5. Right arrow curving left. System of Moral Philosophy, pages 340, 1. Right arrow curving left. System of Moral Philosophy, Volume 2, pages 341, 2. Right arrow curving left. Francis Hutcheson, pages 232, 5. Right arrow curving left. In the preface to Hutcheson's System of Moral Philosophy, pages 35, 36. Right arrow curving left. Ray, Life of Adam Smith, page 411. Right arrow curving left. Moral Sentiments, 1759, pages 464, 6. Right arrow curving left. Below, here. Right arrow curving left. Moral Sentiments, 1759, page 474. Right arrow curving left. Moral Sentiments, 1759, page 483. Right arrow curving left. Moral Sentiments, page 485. Right arrow curving left. Moral Sentiments, 1759, page 487. Right arrow curving left. Fable of the Bees, 1714, preface. Right arrow curving left. pp. 11, 13 in the edition of 1705. Right arrow curving left. pp. 427, 8 in second edition, 1723. Right arrow curving left. p. 465 in edition of 1724. Right arrow curving left. Below, here. Right arrow curving left. Lectures, page 197. Right arrow curving left. Above, here and here. Moreover, before bringing out the second edition of his discourses, Hume wrote to Adam Smith asking for suggestions. That Smith made no remark on the protectionist passage in the Discourse on the Balance of Trade seems to be indicated by the fact that it remained unaltered. See Hume's Essays, ed. Green and Groves, Volume 1, pages 59, 343 and 344. Right arrow curving left. This word, with annually, just below, at once marks the transition from the older British economists' ordinary practice of regarding the wealth of a nation as an accumulated fund. Following the physiocrats, Smith sees that the important thing is how much can be produced in a given time. Right arrow curving left. CP. With this phrase Locke, some considerations of the consequences of the lowering of interest and raising the value of money, edition of 1696, p. 66. The intrinsic natural worth of anything consists in its fitness to supply the necessities or serve the conveniencies of human life. Right arrow curving left. The implication that the nation's welfare is to be reckoned by the average welfare of its members, not by the aggregate, is to be noticed. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, with which labor is generally applied in it. Right arrow curving left. This second circumstance may be stretched so as to include the duration and intensity of the labor of those who are usefully employed, but another important circumstance. The quantity and quality of the accumulated instruments of production is altogether omitted. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, and right arrow curving left. Only one cause, the division of labor, is actually treated. Right arrow curving left. For the physiocratic origin of the technical use of the terms distribute and distribution, see the editor's introduction. Right arrow curving left. This word slips in here as an apparently unimportant synonym of useful, but subsequently ousts useful altogether, and is explained in such a way that unproductive labor may be useful. See ESP below here. Right arrow curving left. See the index for the examples of the use of this term. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 does not contain, to explain, right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, what is the nature, right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, is treated of in. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, of the society. Right arrow curving left. Read in conjunction with the first two paragraphs. This sentence makes it clear that the wealth of a nation is to be reckoned by its per capita income. But this view is often temporarily departed from in the course of the work, see the index, SV wealth. Right arrow curving left. This phrase, if used at all before this time, was not a familiar one. Its presence here is probably due to a passage in Mandeville, Fable of the Bees, pt 2, 1729, dial. 6. Page 335, Clio. When once men come to be governed by written laws, all the rest comes on apace. No number of men, when once they enjoy quiet, and no man needs to fear his neighbor, will be long without learning to divide and subdivide their labor. Whore. I don't understand you. Clio. Man, as I have hinted before, naturally loves to imitate what he sees others do, which is the reason that savage people all do the same thing. This hinders them from ameliorating their condition. Though they are always wishing for it, but if one will wholly apply himself to the making of bows and arrows, whilst another provides food, a third builds huts, a fourth makes garments, and a fifth utensils, they not only become useful to one another, but the callings and employments themselves will, in the same number of years, receive much greater improvements than if all had been promiscuously followed by every one of the five. Whore. I believe you are perfectly right there. And the truth of what you say is in nothing so conspicuous as it is in watchmaking, which has come to a higher degree of perfection than it would have been arrived at yet, if the whole had always remained the employment of one person. And I am persuaded that even the plenty we have of clocks and watches, as well as the exactness and beauty they may be made of, are chiefly owing to the division that has been made of that art into many branches. The index contains, labor, the usefulness of dividing and subdividing it. Joseph Harris, Essay upon Money and Coins, 1757, point I, Section 12, treats of the usefulness of distinct trades, or the advantages accruing to mankind from their betaking themselves severally to different occupations, but does not use the phrase, division of labor. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, improvements, right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, though in them. Right arrow curving left. Another and perhaps more important reason for taking an example like that which follows is the possibility of exhibiting the advantages of division of labor in statistical form. Right arrow curving left. This parenthesis would alone be sufficient to show that those are wrong who believe Smith did not include the separation of employments in division of labor. Right arrow curving left. In Adam Smith's lectures, page 164, the business is, as here, divided into 18 operations. This number is doubtless taken from the Encyclopedia, Tom V., published in 1755, S.V. Epingle. The article is ascribed to M. Delaire, que décrivait la fabrication de l'épingle dans les ateliers mime de ouvriers, page 807. In some factories the division was carried further. E. Chambers, Cyclopedia, Volume 2, 2nd edition, 1738, and 4th edition, 1741, S.V. Pin, makes the number of separate operations 25. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, the right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, the lands here in 2 lines higher up. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, because the silk manufacture does not suit the climate of England. Right arrow curving left. In lectures, p. 164, the comparison is between English and French toys, i.e., small metal articles. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 places, in consequence of the division of labor, here instead of in the line above. Right arrow curving left. Pour la célérite du travail et la perfection de l'ouvrage, els dependent entièrement de la multitude de ouvriers ressembles. Lorsqu'une manufacture est nombreuse, chaque opération occupe un different. Tel ouvrier any fait et faire de sa vie une seule et unique chose. Tel autre une autre chose, do uil arrive que chacun s'exécute bien et promptement, et que l'ouvrage le mieux fait est encore celui qu'on a au mieux marqué. D'ailleurs le gout et la façon se perfectionne nécessairement entre un grand nombre d'ouvriers, parce qu'il est difficile qu'il en s'en rencontre quelques-uns capables de réfléchir, de combiner. Et de trouver enfin le seul moyen que puisse les mettre à dessus de leurs semblables. Le moyen au lieu d'apprendre la matière, au lieu d'allonger le temps, au lieu de surfaire l'industrie, soit par une machine nouvelle, soit par un manœuvre plus commode. Encyclopédie, Tom I, 1751, page 717, SV. Art. All 3 advantages mentioned in the text above are included here. Right arrow curving left. In lectures, p. 166, a country smith not accustomed to make nails will work very hard for 300 or 400 a day and those 2 very bad. Right arrow curving left. In lectures, p. 166, a boy used to it will easily make 2,000 and those incomparably better. Right arrow curving left. In lectures, page 255, it is implied that the labor of making a button was divided among 80 persons. Right arrow curving left. The same example occurs in lectures, page 166. Right arrow curving left. Examples are given in lectures, page 167, 2 men and 3 horses will do more in a day with the plough than 20 men without it. The miller and his servant will do more with the water mill than a dozen with the hand mill, though it too be a machine. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, I shall, therefore, only observe right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, machines employed. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, of common, right arrow curving left. i.e., steam engines. Right arrow curving left. This pretty story is largely, at any rate, mythical. It appears to have grown out of a misreading, not necessarily by Smith, of the following passage, they used before to work with a buoy in the cylinder enclosed in a pipe. Which buoy rose when the steam was strong, and opened the injection, and made a stroke. Thereby they were capable of only giving 6, 8, or 10 strokes in a minute, till a boy, Humphrey Potter, who attended the engine, added, what he called scoggin, a catch that the beam Q always opened. And then it would go 15 or 16 strokes in a minute. But this being perplexed with catches and strings, Mr. Henry Bayton, in an engine he had built at Newcastle-on-Tyne in 1718, took them all away, the beam itself simply supplying all much better. J.T. Desaguliers, Course of Experimental Philosophy, Volume 2, 1744, page 533. From pages 469, 471, it appears that hand labor was originally used before the buoy was devised, right arrow curving left. In lectures, p. 167, the invention of the plough is conjecturally attributed to a farmer and that of the hand mill to a slave, while the invention of the water wheel and the steam engine is credited to philosophers. Mandeville is very much less favorable to the claims of the philosophers, they are very seldom the same sort of people. Those that invent arts and improvements in them, and those that inquire into the reason of things. This latter is most commonly practiced by such as are idle and indolent, that are fond of retirement. Hate business and take delight in speculation. Whereas none succeed oftener in the first than active, stirring and laborious men, such as will put their hand to the plough, try experiments, and give all their attention to what they are about. Fable of the Bees, pt 2, 1729, Dial. 3, page 151. He goes on to give as examples the improvements in soap boiling, grain dyeing, etc. Right arrow curving left. The advantage of producing particular commodities wholly or chiefly in the countries most naturally fitted for their production is recognized below, here. But the fact that division of labor is necessary for its attainment is not noticed. The fact that division of labor allows different workers to be put exclusively to the kind of work for which they are best fitted by qualities not acquired by education and practice, such as age, sex, size, and strength, is in part ignored and in part denied below, here and here. The disadvantage of division of labor or specialization is dealt with below, here through here. Right arrow curving left. This paragraph was probably taken bodily from the MS of the author's lectures. It appears to be founded on Locke, Civil Government, Section 43, Mandeville, Fable of the Bees, PTI, Remark P, 2nd edition, 1723, page 182, and perhaps Harris, Essay upon Money in Coins, PTI, Section 12. See Lectures, pages 161, 162 in Notes, right arrow curving left. I.e. it is not the effect of any conscious regulation by the state or society, like the law of Sesostris, that every man should follow the employment of his father. Referred to in the corresponding passage in Lectures, p. 168, the denial that it is the effect of individual wisdom recognizing the advantage of exercising special natural talents comes lower down, page 17. Right arrow curving left. It is by no means clear what object there could be in exchanging one bone for another. Right arrow curving left. Misprinted, entirely, in eds. 1, 5. Entirely occurs a little lower down in all eds. Right arrow curving left. The paragraph is repeated from Lectures, page 169. It is founded on Mandeville, Fable of the Bees, pt 2, 1729, Dial. 6, pages 421, 422, right arrow curving left. Lectures, pages 169, 170. Right arrow curving left. This is apparently directed against Harris, Money and Coins, point I, section 11, and is in accordance with the view of Hume, who asks readers to consider how nearly equal all men are in their bodily force, and even in their mental powers and faculties. Ere cultivated by education. Of the original contract, in Essays, Moral and Political, 1748, page 291 right arrow curving left. Perhaps, is omitted in eds. 2 and 3, and restored in the errata to edition 4, right arrow curving left. Lectures, pages 170, 171. Right arrow curving left. The superiority of carriage by sea is here considerably less than in Lectures, page 172, but is still probably exaggerated. W. Playfair, Edition of Wealth of Nations, 1805, Volume 1, p. 29, says a wagon of the kind described could carry 8 tons, but, of course, some allowance must be made for 30 years of road improvement. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, which is at present carried on. Right arrow curving left. W. Playfair, Edition of Wealth of Nations, 1805, page 30, says that equalizing the out and home voyages goods were carried from London to Calcutta by sea at the same price, 12s. per cwt. as from London to Leeds by land. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, was, right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, carry on together a very considerable commerce. Right arrow curving left. This shows a curious belief in the wave-producing capacity of the tides. Right arrow curving left. It is only in recent times that this word has become applicable especially to artificial channels. C. Murray, Oxford English Dictionary, SV. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, break themselves into many canals. Right arrow curving left. The real difficulty is that the mouths of the rivers are in the Arctic Sea, so that they are separated. One of the objects of the Siberian Railway is to connect them. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, anyone, here. Right arrow curving left. The passage corresponding to this chapter is comprised in one paragraph in Lectures, page 172. Right arrow curving left. The paragraph has a close resemblance to Harris, Money and Coins, PTI, sections 19, 20, right arrow curving left. Iliad, 6, 236, quoted with the same object in Pliny, Historia Naturalis, lib 33, cap. I. Pufendorf, De Jure Naturae et Gentium, lib v, cap. V, section 1, Martin Leake, Historical Account of English Money, 2nd edition, 1745, page 4 and elsewhere, right arrow curving left. Montesquieu, Esprit de Lois, liv. 22, chap I, note. Right arrow curving left. W. Douglas, A Summary Historical and Political of the First Planting, Progressive Improvements and Present State of the British Settlements in North America, 1760, Volume 2, page 364. Certain law officers' fees in Washington were still computed in tobacco in 1888. J. J. Labor, Cyclopedia of Political Science, 1888, S.V. Money, page 879 right arrow curving left. Playfair, ed. Of Wealth of Nations, 1805, Volume 1, p. 36, says the explanation of this is that factors furnish the nailers with materials, and during the time they are working give them a credit for bread, cheese and chandlery goods, which they pay for in nails when the iron is worked up. The fact that nails are metal is forgotten at the beginning of the next paragraph in the text above. Right arrow curving left. For earlier theories as to these reasons see Grotius, De Jure Belli et Paces, lib. 2, cap. 12, section 17, Pufendorf, De Jure Naturae et Gentium, lib v, cap. I, section 13, Locke, Some Considerations, 2nd edition, 1696, page 31, Law, Money and Trade, 1705, CHI. Hutcheson, System of Moral Philosophy, 1755, Volume 2, pages 55, 56, Montesquieu, Esprit de Lois, liv. 22, ch2, Cantillon, Essai sur la nature du commerce en général, 1755, pages 153, 355, 357. Harris, Money and Coins, PTI, sections 22, 27, and CP Lectures, pages 182, 185. Right arrow curving left. Plin. Historia Naturalis lib 33 cap. 3, Smith. Servius Rex Primus Signavit AES. Antia Rudi Iussos Romi Timaeus Tradit. Ed. 1 reads, authority of 1 Remius, an ancient author, Remius being the reading in the edition of Pliny in Smith's Library, C.P. Bonner's Catalogue of the Library of Adam Smith, 1894, page 87. Ed. 1 does not contain the note. Canon right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, weighing them, right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, with the trouble. Right arrow curving left. Aristotle, Politics, 1257a 38, 41, quoted by Pufendorf, De Jure Naturae et Gentium, lib v, cap. I, section 12. Right arrow curving left. The Almager measured woolen cloth in England under 25 ed. 3, st. 4, c. 1. See John Smith, Chronicon Rusticum Commerciale or Memoirs of Wool, 1747, Volume 1, page 37. The stamp masters of linen cloth in the linen districts of Scotland were appointed under 10 and c. 21, to prevent divers abuses and deceits which have of late years been used in the manufactories of linen cloth, with respect to the lengths, breadths and unequal sorting of yarn. Which leads to the great debasing and undervaluing of the said linen cloth both at home and in foreign parts. Statutes of the Realm, Volume 9, page 682 right arrow curving left. Genesis 23 verse 16. Right arrow curving left. King William I, for the better pay of his warriors, caused the firmace which till his time had for the most part been answered in victuals, to be converted in pecuniam numeratum. Lowndes, report containing an essay for the amendment of the silver coins, 1695, page 4. Hume, whom Adam Smith often follows, makes no such absurd statement. History, edition of 1773, volume 1, pp. 225, 226. Right arrow curving left. Lowndes, essay, page 4. Right arrow curving left. Above, page 26. Right arrow curving left. The Assize of Bread and Ale, 51 hen. 3, contains an elaborate scale beginning, when a quarter of wheat is sold for 12d. Then was tell bread of a farthing shall weigh 6 l. and 16ths, and goes on to the figures quoted in the text above. The statute is quoted at second hand from Martin Folke's Table of English Silver Coins with the same object by Harris, Essay upon Money in Coins, point I, section 29, but Harris does not go far enough in the scale to bring in the penny as a weight. As to this scale see below, here and here through here. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, 20, 40, and 48 pennies. Garnier, Recherches sur la nature et les causes de la richesse des nations, par Adam Smith, 1802, tom. V. p. 55, in a note on this passage says that the so was always 12 deniers. Right arrow curving left. Hume, History of England, edition of 1773, I, page 226. Fleetwood, Chronicon Preciosum, 1707, page 30. These authorities say there were 48 shillings in the pound, so that 240 pence would still make 1 pound. Right arrow curving left. Harris, Money and Coins, PTI, section 29. Right arrow curving left. It is thought that soon after the conquest a pound sterling was divided into 20 shillings. Hume, History of England, edition of 1773, volume 1, p. 227 right arrow curving left. Pliny, Historia Naturalis, lib 33, cap. 3, see below, here through here. Right arrow curving left. Harris, Money and Coins, p. I, section 30, note, makes the French livre about 1/70th part of its original value. Right arrow curving left. The subject of debased and depreciated coinage occurs again below, here, here, here through here, and here through here. One of the reasons why gold and silver became the most usual forms of money is dealt with below, here through here. See coin and money in the index. Right arrow curving left. In Lectures, pp. 182, 190, where much of this chapter is to be found, money is considered first as the measure of value and then as the medium of permutation or exchange. Money is said to have had its origin in the fact that men naturally fell upon one commodity with which to compare the value of all other commodities. When this commodity was once selected it became the medium of exchange. In this chapter money comes into use from the first as a medium of exchange, and its use as a measure of value is not mentioned. The next chapter explains that it is vulgarly used as a measure of value because it is used as an instrument of commerce or medium of exchange. Right arrow curving left. Lectures, page 157. Law, Money and Trade, 1705, CHI, followed by Harris, Money and Coins, PTI, section 3, contrasts the value of water with that of diamonds. The cheapness of water is referred to by Plato, Euthydemus. 304b, quoted by Pufendorf, De jure naturae et gentium, lib v, cap. I, section 6, cp Barbirac's note on section 4. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, subject which is. Right arrow curving left. La riqueza en el mime ne otra chose que la nourriture, les commodités et les agréments de la vie. Cantillon, S.A., pp. 1, 2 right arrow curving left. Everything in the world is purchased by labor. Hume, of Commerce, in Political Discourses, 1752, p. 12 right arrow curving left. Also riches joined with liberality is power, because it procureth friends and servants, without liberality not so, because in this case they defend not but expose men to envy as a prey. Leviathan, I, X right arrow curving left. This paragraph appears first in Additions and Corrections and edition 3. Right arrow curving left. The absence of any reference to the lengthy discussion of this subject in chapter 10 is curious. Right arrow curving left. Below, here. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, there, right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, equal quantities of labor must at all times and places be. Right arrow curving left. The words from, in his ordinary state of health, to, dexterity, appear first in edition 2. Right arrow curving left. Be above all things careful how you make any composition or agreement for any long space of years to receive a certain price of money for the corn that is due to you. Although for the present it may seem a tempting bargain. Fleetwood, Chronicon Preciosum, page 174 right arrow curving left. Above, here through here. Right arrow curving left. Below, here through here. Right arrow curving left. C. 6, which applies to Oxford, Cambridge, Winchester and Eton, and provides that no college shall make any lease for lives or years of tithes. Arable land or pasture without securing that at least 1/3 of thold, presumably the whole not the old, rent should be paid in coin. The act was promoted by Sir Thomas Smith to the astonishment, it is said, of his fellow members of Parliament, who could not see what difference it would make. But the knight took the advantage of the present cheapness, knowing hereafter grain would grow dearer, mankind daily multiplying, and license being lately given for transportation. So that at this day much emolument redoundeth to the colleges in each university, by the passing of this act, and though their rents stand still, their revenues do increase. Fuller, History of the University of Cambridge, 1655, page 144, quoted in Strype, Life of the learned Sir Thomas Smith, 1698, page 192 right arrow curving left. Commentaries, 1765, volume 2, page 322. Right arrow curving left. Above, here. Right arrow curving left. Below, here through here. Right arrow curving left. Below, here, and here. Right arrow curving left. Below, chapter 11, see especially here. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, it, right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 places the, for example, here. Right arrow curving left. In England and this part of the world, wheat being the constant and most general food, not altering with the fashion, not growing by chance, but as the farmers sow more or less of it. Which they endeavor to proportion, as near as can be guessed to the consumption, abstracting the overplus of the precedent year in their provision for the next. And vice versa, it must needs fall out that it keeps the nearest proportion to its consumption, which is more studied and designed in this than other commodities, of anything. If you take it for 7 or 20 years together, though perhaps the scarcity of 1 year, caused by the accidents of the season, may very much vary it from the immediately precedent or following. Wheat, therefore, in this part of the world, and that grain which is the constant general food of any other country, is the fittest measure to judge of the altered value of things in any long tract of time, and therefore wheat here. Rice in Turkey, etc. is the fittest thing to reserve a rent in, which is designed to be constantly the same for all future ages. But money is the best measure of the altered value of things in a few years, because its vent is the same and its quantity alters slowly. But wheat, or any other grain, cannot serve instead of money, because of its bulkiness and too quick change of its quantity. Locke, Some Considerations of the Consequences of the Lowering of Interest and Raising the Value of Money, edition of 1696, pages 74, 75 right arrow curving left. Ed. One reads, then one which sells for an ounce at London to. Right arrow curving left. Below, chapter 11 Passim. Right arrow curving left. Pliny, lib 33c, 3. Smith. This note is not in edition 1. Canon right arrow curving left. Eds. 1 and 2 read, always. Right arrow curving left. Habira aes alienum. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 does not contain, sterling, right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 places the, originally, here. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 places the, only, here. Right arrow curving left. The Act, 19 Hen. 7, c. 5, ordered that certain gold coins should pass for the sums for which they were coined, and 5 and 6 ed. 6 prescribed penalties for giving or taking more than was warranted by proclamation. The value of the guinea was supposed to be fixed by the proclamation of 1717, for which see Economic Journal, March, 1898. Lead tokens were coined by individuals in the reign of Elizabeth. James I coined copper farthing tokens, but abstained from proclaiming them as money of that value. In 1672 copper halfpennies were issued, and both halfpennies and farthings were ordered to pass as money of those values in all payments under sixpence. Harris, Money and Coins, Pti, Section 39. Liverpool, Treatise on the Coins of the Realm, 1805, pages 130, 131 right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, some, right arrow curving left. I.e. if £21 may be paid with 420 silver shillings or with 20 gold guineas, it does not matter whether a pound properly signifies 20 silver shillings or superscript 2/2 of a gold guinea. Right arrow curving left. This happens to have been usually, though not always, true. But it is so simply because it has usually happened at the most precious metal in use as money has been made or become the standard. Gold was already the standard in England, though the fact was not generally recognized. See Harris, Money and Coins, pt 2, sections 36, 37, and below, here through here. Right arrow curving left. In 1774. Right arrow curving left. These regulations, issued in 1774, provided that guineas should not pass when they had lost a certain portion of their weight, varying with their age. Liverpool, Coins of the Realm, p. 216, note right arrow curving left. Megan's Universal Merchant, edition Horsley, 1753, pages 53, 55, gives the proportions thus: French coin, 1:14 superscript 3/2279, Dutch, 1:14 superscript 2/54425, English, 1:15 superscript 1 superscript 2/682. Right arrow curving left. Full-weight silver coins would not remain in circulation, as the bullion in them was worth more reckoned in guineas and in the ordinary old and worn silver coins than the nominal amount stamped on them. Right arrow curving left. Locke, Further Considerations Concerning Raising the Value of Money, 2nd edition, 1695, pages 58, 60. The exportation of foreign coin, misprinted, kind, in Pickering, or bullion of gold or silver was permitted by 15 Car. 2, c. 7. On the ground that it was found by experience that money and bullion were carried in greatest abundance, as to a common market, to such places as give free liberty for exporting the same, and in order, the better to keep in and increase the current coins, of the kingdom. Right arrow curving left. Harris, writing nearly 20 years earlier, had said, it would be a ridiculous and vain attempt to make a standard integer of gold, whose parts should be silver. Or to make a motley standard, part gold and part silver. Money in coins, PT1, section 36 right arrow curving left. I.e., an ounce of standard gold would not actually fetch £3 175s. 10 1/2 D if sold for cash down. Right arrow curving left. This erroneous statement is repeated below, here, and also here, where the calculations on which it is based are given. See the note on that passage. Right arrow curving left. The question of seigniorage is further discussed at some length in the chapter on Commercial Treaties, Volume 2, pages 51, 57. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, in the tear and wear of coin, and in the tear and wear of plate. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 does not contain, the whole produce of labor belongs to the laborer, and. The words, however, occur in all eds here. Right arrow curving left. The capital annually employed is the working expenses for 12 months, not the capital in the usual modern sense. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 inserts, frequently. Right arrow curving left. Eds, 1 and 2 read, proportion to it, right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, profits of stock are a source of value, right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads from the beginning of the paragraph, in this state of things, therefore. The quantity of labor commonly employed in acquiring or producing any commodity is by no means the only circumstance. Right arrow curving left. Buchanan, Edition Wealth of Nations, 1814, Volume 1, page 80, says, they do so. But the question is why this apparently unreasonable demand is so generally complied with. Other men love also to reap where they never sowed, but the landlords alone, it would appear, succeed in so desirable an object. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 does not contain, the laborer, and, even to him. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 in place of these 2 sentences reads, men must then pay for the license to gather them. And in exchanging them either for money, for labor, or for other goods, over and above what is due, both for the labor of gathering them, and for the profits of the stock which employs that labor. Some allowance must be made for the price of the license, which constitutes the first rent of land. In the price therefore of the greater part of commodities the rent of land comes in this manner to constitute a third source of value. In this state of things, neither the quantity of labor commonly employed in acquiring or producing any commodity, nor the profits of the stock which advanced the wages and furnished the materials of that labor, are the only circumstances which can regulate the quantity of labor which it ought commonly to purchase, command or exchange for. A third circumstance must likewise be taken into consideration, the rent of the land. And the commodity must commonly purchase, command or exchange for, an additional quantity of labor, in order to enable the person who brings it to market to pay this rent. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, the real value of all the different component parts of price is in this manner measured. Right arrow curving left. Smith overlooks the fact that his inclusion of the maintenance of laboring cattle here as a sort of wages requires him to include it in the national income or wealth of the nation, and therefore to reckon the cattle themselves as part of the nation. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, tear and wear. Right arrow curving left. The use of labor, instead of the more natural wages, here is more probably the result of its use 5 lines higher up than of any feeling of difficulty about the maintenance of cattle. Here, rent, labor and profit, and rent, wages and profit, are both used, see here, and note. Right arrow curving left. The fact that the later manufacturer has to replace what is here called the capital, i.e., the periodical expenditure of the earlier manufacturer, does not necessarily require him to have a greater capital to deal with the same produce. It need not be greater if he requires less machinery and buildings and a smaller stock of materials. Right arrow curving left. Below, here. Right arrow curving left. Only true if commodity be understood to include solely goods which constitute income. Right arrow curving left. The whole annual produce must be taken to mean the income and not the whole mass of goods produced, including those which perish or are used up in the creation of others. Right arrow curving left. Some parts of this other revenue, viz., interest and taxes, are mentioned in the next paragraph. It is perhaps also intended to include the rent of houses, see below, here and here. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, sale of his work, right arrow curving left. Below, here through here. Right arrow curving left. Eds. 1, 3 read, was, right arrow curving left. The chapter follows lectures, pages 173, 182, very closely. Right arrow curving left. Below, chaps 8 and 9. Right arrow curving left. Below, chapter 11. Right arrow curving left. The same phrase occurs below, here and here. Right arrow curving left. Above, here in note 237. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1, beginning 3 lines higher up, reads, according as the greatness of the deficiency increases more or less the eagerness of this competition. The same deficiency. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, the competitors. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, falls short of it, right arrow curving left. See below, here. Right arrow curving left. Repeated below, here. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 does not contain more. Right arrow curving left. They are called profits simply because all the gains of the master manufacturer are called profits. They can scarcely be said to have been considered at all. If they had been, they would doubtless have been pronounced to be, in the words of the next paragraph, the effects of a particular accident, namely, the possession of peculiar knowledge on the part of the dyer. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 places, for whole centuries together, here instead of in the line above. Right arrow curving left. See below, here through here. Playfair, in a note on this passage, edition Wealth of Nations, 1805, volume I, page 97, says, this observation about corporations and apprenticeships scarcely applies at all to the present day. In London, for example, the freeman only can carry on certain businesses within the city, there is not one of those businesses that may not be carried on elsewhere, and the produce sold in the city. If Mr. Smith's principle applied, goods would be dearer in Cheapside than in Bond Street, which is not the case. Right arrow curving left. Above, here, and below, here. Right arrow curving left. In lectures, p. 168, the Egyptian practice is attributed to a law of Sesostris. Right arrow curving left. The same 9 words occur above, page 49, in addition to and later eds. Right arrow curving left. The word cheaper is defined by the next sentence as produced by a smaller quantity of labor. Right arrow curving left. It would be less confusing if the sentence ran, but though all things would have become cheaper in the sense just attributed to the word. Yet in the sense in which the words cheaper and dearer are ordinarily used, many things might have become dearer than before. Right arrow curving left. I.e., would in the ordinary sense of the word be 5 times dearer than before, right arrow curving left. I.e., in the sense attributed to the word above. Right arrow curving left. If the amount of labor necessary for the acquisition of a thing measures its value, twice as cheap means simply, twice as easy to acquire. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, of whatever produce. Right arrow curving left. The provision of tools to work with and buildings to work in is forgotten. Right arrow curving left. CP with this account that given at the beginning of chapter 6, pages 49, 50 above. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, the masters being fewer in number can not only combine more easily, but the law authorizes their combinations, or at least does not prohibit them. Right arrow curving left. E.g., 7 Geo. I. Stat. 1, c. 13, as to London tailors, 12 Geo. I. c. 34, as to woolcombers and weavers, 12 Geo. I. c. 35, as to brick and tile makers within 15 miles of London, 22 Geo 2, c. 27, section 12, as to persons employed in the woolen manufacture and many others. Right arrow curving left. The word is used as elsewhere in Adam Smith without the implication of falsity now attached to it. A pretense is simply something put forward. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 does not contain either. Right arrow curving left. Essai sur la nature du commerce en général, 1755, pages 42, 47. That seems, is not meaningless, as Cantillon is unusually obscure in the passage referred to. It is not clear whether he intends to include the woman's earnings or not. Right arrow curving left. I.e., before completing their 17th year, as stated by Dr. Halley, quoted by Cantillon, S.A., pages 42, 43. Right arrow curving left. Cantillon himself, p. 44, says, C'est en matière que n'admet pas un calcul exact, et dans lequel la précision n'est pas même fort nécessaire. Illinois Suffolk Couon n'y sy éloigne pas beaucoup de la réalité. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, them. Right arrow curving left. There is no attempt to define maintenance, and consequently the division of a man's revenue into what is necessary for his maintenance and what is over and above is left perfectly vague. Right arrow curving left. It seems to be implied here that keeping a menial servant, even to perform the most necessary offices, e.g., to nurse the infant child of a widower, is not maintaining a family. Right arrow curving left. Above, page 1, the wealth of a nation was treated as synonymous with its annual produce, and there has been hitherto no suggestion that its stock must be considered. Right arrow curving left. Apparently this is a slip for occasions high wages. At any rate the next sentences require this assertion and not that actually made. Right arrow curving left. The method of calculating wealth by the amount of annual produce per head adopted above, in the introduction and plan of the work, is departed from here and below, here. And frequently in later passages, in favor of the calculation by amount of capital wealth. Right arrow curving left. This was written in 1773, before the commencement of the late disturbances. Smith. Ed. 1 does not contain this note, eds. 2 and 3 read, present disturbances. Canon right arrow curving left. Petty, Political Arithmetic, 1699, page 18, made the period for England 360 years. Gregory King, quoted by Davenant, Works, edition Whitworth, 1771, volume 2, p. 176, makes it 435 years in the past and probably 600 in the future. In 1703 the population of Virginia was 60,000, in 1755 it was 300,000, and in 1765 it was 500,000, by which they appear to have doubled their numbers every 20 years as nigh as may be. The present state of Great Britain and North America with regard to agriculture, population, trade and manufactures, 1767, page 22, note. The original number of persons who in 1643 had settled in New England was 21,200. Ever since, it is reckoned that more have left them than have gone to them. In the year 1760 they were increased to 500,000. They have therefore all along doubled their own number in 25 years. Richard Price, Observations on Reversionary Payments, etc. 1771, pages 204, 205. The statement as to America is repeated below, here. Right arrow curving left. Here we have a third method of calculating the riches or wealth of a country, namely by the amount of produce per acre. For other references to this wealth of China see the index, SV. China. Right arrow curving left. The date of his arrival was 1275. Right arrow curving left. Les artisans courant les villes du matin au soir pour chercher pratique, Canet, Éphémérides du citoyen, Mars, 1767, in Ovre, ed. Oncken, 1888, page 581. Right arrow curving left. Cependant quelque sobriété quelque industrieur que soit le peuple de la Chine, le grand nombre de ses habitants y cause beaucoup de misère. En envoie de si pauvres, que n'y pouvant fournir à leurs enfants les aliments nécessaires, ils les exposent dans les rues, surtout lorsque les mères tombent malades. Ou qu'elles manquent de lait pour les nourrir. Ces petits innocents sont condamnés en quelque manière à la mort presque au même instant où ils ont commencé de vivre, c'est la frappe dans les grandes villes, comme Peking, Canton. Car dans les autres villes à peine s'en apercoitant. C'est ce que apportent les missionnaires à entretenir dans ces endroits très peuples, un nombre de catéchistes, que en part agent entre eux tous les quartiers, et les parcourent tous les matins. Pour procurer la grâce du baptême à une multitude d'enfants moribonds. Dans la même vue on a quelquefois gagné de sages femmes infidèles afin qu'elles permissent à de filles chrétiennes de les suivre dans les différentes maisons où elles sont appelées, car il arrive quelquefois que les Chinois y trouvent hors d'état de nourrir une nombreuse famille. Un agent ces sages femmes à étouffer dans un bassin plein d'eau les petites filles aussitôt qu'elles sont nées. Ces chrétiennes ont soin de les baptiser, et par ces moyens ces tristes victimes de l'indigence de leurs parents trouvent la vie éternelle dans ces mêmes eaux. Que leur ravissent un vie court et périssable. Du hold, description géographique, historique, chronologique, politique et physique de l'Empire de la Chine et de la Tartarie chinoise, 1735, tom. 2, pages 73, 74. The statement in the text above that drowning babies is a special business is possibly founded on a mistranslation of sages femmes. Right arrow curving left. Below, here. Right arrow curving left. The difference between England and Scotland in this respect is attributed to the English law of settlement below, here. Right arrow curving left. The inferiority of oatmeal is again insisted on below, here. Right arrow curving left. Authorities are quoted below, here. Right arrow curving left. Hume, History, edition of 1773, volume 6, page 178, quoting Reimer's Phoedra, tom. 16, page 717. This was for service in Germany. Right arrow curving left. Sir Matthew Hale. Right arrow curving left. See his scheme for the maintenance of the poor, in Burns' History of the Poor Laws. Smith. This note appears first in addition 2. Hale's discourse touching provision for the poor was printed in 1683. It contains no internal evidence of the careful inquiry attributed to it above. Canon right arrow curving left. Davenant, Essay upon the Probable Methods of Making a People Gainers in the Balance of Trade, 1699, pages 15, 16, in Works, edition Whitworth, volume 2, page 175. Right arrow curving left. Scheme D in Davenant, Balance of Trade, in Works Scheme B, volume 2, page 184. See this note. Right arrow curving left. Berkeley, Querist, 5th edition, 1752, Chew. 2, asks whether a people can be called poor where the common sort are well fed, clothed and lodged. Hume, on Commerce, says, the greatness of a state and the happiness of its subjects, however independent they may be supposed in some respects, are commonly allowed to be inseparable with regard to commerce. Political Discourses, 1752, page 4 right arrow curving left. Cantillon, Essay, pt 1, ch. 9, title, Le nombre de laboureurs, artisans et autres que travaillent dans un état si proportion naturellement au besoin qu'un na right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, if it, right arrow curving left. Berkeley, Querist, Chu. 62, asks whether a country inhabited by people well fed, clothed and lodged would not become every day more populous. And whether a numerous stock of people in such circumstances would not constitute a flourishing nation. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, tear and wear, here and in the 3 other cases where the phrase is used on this page. Right arrow curving left. This is a more favorable view than that taken in lectures, page 257. Right arrow curving left. De Morbis Artificum Diatriba 1700, translated into English, a treatise on the diseases of tradesmen, by R. James, 1746, right arrow curving left. Misprinted, tail lies, in eds. 3, 5. Right arrow curving left. Recherches sur la population de Generalites d'Auvergne, de Lyon, de Rouen, et de quelques provinces et de villes du Royaume. Avec de réflexions sur la valeur du bled tant en France qu'en Angleterre, depuis 1674 jusqu'en 1764, par M. Messence, receveur de tales de l'élection de Saint-Étienne, 1766, pages 287, 292, 305, 308, right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, continue to do so, right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, that the increase of its price does not compensate the diminution of its quantity. The meaning is that the increase in the amount paid for a given quantity of labor is more than counterbalanced by the diminution in the quantity required. The statement is repeated below, here. Right arrow curving left. This statement is somewhat amplified below, here. Where the increasing intensity of the competition between the owners of capital is attributed to the gradually increasing difficulty of finding a profitable method of employing any new capital. Right arrow curving left. Defined above, here. Right arrow curving left. But that interest will not always bear the same proportion to profit is recognized below, here through here. Right arrow curving left. C. 9, an act against usury. On the ground that previous acts and laws had been obscure, it repeals them all, and prohibits the repurchase of goods sold within 3 months before. And the obtaining by any device more than 10% per annum for forbearing payment of money. Its real effect was to legalize interest up to 10%. Right arrow curving left. 5 and 6 ed. 6, c. 20, forbade all interest, and repealed 37 hen. 8, c. 9, alleging in its preamble that that act was not intended to allow usury, as divers persons blinded with inordinate love of themselves, imagined, but was intended against all usury. And yet nevertheless the same was by the said act permitted for the avoiding of a more ill and inconvenience that before that time was used. Right arrow curving left. On the ground that 5 and 6 ed. 6, c. 20. Hath not done so much good as was hoped it should, but rather the said vice of usury, and especially by way of sale of wares and shifts of interest, hath much more exceedingly abounded to the utter undoing of many gentlemen, merchants, occupiers and other. Right arrow curving left. C. 17, which alleges that the fall of prices which had taken place made the maintenance of so high a rate as 10% prejudicial to agriculture and commerce, and therefore reduces the maximum to 8% for the future. It concludes with the very empty proviso that no words in this law contained shall be construed or expounded to allow the practice of usury in point of religion or conscience. Right arrow curving left. It had already been so reduced by a Commonwealth Act of Parliament, passed in August, 1651, which adopts the reasons given by 21 Jack. I. c. 17. But of course this, like other acts of the Commonwealth, had to be ignored by the Restoration Parliament, which, by 12 Car. 2, c. 13. Remade the reduction on the grounds that the abatement of interest from 10% in former times hath been found by notable experience beneficial to the advancement of trade and improvement of lands by good husbandry, with many other considerable advantages to this nation, especially the reducing of it to a nearer proportion with foreign states with whom we traffic. And because, in fresh memory the like fall from 8 to 6 in the 100 by a late constant practice hath found the like success to the general contentment of this nation as is visible by several improvements. While it is the endeavor of some at present to reduce it back again in practice to the allowance of the statute still in force to 8 in the 100 to the great discouragement of ingenuity and industry in the husbandry trade and commerce of this nation. Right arrow curving left. By 12 and St2, c. 16, which speaks of the benefit to trade and agriculture resulting from the earlier reductions, of the burdens which the war had laid on landowners, and of the decay of foreign trade owing to the high interest and profit of money at home. Which things made it absolutely necessary to reduce the high rate of interest, to a nearer proportion with the interest allowed in foreign states. Right arrow curving left. That of 1756, 1763. Right arrow curving left. Holders of 4% annuities who declined to accept and exchange new stock bearing interest for some years at 3.5% and afterwards at 3% were paid off by means of money raised by a 3% loan in 1750. C. Sinclair, History of the Public Revenue, 1785, pt 2, page 113. From that time till the beginning of 1755 the 3% were usually above par. Then they gradually sank to 63 in January, 1762. Rose to 96 in March, 1763, fell again to 80 in October, 1764, after that they were seldom above 90 before the publication of The Wealth of Nations, Sinclair, Op. Cit., pt. 3, 1790, Appendix 3. The policy of a legal regulation of interest is discussed below, here through here. Right arrow curving left. Below, here through here. Right arrow curving left. Above, here. Right arrow curving left. Below, here. Right arrow curving left. See Denisart, article To de Intrits, Tom. 3, page 18, Smith. J. B. Denisart, Collection de Décisions Nouvelles et de Notions Relatives à la Jurisprudence Actuelle, 7th edition, 1771, SV. Intrit, subdivision To de Intrits. This does not go so far as the reduction of 1766. The note appears first in addition to, canon right arrow curving left. Below, here. Right arrow curving left. Postlethwaite, Dictionary of Commerce, 2nd edition, 1757, volume 1, page 877, SV. Funds, says that the amount of British funds held by foreigners has been estimated by some at 1/5 and by others at 1/4 of the whole debt. But Magan's, Universal Merchant, ed. Horsley, 1753, page 13, thought it more than probable that foreigners are not concerned in anything like 1/4. He had been informed that most of the money which the Dutch have here is in Bank, East India and South Sea stocks, and that their interest in them might amount to 1/3 of the whole. Fairman, Account of the Public Funds, 7th edition, 1824, p. 229, quotes an account drawn up in the year 1762, showing how much of the several funds transferable at the Bank of England then stood in the names of foreigners, which is also in Sinclair. History of the Public Revenue, Point. 3, 1790, page 366. From this it appears that foreigners held £4,627,858 of bank stock and £10,328,537 in the other funds, which did not include South Sea and East India stock. Fairman had reason to believe that the South Sea holding amounted to £2,500,000 and the East Indian to more than £500,000, which would make in all about £18 million. In 1806, he says, the total claiming exemption from income tax, foreigners were exempt, was £18,500,000, but this did not include bank stock. Right arrow curving left. eds. 1, 3 red lands. Right arrow curving left. Above, here through here. Right arrow curving left. Below, pages here through here, right arrow curving left. Below, here through here, and here. Right arrow curving left. eds. 1 and 2 read cheaper, right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads 5 and 40, 8 having probably been misread as 5. Right arrow curving left. Ad Atticum, 6, 5, 6. Cicero had arranged that a 6-year-old debt should be repaid with interest at the rate of 12% per annum, the principal being increased by that amount for each of the 6 years. This would have very nearly doubled the principal, but Brutus, through his agent, kept asking for 48%, which would have multiplied it by more than 15. However, Cicero asserted that the 12% would have satisfied the cruelest usurers. Right arrow curving left. Lectures, pages 130, 134, right arrow curving left. I.e., the danger of evading the law, right arrow curving left. Esprit de Lois, live. 22, ch 19, Leisure augmente dans les pays mahométans à proportion de la sévérité de la défense, le préteur est indemnis du péril de la contravention. Dans ces pays d'Orient, la plupart de hommes en ont terrain d'assure. ILNY a presque point de rapport entre la possession actuelle d'une somme et l'espérance de la revoir après l'avoir prêté, l'usure y augmente donc à proportion du péril de l'insolvabilité. Right arrow curving left. Joshua G., Trade and Navigation of Great Britain Considered, 1729, page 128, notices the fact of the Dutch being all engaged in trade and ascribes it to the deficiency of valuable land. Right arrow curving left. See below, here through here. Right arrow curving left. According to the view of the subject here set forth, if the 3 employers each spend £100 in wages and materials, and profits are at first 5% and then rise to 10%. The finished commodity must rise from £331 zeros. 3d to £364 twos, while if, on the other hand, the wages rise from £100 to £105, the commodity will only rise to £347 11s. 3d. It is assumed either that profits mean profits on turnover and not on capital per annum, or else that the employers each have their capital turned over once a year. But even when one or other of these assumptions is granted, it is clear that the simple interest may easily be greater than the compound. In the examples just given we doubled profits, but only added 1/20th to wages. If we double wages and leave profits at 5%, the commodity should rise from £331 zeros. 3d to £662 zeros. 6d. Right arrow curving left. This paragraph is not in edition 1, the epigram at the end, however, did not make its appearance here for the first time in edition 2, since it occurs in a slightly less polished form here. Right arrow curving left. The general design of this chapter, as well as many of its details, was doubtless suggested by Cantillon, S.A., pt 1, chaps. 7 and 8. The first of these chapters is headed, Le travail d'un laboureur vaut moins que celui d'un artisan. And the second, Les artisans gagnent les uns plus les autres moins selon les cas et les circonstances différentes. The second ends thus, par ces inductions et cent autres qu'on pourrait tirer de l'expérience ordinaire. On peut voir facilement que la différence de prix qu'on paie pour le travail journalier est fondée sur de raisons naturelles et sensibles. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads either evidently right arrow curving left. Above here and here. Right arrow curving left. The foregoing introductory paragraphs would lead a logical reader to expect part 1 of the chapter to be entitled, Inequalities of Pecuniary Wages and Profit which merely counterbalance inequalities of other advantages and disadvantages. The rather obscure title actually chosen is due to the fact that nearly a quarter of the part is occupied by a discussion of 3 further conditions which must be present in addition to perfect freedom, in order to bring about the equality of total advantages and disadvantages. The chapter would have been clearer if this discussion had been placed at the beginning, but it was probably an afterthought. Right arrow curving left. Below, here through here. Right arrow curving left. See Idyllium 21. Smith. This merely describes the life of two poor fishermen. The note appears first in edition 2, canon right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, it's right arrow curving left. Below, here. Right arrow curving left. This argument seems to be modeled closely on Cantillon, essay, pages 23, 24, but probably also owes something to Mandeville, Fable of the Bees, pt 2, Dialogue 6, Volume 2, page 423. cp. Lectures, pages 173, 175, right arrow curving left. The ought is equivalent to, it is reasonable they should be, in the previous paragraph, and to must not only maintain him while he is idle, on page 105. Cp. Doivent, in Cantillon, essay, page 24, ce donc que employant de artisans ou gens de métier, doivent nécessairement payer leur travail plus haut que celui d'un laboureur ou manœuvre. The meaning need not be that it is ethically right that a person on whose education much has been spent should receive a large reward, but only that it is economically desirable. Since otherwise there would be a deficiency of such persons. Right arrow curving left. The treatment of this head would have been clearer if it had begun with a distinction between day wages, mentioned lower down on the page, and annual earnings. The first paragraph of the argument claims that annual earnings as well as day wages will be higher in the inconstant employment so as to counterbalance the disadvantage or repulsive force of having anxious and desponding moments. In the subsequent paragraphs, however, this claim is lost sight of, and the discussion proceeds as if the thesis was that annual earnings are equal though day wages may be unequal. Right arrow curving left. Below, here through here. Right arrow curving left. Misprinted effect in edition 5, right arrow curving left. That stock consists of actual objects seems to be overlooked here. The constancy with which such objects can be employed is various. The constancy with which the hearse of a village is employed depends on the number of deaths, which may be said to be the trade. And is certainly not the trader. There is no difference of profits corresponding to differences of day wages due to unequal constancy of employment, for the simple reason that profits are calculated by their amount per annum. But the rural undertaker, liable to long interruption of business in healthy seasons, may just as well as the bricklayer be supposed to receive some compensation for those anxious and desponding moments which the thought of so precarious a situation must sometimes occasion. Right arrow curving left. The argument foreshadowed in the introductory paragraphs of the chapter requires an allegation that it is a disadvantage to a person to have trust reposed in him. But no such allegation is made. Cantillon, essay, page 27, says, Lorsque il faut de la capacité et de la confiance, on paie encore le travail plus cher, comme aux joailliers, teneurs de compte, caissiers, et d'autres. Hume, History, edition of 1773, volume 8, page 323, says, it is a familiar rule in all business that every man should be paid in proportion to the trust reposed in him and the power which he enjoys. Right arrow curving left. But some trades, e.g. that of a banker, may be necessarily confined to persons of more than average trustworthiness. And this may raise the rate of profit above the ordinary level if such persons are not sufficiently plentiful. Right arrow curving left. The argument under this head, which is often misunderstood, is that pecuniary wages are, on the average, setting great gains against small ones, less in trades where there are high prizes and many blanks. The remote possibility of obtaining one of the high prizes is one of the circumstances which, in the imaginations of men, make up for a small pecuniary gain, page 101. Cantillon, essay, p. 24, is not so subtle, merely making remuneration proportionate to risk. Right arrow curving left. Lectures, page 175. Right arrow curving left. eds. 1, for red, are, right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, of it, right arrow curving left. eds. 4 and 5 read, there, doubtless a misprint. Right arrow curving left. The fact is overlooked that the numerous bankruptcies may be counterbalanced by the instances of great gain. Below, on p. 127, the converse mistake is made of comparing great successes and leaving out of account great failures. Right arrow curving left. Above, here. Right arrow curving left. Doubtless Kirkcaldy was in Smith's mind. Right arrow curving left. Above, here. Right arrow curving left. Above, here. Right arrow curving left. The illustration has already been used above, here. Right arrow curving left. Under 13 and 14 car. 2, C, 5, section 18. Right arrow curving left. 8 Elise, C, 11, section 8, 1 Jack. I, C, 17, section 3, 5 GO2, C, 22. Right arrow curving left. But 8 Elise, C. 11, was enacted, at the lamentable suit and complaint not of the hatters but of the capmakers, who alleged that they were being impoverished by the excessive use of hats, which were made of foreign wool, and the extension to the colonies of the restriction on apprentices by 5 Geo. 2, C, 22, was doubtless suggested by the English hatters' jealousy of the American hatters, so that this regulation was not dictated by quite the same spirit as the Sheffield bylaw. Right arrow curving left. The preamble of 13 and 14 car. 2, C, 15, says that the Company of Silk Throwers in London were incorporated in 1629, and the preamble of 20 car. 2, C. 6, says that the trade had lately been obstructed because the company had endeavored to put into execution a certain bylaw made by them nearly 40 years since, restricting the freemen to 160 spindles and the assistants to 240. The Act 20 car. 2, C, 6, accordingly declares this bylaw void. It also enacts that, no bylaw already made or hereafter to be made by the said company shall limit the number of apprentices to less than 3. Right arrow curving left. In Italy a mestiere or company of artisans and tradesmen was sometimes styled an ars or universitas. The company of mercers of Rome are styled Universitas Merciarium, and the company of bakers their Universitas Pastorum. Maddox, Firma Bergi, 1726, page 32 right arrow curving left. C, 4, section 31. Right arrow curving left. It hath been held that this statute doth not restrain a man from using several trades, so as he had been an apprentice to all. Wherefore it indemnifies all petty chapmen in little towns and villages because their masters kept the same mixed trades before. Matthew Bacon, New Abridgment of the Law, 3rd edition, 1768, volume 3, page 553, SV Master and Servant right arrow curving left. New Abridgment of the Law, volume 3, page 552. Right arrow curving left. New Abridgment of the Law, volume 1, page 553. Right arrow curving left. Bacon, New Abridgment of the Law, 3, 553, however, says distinctly, a coachmaker is within this statute, on the authority of Ventris Reports, page 346. Right arrow curving left. Companion. Right arrow curving left. Companionage. Right arrow curving left. Contrast with this the account of the origin of property in the lectures, pages 107, 127. Right arrow curving left. Of Scotch manufacture, 10 N, C, 21, 13 Geo. I, C, 26. Right arrow curving left. 39 Elise, C, 20, 43 Elise, C, 10, section 7. Right arrow curving left. The article on apprentices occupies 24 pages in Richard Burns' Justice of the Peace, 1764. Right arrow curving left. The last two terms seem to be used rather contemptuously. Probably Smith had fresh in his recollection the passage in which Maddox ridicules as a piece of puerility the use of the English word mysteri, derived from the Gallic word mystera. Mystera and mysteria, as if it signified something mu upsilon sigma tau eta rho iota omega delta epsilon, mysterious. Firma Bergi, 1726, pages 33, 35 right arrow curving left. See Maddox Firma Bergi, page 26, etc., Smith. This note appears first in addition to Canon right arrow curving left. Peradventure from these secular guilds or in imitation of them sprang the method or practice of gildating and embodying whole towns. Maddox, Firma Bergi, p. 27 right arrow curving left. The argument is unsound in the absence of any proof that the more numerous successes are not counterbalanced by equally numerous failures, cp this note. Right arrow curving left. Below, here through here. Right arrow curving left. Descriptions de arts et métiers faits ou approuvis par Messrs de l'Académie Royale des Sciences, 1761, 88. Right arrow curving left. Lectures, page 255. Right arrow curving left. Below, here through here. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, single member of it, here and in the next line. Right arrow curving left. Eds 4 and 5 erroneously insert a here. Right arrow curving left. According to Richard Burns' Ecclesiastical Law, 1763, SV. Curates, 6 marks was the pay ordered by a constitution of Archbishop Islip till 1378, when it was raised to 8. Right arrow curving left. See the Statute of Laborers, 25 ed. 3. Smith. Below, here. The note is not in edition 1. Canon right arrow curving left. The quotation is not intended to be verbatim, in spite of the inverted commas. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 does not contain, or private, right arrow curving left. Hume, History, ed. Of 1773, vol. 3, page 403, quotes 11 hen. 7, c. 22, which forbids students to beg without permission from the Chancellor. Right arrow curving left. Eds. 1, 3 read was right arrow curving left. Sections 3, 4. A very free but not incorrect translation. Arbuthnot, Tables of Ancient Coins, Weights and Measures, 2nd edition, 1754, p. 198, refers to but does not quote the passage as his authority for stating the reward of a sophist at 4 or 5 minae. He treats the mina as equal to 3 pounds 4s. 7d, which at the rate of 62s. To the pound troy is considerably too low. Right arrow curving left. Plutarch, Demosthenes, C.V., section 3, Isocrates, section 30. Right arrow curving left. Arbuthnot, Tables of Ancient Coins, p. 198, says, Isocrates had from his disciples a didactron a reward of 1,000 minae, 3,229 pounds 3s. 4d, and quotes Plut. In Isocrate, which says nothing about a didactron, but only that Isocrates charged 10 minae and had 100 pupils. Sections 9, 12, 30 right arrow curving left. This story is from Pliny, Historia Naturalis, 33, cap. 4, who remarks, Tantus erat docendi oratorii quistus, but the commentators point out that earlier authorities ascribed the erection of the statue not to Gorgias, but to the whole of Greece. Right arrow curving left. It is difficult to discover on what passage this statement is based. Right arrow curving left. Plutarch, Alexander. Right arrow curving left. This is a slip. Carneades was a native of Cyrene, and it was his colleague Diogenes who was a Babylonian by birth. Right arrow curving left. Below, here through here. Right arrow curving left. Above, here. Right arrow curving left. 15 car. 2, c. 15. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 does not contain the. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 places the is here. Right arrow curving left. C. 12. Right arrow curving left. This account of the provisions of the Acts regarding settlement, though not incorrect, inverts the order of the ideas which prompted them. The preamble complains that owing to defects in the law, poor people are not restrained from going from one parish to another, and therefore do endeavor to settle themselves in those parishes where there is the best stock, and so forth, and the Act therefore gives the justices power, within 40 days after any such person or persons coming so to settle as aforesaid, to remove them to such parish where he or they were last legally settled either as a native, householder, sojourner, apprentice or servant for the space of 40 days at the least. The use of the term settlement seems to have originated with this Act. Right arrow curving left. C. 17, an Act for reviving and continuance of several acts. The reason given is that such poor persons at their first coming to a parish do commonly conceal themselves. Nothing is said either here or in Burns' Poor Law or Justice of the Peace about parish officers bribing their poor to go to another parish. Right arrow curving left. 3W and M, C. 11, Section 3. Right arrow curving left. Richard Byrne, Justice of the Peace, 1764, Volume 2, page 253. Right arrow curving left. Section 6, 8. Right arrow curving left. Section 7 confines settlement by service to unmarried persons without children. Right arrow curving left. By 9 Geo. I, C, 7. Right arrow curving left. The Act, 13 and 14 Car. 2, C. 12, giving the justices power to remove the immigrant within 40 days was certainly obstructive to the free circulation of labor, but the other statutes referred to in the text, by making the attainment of a settlement more difficult, would appear to have made it less necessary for a parish to put in force the power of removal, and therefore to have assisted rather than obstructed the free circulation of labor. The Poor Law Commissioners of 1834, long after the power of removal had been abolished in 1795, found the law of settlement a great obstruction to the free circulation of labor, because men were afraid of gaining a new settlement, not because a new settlement was denied them. Right arrow curving left. C. 30, an Act for supplying some defects in the laws for the relief of the poor of this kingdom. The preamble recites, forasmuch as many poor persons chargeable to the parish, township or place where they live, merely for want of work, would in any other place when sufficient employment is to be had maintain themselves and families without being burdensome to any parish, township or place. But certificates were invented long before this. The Act 13 and 14 Car. 2, C. 12, provides for their issue to persons going into another parish for harvest or any other kind of work, and the preamble of 8 and 9 W. 3, C. 30, shows that they were commonly given. Only temporary employment, however, was contemplated, and, on the expiration of the job, the certificated person became removable. Right arrow curving left. Rather by the Explanatory Act, 9 and 10 W. 3, C. 11. Right arrow curving left. All these statutes are conveniently collected in Richard Byrne's History of the Poor Laws, 1764, pages 94, 100. Right arrow curving left. Byrne, Justice of the Peace, 1764, Volume 2, page 274. Right arrow curving left. Byrne, History of the Poor Laws, 1764, pp. 235, 236, where it is observed that, it was the easy method of obtaining a settlement by a residency of 40 days that brought parishes into a state of war against the poor and against one another, and that if settlement were reduced to the place of birth or of inhabitancy for 1 or more years, certificates would be got rid of. Right arrow curving left. Byrne, Justice, Volume 2, page 209. The date given is 1730. Right arrow curving left. Since the fact of the father having no settlement would not free the parish from the danger of having at some future time to support the children. Right arrow curving left. Some evidence in support of this assertion would have been acceptable. Sir Frederick M. Eden, State of the Poor, 1797, Volume 1, pages 296, 298, may be consulted on the other side. William Hay's Remarks on the Laws Relating to the Poor, 1735, which Eden regards as giving a very exaggerated view of the obstruction caused by the law of settlement, was in the Edinburgh Advocate's Library in 1776, and Adam Smith may have seen it. Right arrow curving left. History of the Poor Laws, page 130, loosely quoted. After limitation, the passage runs, as thereby it leaves no room for industry or ingenuity. For if all persons in the same kind of work were to receive equal wages, there would be no emulation. Right arrow curving left. 7 Geo. I. Stat. 1, c. 13, was passed, according to its preamble, because journeyman tailors had lately departed from their service without just cause, and had entered into combinations to advance their wages to unreasonable prices, and lessen their usual hours of work, which is of evil example, and manifestly tends to the prejudice of trade, to the encouragement of idleness, and to the great increase of the poor. It prescribed hours, 6 a.m. to 8 p.m., and wages, 2s a day in the second quarter and 1s 8d for the rest of the year. Quarter sessions might alter the rates. This act was amended by 8 Geo 3 c. 17, under which the hours were to be 6 a.m. to 7 p.m., and wages a maximum of 2s 7½ a day. Masters inside the area were forbidden to pay more to workers outside the area than was allowed by the act within it. Right arrow curving left. 1n, stat. 2, c. 18, applied to workmen in the woolen, linen, fustian, cotton and iron manufacture, 13 Geo 2, c. 8, to manufacturers of gloves, boots, shoes and other leather wares. The second of these acts only prohibits truck payments when made without the request and consent of the workman. Right arrow curving left. c. 29. Right arrow curving left. c. 6. The preamble relates the defect. Right arrow curving left. Above, here. Right arrow curving left. By, appears first in edition 3. Right arrow curving left. Eds. 1 and 2 read, the rent of land varies with its fertility, whatever be its produce, and with its situation, whatever be its fertility. Right arrow curving left. Above, here through here. Right arrow curving left. Volume 1, p. 532, in the French translation of Juan and Aloa's work, Voyage historique de l'Amérique méridionale par don George Juan et don Antoine de Aloa, 1752. The statement is repeated in almost the same words, substituting 3 or 400 for 2 or 300, below, page 186. Right arrow curving left. See below, here and here. Right arrow curving left. Cicero, De Officiis, lib. 2, ad fin. Quoted in Lectures, page 229. Right arrow curving left. See below, here. Right arrow curving left. The Life of Henry Prince of Wales, by Thomas Birch, D.D., 1760, page 346. Right arrow curving left. The Life of Henry Prince of Wales, page 271. Right arrow curving left. A report from the committee who, upon the 8th day of February, 1764, were appointed to inquire into the causes of the high price of provisions with the proceedings of the House thereupon. Published by order of the House of Commons, 1764, paragraph 4, where, however, there is no definite statement to the effect that the Virginia merchant, Mr. Capel Hanbury, considered 24s or 25s as the ordinary price. Right arrow curving left. Report from the committee, paragraph 3 almost verbatim. The committee resolved that the high price of provisions of late has been occasioned partly by circumstances peculiar to the season and the year. and partly by the defect of the laws in force for convicting and punishing all persons concerned in forestalling cattle in their passage to market. Right arrow curving left. These prices are deduced from the tables at the end of the chapter. Right arrow curving left. Only if the extra risk deters people from entering the business, and according to pages 112, 113 above it would not. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, Thorns, right arrow curving left. Columella, de re rustica, 11, 3, but the recommendation of the fence is e haec cadem claudendi hordi ratio maxime est antiquus probata. Right arrow curving left. Gesnerus edition of Columella in Scriptores Re Rusticae in Adam Smith's library, see Bonner's Catalogue, SV. Gesnerus, commenting on the passage referred to above, quotes the opinions of Varro, de re rustica, I, 14, and Palladius, de re rustica, I, 34. Right arrow curving left. De re rustica, 3, 3. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, there. Right arrow curving left. Voyages d'un philosophe, Smith. O observations sur les moeurs et les arts de peuples de l'Afrique, de l'Asie, et de l'Amérique, 1768, pages 92, 93. The note appears first in ed. 2, Canon right arrow curving left. The French original says the Cochin China quintal equivaut à 150 pounds 200 de nos livres, poids de marque, which cannot possibly bear the meaning ascribed to it in the text. Probably the 150 pounds are pounds equal to 1 1/3 of the pounds poids de marque. This would make the CWT English worth only about 7 shillings. Right arrow curving left. Tobacco growing in England, Ireland, and the Channel Islands was prohibited by 12 Car. 2, c. 34, the preamble of which alleges that the Lords and Commons have considered of how great concern and importance it is that the colonies and plantations of this kingdom in America be defended, maintained and kept up, and that all due and possible encouragement be given unto them. And that not only in regard great and considerable dominions and countries have been thereby gained and added to the imperial crown of this realm, but for that the strength and welfare of this kingdom do very much depend upon them in regard of the employment of a very considerable part of its shipping and seamen, and of the vent of very great quantities of its native commodities and manufactures, as also of its supply with several considerable commodities which it was wont formerly to have only from foreigners and at far dearer rates. And forasmuch as tobacco is one of the main products of several of those plantations and upon which their welfare and subsistence and the navigation of this kingdom and vent of its commodities thither do much depend. And in regard it is found by experience that the tobaccos planted in these parts are not so good and wholesome for the takers thereof, and that by the planting thereof your majesty is deprived of a considerable part of your revenue. The prohibition was extended to Scotland by 22 Geo 3, c. 73. Right arrow curving left. William Douglas, M.D. A summary, historical and political, of the first planting, progressive improvements and present state of the British settlements in North America, 1760, Volume 2, pages 359, 360 and 373. Right arrow curving left. A summary, historical and political, of the first planting, progressive improvements and present state of the British settlements in North America, p. 374, but the phrase is, an industrious man, not such a Negro. Right arrow curving left. Douglas's Summary, Volume 2. Page 372, 373. Smith. This note appears first in addition 2. In the text of ed. 1 the name is spelt Douglas. Canon right arrow curving left. This saying about the Dutch and spices is repeated below, Volume 2, page 26, and again page 135. Douglas, Volume 2, p. 372, in a note to the statement that Virginia and Maryland occasionally produce more than they can sell to advantage, which immediately precedes his account of the occasional burning of tobacco, says, This is sometimes the case with the Dutch East India spices and the West India sugars. Right arrow curving left. The inferiority of oatmeal has already been asserted above, here. Right arrow curving left. This, always, is qualified almost to the extent of contradiction here, below. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, thither. Right arrow curving left. Above, here, and below, here. Right arrow curving left. This and the two preceding paragraphs appear to be based on the dissertation on the natural wants of mankind in Lectures, pages 157, 161, cp. Moral Sentiments, 1759, page 349. Right arrow curving left. Misprinted, Laborer, in edition 5. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, if it can conveniently get coals for fuel. Right arrow curving left. The North Bridge was only made passable in 1772, in 1778 the buildings along Princes Street had run to a considerable length, and St. Andrew's Square and the streets connected with it were almost complete. A plan of that date shows the whole block between Queen Street and Princes Street, Arnott, History of Edinburgh, 1779, pp. 233, 315, 318, 319. Right arrow curving left. Buchanan, Edition of Wealth of Nations, Volume 1, p. 279, commenting on this passage, remarks judiciously, it is not by the produce of one coal mine, however fertile, but by the joint produce of all the coal mines that can be worked. That the price of coals is fixed. A certain quantity of coals only can be consumed at a certain price. If the mines that can be worked produce more than this quantity the price will fall, if they produce less it will rise. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, depends frequently, right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, article in the Commerce of Europe, right arrow curving left. Natural History of Cornwall, by William Borlase, 1758, p. 175, but nothing is there said as to the landlord sometimes receiving more than 1/6. Right arrow curving left. Those who are willing to labor themselves easily obtain of the miner a vein to work on. What they get out of it is their own, paying him the king's duty in the hire of the mill, which is so considerable that some are satisfied with the profit it yields without employing any to work for them in the mines. Frisier, Voyage to the South Sea and along the coasts of Chile and Peru in the years 1712, 1713 and 1714, with a postscript by Dr. Edmund Halley, 1717, page 109. For Aloha see this note. Right arrow curving left. In place of these two sentences ed. 1 reads, the tax of the King of Spain, indeed, amounts to 1/5 of the standard silver, which may be considered as the real rent of the greater part of the silver mines of Peru, the richest which are known in the world. If there was no tax, this 1/5 would naturally belong to the landlord, and many mines might be wrought which cannot be wrought at present, because they cannot afford this tax. Right arrow curving left. The sum of more than £10,000 paid on £190,954 worth of produce is mentioned by Borlase. The duty was 4s. Per CWT, Natural History of Cornwall, page 183 right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, is. Right arrow curving left. The reduction is mentioned again below, here and here. Ed. 1 does not contain this sentence, and begins the next with, the high tax upon silver, 2, gives much greater temptation to smuggling than the low tax upon tin. Right arrow curving left. Quand témoin avoir dessein de fouler don quelques mine, les autres le regardent comme un extravagant que court à sa perte. Et que risque un ruin certain pour de espérances éloignées et très détournées. Ils tachent de le détourner de son dessein, ils ny pouvant réussir, ils le fuyant en élevatant, comme ils craignant ils leur communiquat son mal. Voyage historique de l'Amérique méridionale par don George Juan et par don Antoine de Aloha, 1752, tom. I, page 379. The statement relates to the province of Quito, and the condition of things is contrasted with that prevailing in Peru proper. For Frisier, see this note. Right arrow curving left. Frisier, Voyage, page 109. Right arrow curving left. Borlase, Natural History of Cornwall, pages 167, 175. If the land was bounded, bounding could only take place on wastrel or common, the lord of the soil received only a 15th. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, it was once a 5th, as in silver, but it was found the work could not bear it. Right arrow curving left. It is more rare to see a gold miner rich than a silver miner or of any other metal. Frisier, Voyage, page 108. There seems nothing in either Frisier or Aloha to indicate that they took the gloomy view of the prospects of the gold and silver miner which is ascribed to them in the text. From this and the curious way in which they are coupled together, here and above, here and here, and also the fact that no mention is made of the title of either of their books, it seems probable that Smith is quoting from memory or from notes which had become mixed. It is possible that he confused Frisier with Aloha's collaborator, Don George Juan, but Aloha is quoted without Frisier above, here, and below, here. Right arrow curving left. The 6 Voyages of John Baptista Tavernier, a nobleman of France now living, through Turkey into Persia and the East Indies, translated by J. P. 1678, does not appear to contain any such statement. Possibly it is merely founded on Tavernier's remark that there was a mine discovered between Culler and Railconda, which the king caused to be shut up again by reason of some cheats that were used there. For they found therein that sort of stones which had this green outside, fair and transparent, and which appeared more fair than the others. But when they came to the mill they crumbled to pieces. Point 2, page 138. In eds 4 and 5, yielded, is misprinted, yield, right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, seems. Right arrow curving left. The evidence for this statement, which does not agree with the figures in the table at the end of the chapter, is given in the next 11 paragraphs. Right arrow curving left. Already quoted above, here. Right arrow curving left. It speaks of the Act of 1349, which ordered a continuance of wages at the level of 20 Edward III, and 5 or 6 years before, 1347 or 1348 to 1353. As having been passed, against the malice of servants which were idle and not willing to serve after the pestilence without taking excessive wages. And gives as the reason for new provisions, forasmuch as it is given the king to understand in this present parliament by the petition of the commonalty that the said servants having no regard to the said ordinance, but to their ease and singular covetise, do withdraw themselves to serve great men and other, unless they have liverine wages to the double or treble of that they were wont to take the said 20th year and before, to the great damage of the great men and impoverishing of all the said commonalty, whereof the said commonalty prayeth remedy. Right arrow curving left. i.e., 4 years before the 20th year. Right arrow curving left. This and the other reductions of ancient money to the 18th century standard are probably founded on the table in Martin Folk's Table of English Silver Coins, 1745, page 142. Right arrow curving left. E.g. Fleetwood's prices in the table at the end of the chapter. Right arrow curving left. Fleetwood, Chronicon Preciosum, 1707, pages 83, 85. Right arrow curving left. The date 1262 is wrong, as 51 Hen. 3 ran from October 28, 1266, to October 27, 1267. But the editions of the statutes which ascribe the statute to 51 Hen. 3 appear to have no good authority for doing so. See Statutes of the Realm, Volume 1, page 199, notes. The statute has already been quoted above, here, and is quoted again below, here. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, very far wrong. Right arrow curving left. The regulations and establishment of the household of Henry Algernon Percy, the 5th Earl of Northumberland, at his castles of Reesill and Leconfield in Yorkshire, begun Anno Domini MDXII. 1770, pp. 2, 4, but there are not really two estimations. It seems clear that versus Vide, on page 4 is merely a misprint or mistake for Viscount Vide, since 118 QRS 2 bushels are reckoned at 39 pounds 8. 4d. Right arrow curving left. 15 hen. 6, c, 2. Right arrow curving left. 3 ed, 4, c, 2. Right arrow curving left. 1 and 2 p and m, c, 5, section 7. Licenses for exportation, however, are recognized by the Act. Right arrow curving left. 1 Elise, c. 11, section 11, which, however, merely partially exempts Norfolk and Suffolk from regulations intended to prevent exportation from places where no custom house existed. Right arrow curving left. 5 Elise, c. 5, section 17. Right arrow curving left. Neither his recherches sur la valeur de Monoisie sur l'esprit de grains avant été après le Concile de Francfort, 1762, nor his essay sur les monoises. Ou Reflections sur le rapport entre l'argent et les denrées, 1746, contain any clear justification for this reference. Right arrow curving left. From 1446 to 1515, l'oubli fut plus bas que dans les siècles précédents. Essai sur la police générale de grains sur leur prix et sur les effets de l'agriculture, 1755, by C. J. Herbert, pages 259, 260 right arrow curving left. Endnotes 501, 1000. Ed. 1 reads, with the tenant here and omits, of the tenant, in next line. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, rent at the price of the fiars of each year rather. Right arrow curving left. Chronicon Preciosum, 1707, pages 121, 122. Fleetwood does not acknowledge any mistake, but says that though the price was not the market price it might have been, well agreed upon. His particular purpose was to prove that in order to qualify for a fellowship a man might conscientiously swear his income to be much less than it was. Right arrow curving left. The statement is too sweeping. See Statutes of the Realm, Volume 1, pages 24 and 199, notes. Roughhead's edition began to be published in 1762. Right arrow curving left. Judicium Pillory, Temp. Insert, ascribed to 51 hen. 3, stat. 6, right arrow curving left. eds. 1 and 2 red Rudy Man. Right arrow curving left. See his preface to Anderson's Diplomata Scotiae. Smith. Selectus Diplomatum et Numismatum Scotiae Thesaurus, 1739, p. 82, and in the translation, An Introduction to Mr. James Anderson's Diplomata Scotiae, by Thomas Ruddiman, M.A., Edinburgh, 1773, pages 170, 174, 228. The note appears first in addition to Canon right arrow curving left. The manuscript appears to be the Alexander Foulis MS, now 25. 4, 10 in the Edinburgh Advocates Library, number 8 of the Mizas, described in Acts of the Parliaments of Scotland, Volume I. The exact words are, Memorandum quod reliquat judicabis secundum predicta habendo respectum ad prescripta blotti pretium duplicando. Right arrow curving left. Chronicon Preciosum, page 78. Fleetwood quotes the author of Antique, Brighton. In Vita Joe. Peckham as saying that provisions were so scarce that parents did eat their own children. Right arrow curving left. Eds 1 to 3 read variations. Right arrow curving left. See this table. Right arrow curving left. This appears to be merely an inference from the fact that he does not take notice of fluctuations. Right arrow curving left. Above, here. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, that, instead of, because, here and also 2 lines above. Right arrow curving left. Voyage historique de l'Amérique méridionale, Volume 1, p. 552, where, however, the number of cattle is 2 or 300, as correctly quoted above, here. Right arrow curving left. Narrative of the Han. John Byron, containing an account of the great distresses suffered by himself and his companions on the coast of Patagonia from 1740 to 1746, 1768, pages 212, 220. Right arrow curving left. Misprinted, improved, in ed. 5, right arrow curving left. Above, here. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, had they not been agreeable to the popular notion, right arrow curving left. Above, here. Right arrow curving left. This sentence is not in edition 1. Right arrow curving left. In 1545. Ed. 1 reads, 30, instead of 20. In addition to the correction is in the errata. See this note and this note. Right arrow curving left. See this table at the end of the chapter. Right arrow curving left. The deduction of this ninth is recommended by Charles Smith, 3 Tracts on the Corn Trade and Corn Laws, 2nd edition, 1766, p. 104, because, it hath been found that the value of all the wheat fit for bread, if mixed together, would be 8/9 of the value of the best wheat. Right arrow curving left. By 1 W. and M. C. 12. An Act for the encouraging the exportation of corn, the preamble of which alleges that, it hath been found by experience, that the exportation of corn and grain into foreign parts, when the price thereof is at a low rate in this kingdom, hath been a great advantage not only to the owners of land but to the trade of this kingdom in general. It provides that when malt or barley does not exceed 24s per Winchester quarter, rye 32s, and wheat 48s. In any port, every person exporting such corn on an English ship with a crew at least 2/3 English shall receive from the customs 2s. 6d for every quarter of barley or malt, 3s. 6d. For every quarter of rye and 5s. For every quarter of wheat. Right arrow curving left. Below, here through here. Right arrow curving left. In place of, how far the bounty could produce this effect at any time I shall examine hereafter, I shall only observe at present that, edition 1 reads simply, but, right arrow curving left. For, not, ed. 1 reads, no, and for, any such, it reads, this. Right arrow curving left. The Act 10 will. 3, c. 3, prohibits exportation for 1 year from February 10, 1699. The mistake, 9 months, is probably due to a misreading of C. Smith, Tracts on the Corn Trade, p. 9, wheat, growing, and continuing dearer till 1698, the exportation was forbid for 1 year, and then for 9 months the bounty was suspended, cp pages 44, 119. As a matter of fact, the bounty was suspended by 11 and 12 will. 3, c. 1, from February 9, 1699, to September 29, 1700, or not much more than 7 months and a half. The Act 11 and 12 will. 3, c. 1. Alleges that the act granting the bounty, was grounded upon the highest wisdom and prudence and has succeeded to the greatest benefit and advantage to the nation by the greatest encouragement of tillage. And only suspends it because, it appears that the present stock and quantity of corn in this kingdom may not be sufficient for the use and service of the people at home should there be too great an exportation into parts beyond the seas. Which many persons may be prompted to do for their own private advantage and the lucre of the said bounty. Statutes of the Realm, Volume 7, page 544 right arrow curving left. For, debasement, edition 1 reads, degradation, right arrow curving left. Lowndes says on p. 107 of his report containing an essay for the amendment of the silver coins, 1695, the moneys commonly current are diminished near one half, to wit, in a proportion something greater than that of 10 to 22. But in the text above, the popular estimate, as indicated by the price of silver bullion, is accepted, as in the next paragraph. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, degraded, right arrow curving left. See above, here. Right arrow curving left. Lowndes, essay, page 88. Right arrow curving left. Lowndes' essay on the silver coin, page 68. Smith. This note appears first in addition to Canon right arrow curving left. Above, here. Right arrow curving left. The meaning is, given a certain area and intensity of cultivation, the bounty will raise the price of corn. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 does not contain, upon the principles of a system which I shall explain hereafter. The reference is presumably to here through here. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads here, a notion which I shall examine hereafter. Right arrow curving left. Doubtless by a misprint edition 5 omits, first. The term is used again at the end of the paragraph and also here through here. Right arrow curving left. See the table at the end of the chapter, superscript 1/32 is a mistake for /32. Right arrow curving left. The 25% is erroneously reckoned on the 2 pound zeros. 6 superscript 1/32d instead of on the 2 pounds 11s. Old. The fall of price is really less than 21%. Right arrow curving left. The date is taken from the heading of Scheme D in Davenant, Essay upon the Probable Means of Making a People Gainers in the Balance of Trade, 1699, page 22, Works, edition Whitworth, 1771, volume 2, page 184. C.P. Natural and Political Observations and Conclusions upon the State and Condition of England, by Gregory King, Esq., Lancaster, H. In George Chalmers' Estimate of the Comparative Strength of Great Britain, 1802, page 429, in Davenant, Balance of Trade, pages 71, 72, Works, volume 2, page 217. Davenant says, this value is what the same is worth upon the spot where the corn grew, but this value is increased by the carriage to the place where it is at last spent, at least 1/4 part more. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 does not contain this parenthesis. Right arrow curving left. See this note. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 5, doubtless by a misprint, omits even, right arrow curving left. Below, here through here. Right arrow curving left. The references to Dupré d'Est. Moore and the essay, see above, page 181, note, as well as the whole argument of the paragraph, are from Messens, Recherches sur la population de Generalites d'Auvergne, etc., page 281. Messens' quotations are from Dupré's essay sur les Monois, 1746, page 68, and Herbert's essay sur la police générale de grains, 1755, pages 9, 77, 189, cp below, here. Right arrow curving left. Above, here through here. Right arrow curving left. Examined below, here. Right arrow curving left. See the table at the end of the chapter. Right arrow curving left. This figure is obtained, as recommended by Charles Smith, Tracts on the Corn Trade, 1766, p. 104, by deducting 1/9 for the greater size of the Windsor measure and 1/9 from the remainder for the difference between best and middling wheat. Right arrow curving left. Tract 3rd, referred to a few lines farther on, only gives the quantities of each kind of grain exported in each year, here through here. So that if the figures in the text are taken from it they must have been obtained by somewhat laborious arithmetical operations. The particulars are as follows. Exported. Bounty payable. Qr. Bush. Wheat. 3,784,524. 1. 946,131 pounds. 0. 7.5. Rye. 765,056. 6. 133,884. 18. 7.5. Barley, malt and oats. 3,479,575. 2. 434,946. 18. 1.5. 8,029,156. 1. 1,514 pounds. 962. 17. 4.5. Right arrow curving left. Years is apparently a mistake for months. There is such a superabundance of corn that incredible quantities have been lately exported. I should be afraid to mention what quantities have been exported if it did not appear upon our custom house books. But from them it appears that lately there was in 3 months' time above 220,000 pounds paid for bounties upon corn exported. Parliamentary History, Hansard, Volume 14, p. 589. Right arrow curving left. See Tracts on the Corn Trade, Tract 3d. Smith. This note appears first in addition 2. The exports for 1750 are given in C. Smith, Op. Cit., page 111, as 947,602 qr 1 bush. Of wheat, 99,049 qr 3 bush. Of rye, and 559,538 qr 5 bush. Of barley, malt and oats. The bounty on these quantities would be 324,176 pounds tens. Canon right arrow curving left. Above, here. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1, perhaps correctly, reads, quantity. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, 5th, right arrow curving left. Above, here. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, fell to a 3rd and then to a 5th, at which rate it still continues. Right arrow curving left. Solorzano, Volume 2. Smith. Solorzano Pereira, De Indiarum Jur, Madrid, 1777, Lib v. Cap. I, Sections 22, 23, Volume 2, page 883, Kernel 2. Ed. 1 does not contain the note. Canon right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, 1 and 30 years before 1535. The date 1545 is given in Solorzano, De Indiarum Jur, Madrid, 1777, Volume 2, page 882, Kernel 2. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, in the course of a century right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, 100 years. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, lower, instead of, reduce, and does not contain, not only to 1/10, as in 1736, but to 1/20. See this note. Right arrow curving left. Below, here. Reynal, Histoire philosophique, Amsterdam edition 1773, tom. 3, pages 113, 116, takes the same view of the Peruvians. Right arrow curving left. Below, here through here pass him. Right arrow curving left. Voyage to the South Sea, p. 218, but the number mentioned is 25 to 30,000. Right arrow curving left. Voyage historique, tom. I, p. 443, 445, 16 to 18,000 persons of Spanish extraction, a comparatively small number of Indians and half-breeds, the greater part of the population being Negroes and mulattoes. Right arrow curving left. E.g., Santiago and Callao, Frisier, Voyage, pages 102, 202, Juan and Aloa, Voyage historique, Volume 1, page 468, Volume 2, page 49. Right arrow curving left. Originally one ship, and, after 1720, 2 ships, were allowed to sail between Acapulco in Mexico and the Philippines. For the regulations applied to the trade sea Usteres, Theory and Practice of Commerce and Maritime Affairs, trans. By John Kippax, 1751, Volume 1, pages 206-208. Right arrow curving left. In order to prevent the great consumption of timber fit for the construction of large ships of war, the East India Company were prohibited from building or allowing to be built for their service any new ships, till the shipping in their employment should be reduced under 45,000 tons, or employing any ships built after March 18, 1772. But they are at liberty to build any vessel whatever in India or the colonies, or to charter any vessel built in India or the colonies, 12 Go 3, c. 54. Macpherson, Annals of Commerce, 1805, AD 1772, Volume 3, pages 521, 522. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 places, in India, here instead of in the line above. Right arrow curving left. Above, here. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 does not contain, or at most as 12 here and 2 lines lower down. Right arrow curving left. Newton, in his representation to the Lords of the Treasury, 1717, reprinted in the Universal Merchant, quoted on the next page, says that in China and Japan the ratio is 9 or 10 to 1 and in India 12 to 1, and this carries away the silver from all Europe. Magans, in a note to this passage, Universal Merchant, p. 90, says that down to 1,732 such quantities of silver went to China to fetch back gold that the price of gold in China rose and it became no longer profitable to send silver there. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, be the principal commodity. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, chiefly, right arrow curving left. The same words are used below, here. Right arrow curving left. Postscript to the Universal Merchant, pages 15 and 16. This postscript was not printed till 1756, 3 years after the publication of the book, which has never had a second edition. The postscript is, therefore, to be found in few copies. It corrects several errors in the book. Smith. This note appears first in edition 2. The title of the work referred to is Farther Explanations of Some Particular Subjects Relating to Trade, Coin, and Exchanges, contained in the Universal Merchant, by N. M., 1756. On page 1 N. M. claims the authorship of the book, published by Mr. Horsley under the too pompous title of the Universal Merchant. In the dedication of the Universal Merchant, 1753, William Horsley, the editor, says the author, though an alien by birth is an Englishman by interest. Sir James Stewart, who calls him Mr. Megans, says he lived long in England and wrote the Universal Merchant in German, from which it had been translated, Inquiry into the Principles of Political Economy, 1767, Volume 2, pages 158, 292. The Gentleman's Magazine for August, 1764, page 398, contains in the obituary, under date August 18, 1764, Nicholas Magans Esq. A merchant worth £100,000. Canon right arrow curving left. The 2 periods are really 5 years, April, 1748, to April, 1753, and 6 years, January, 1747, to January, 1753, but the averages are correct, being taken from Magans. Right arrow curving left. The tens. Here should be 14ths, and 2 lines lower down the 14ths. Should be tens. Right arrow curving left. Misprinted 13,984 superscript 1 superscript 3/6 in edition 2 and later editions. Right arrow curving left. Reynaud, Histoire philosophique et politique de établissements et du commerce de Européens dans les deux Indes, Amsterdam edition, 1773, tom. 3, page 310. Right arrow curving left. Reynaud, Histoire philosophique, Amsterdam edition, 1773, tom. 3, page 385. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 does not contain, though manuscript right arrow curving left. Above, here. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 does not contain, or 1 to 12. Right arrow curving left. Cantillon gives 1 to 10 for China and 1 to 8 for Japan, essay, page 365. Right arrow curving left. Above, here through here. The exact figure given by Megans, farther explanations, page 16, is 1 to superscript 2 superscript 2 superscript 1 slash. Right arrow curving left. Farther explanations, page 17. Right arrow curving left. See Rudimant's preface to Anderson's Diplomata, etc. Scotia. Smith. Selectus Diplomatum et Numismatum Thesaurus, quoted above, here, pages 84, 85, and in the translation, pages 175, 176. But the statement that gold preponderated is founded merely on the fact that the value of the gold coined in the periods December 16, 1602, to July 19, 1606, and September 20, 1611, to April 14, 1613, was greater than that of the silver coined in the same time, which proves nothing about the proportions in the whole stock of coin. The statement is repeated below, here. The note appears first in addition to Canon right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, European, right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, European, right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, 1/5 part of it, or to 20%. Right arrow curving left. Above, here and here. Right arrow curving left. Above, here. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, European, right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 places the, it would seem, after, computed, omits, in the Spanish market, and puts the whole sentence at the end of the paragraph. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 places the, indeed, here. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, that. Right arrow curving left. Above, here. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, it must still be true, however, that the whole mass of American gold comes to the European market at a price right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 contains another paragraph, were the King of Spain to give up his tax upon silver, the price of that metal might not, upon that account, sink immediately in the European market. As long as the quantity brought thither continued the same as before, it would still continue to sell at the same price. The first and immediate effect of this change, would be to increase the profits of mining, the undertaker of the mine now gaining all that he had been used to pay to the king. These great profits would soon tempt a greater number of people to undertake the working of new mines. Many mines would be wrought which cannot be wrought at present, because they cannot afford to pay this tax, and the quantity of silver brought to market would, in a few years be so much augmented, probably, as to sink its price about 1/5 below its present standard. This diminution in the value of silver would again reduce the profits of mining nearly to their present rate. Right arrow curving left. Above, here and here. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads from the beginning of the paragraph, it is not indeed very probable, that any part of a tax which affords so important a revenue, and which is imposed, too, upon one of the most proper subjects of taxation, will ever be given up as long as it is possible to pay it. The impossibility of paying it, however, may in time make it necessary to diminish it, in the same manner as it made it necessary to diminish the tax upon gold. Right arrow curving left. This paragraph appears first in addition to Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads from the beginning of the paragraph, that the first of these 3 events has already begun to take place, or that silver has, during the course of the present century, begun to rise somewhat in its value in the European market. The facts and arguments which have been alleged above dispose me to believe. The rise, indeed, has hitherto. Right arrow curving left. The last two paragraphs appear first in Additions and Corrections and Edition 3. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, may besides, right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, perhaps, here. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, that the increase of right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 places the which arises here. Right arrow curving left. Above, here ff right arrow curving left. Above, here. Right arrow curving left. As mentioned above, here. Cicero, Indiana Ver, Act. 2, Lib 3, c. 70, is the authority. Right arrow curving left. Lib X c. 29. Smith. Scio sestertius sex candidam aelioquin, quat est propin usitatum, Venice, quae Agrippini Claudiae principis conjugit dano deritor. Seus seems to be the result of misreading scio. Canon right arrow curving left. Lib 9 c. 17. Smith. This and the previous note appear first in Edition 2. Canon right arrow curving left. Above, here and here. Right arrow curving left. Above, here, and CP below, here. Right arrow curving left. eds. 1, 3 read, of all commercial. Right arrow curving left. Calm's Travels, Volume 1, page 343, 344. Smith. Travels into North America, containing its natural history and a circumstantial account of its plantations and agriculture in general, with the civil, ecclesiastical and commercial state of the country, the manners of the inhabitants and several curious and important remarks on various subjects, by Peter Kalm. Professor of Economy in the University of Aalborg, in Swedish Finland, and member of the S. Royal Academy of Sciences. Translated by John Reinhold Forster, FAS, 3 volumes, 1770. The note appears first in Edition 2. Canon right arrow curving left. Varro, de re rustica, 3, 2, and Columella, de re rustica, 8, 10, ad fin, where Varro is quoted. Right arrow curving left. Histoire naturelle, Volume 5, 1755, page 122. Right arrow curving left. History, ed. Of 1773, Volume 1, page 226. Right arrow curving left. Juan and Aloa, Voyage Historique, 2 NDE Thai, Liv. I, Chapter 5, Volume 1, page 552. Right arrow curving left. C. Smith's Memoirs of Wool, Volume 1 c. 5, 6, and 7, also, Volume 2 c. 176. Smith. Ed. 1 does not give the volumes and chapters. The work was Chronicon Rusticum Commerciale, or Memoirs of Wool, etc., by John Smith, and published 1747, see below, here. Canon right arrow curving left. See below, here, and Smith's Memoirs of Wool, Volume 1, pages 159, 170, 182. Right arrow curving left. eds. 1 and 2 read, importing it from all other countries. Right arrow curving left. eds. 1 and 2 read, wool of all other countries. Right arrow curving left. Chronicon Preciosum, edition of 1707, page 100, quoting from Kennet's Par. Ant Burcester is the modern Bister. Right arrow curving left. 9go3, c. 39, for 5 years, continued by 14go3, c. 86, and 21go3, c. 29. Right arrow curving left. By 5 Elise, c. 22, 8 Elise, c. 14, 18 Elise, c. 9, 13 and 14 Car. 2, c. 7. Which last uses the words, common and public nuisance. See Blackstone, Commentaries, Volume 4, pages 167, 169. Right arrow curving left. 9n, c. 11. Right arrow curving left. This passage, from the beginning of the paragraph, is quoted at length below, here. Right arrow curving left. John Smith, Memoirs of Wool, Volume 1, p. 25, explains that the words, "It shall be felony to carry away any wool out of the realm until it be otherwise ordained," do not imply a perpetual prohibition. Right arrow curving left. The same words occur above, here. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 does not contain, etc. Right arrow curving left. The arithmetic is slightly at fault. It should be, happen to lose a fourth, a fifth, or a sixth part of its former value. Right arrow curving left. Below, here. Right arrow curving left. Above, here. Right arrow curving left. Recherches sur la population, pages 293, 304. Right arrow curving left. Essai sur les monoies ou Reflections sur le rapport entre l'argent et les denrées, 1746, ESPP. 181 of the Variations dans l'Esprit. Right arrow curving left. Above, here. Right arrow curving left. Lectures, pages 159, 164. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 does not contain, but right arrow curving left. C. 8. Right arrow curving left. C. 5. The quotations from this act and from 4 Hen. 7, c. 8, are not quite verbatim. Right arrow curving left. Dr. Howell in his History of the World, Volume 2, p. 222, relates that Queen Elizabeth, in this third year of her reign, was presented with a pair of black knit silk stockings by her silk woman, Mrs. Mountague, and thenceforth she never wore cloth ones any more. This eminent author adds that King Henry VIII, that magnificent and expensive prince, wore ordinarily cloth hose, except there came from Spain, by great chance, a pair of silk stockings. For Spain very early abounded in silk. His son, King Edward VI, was presented with a pair of long Spanish silk stockings by his merchant, Sir Thomas Gresham, and the present was then much taken notice of. Thus it is plain that the invention of knit silk stockings originally came from Spain. Others relate that one William Ryder, an apprentice on London Bridge, seeing at the house of an Italian merchant a pair of knit worsted stockings from Mantua, made with great skill a pair exactly like them, which he presented in the year 1564 to William Earl of Pembroke, and were the first of that kind worn in England. Adam Anderson, Historical and Chronological Deduction of the Origin of Commerce, 1764, AD 1561. Right arrow curving left. Above, here through here. Right arrow curving left. Towards the end of chapter 10 the same words occur, omitting very. Right arrow curving left. Above, here. Right arrow curving left. Above, here through here. Right arrow curving left. As is explained above, here, the prices from 1202 to 1597 are collected from Fleetwood, Chronicon Preciosum, 1707, pp. 77, 124, and from 1598 to 1601 they are from the Eton College account without any reduction for the size of the Windsor quarter or the quality of the wheat. And consequently identical with those given in this table, as to which see this note. Right arrow curving left. In the reduction of the ancient money to the 18th century standard the table in Martin Folk's, Table of English Sliver Coins, 1745, page 142, appears to have been forward. Approximate figures are aimed at, e.g., the factor 3 does duty both for 2906 and 2871, and the error is not always uniform e.g. Between 1464 and 1497 some of the sums appear to have been multiplied by the approximate 1.5 and others by the exact 155. Right arrow curving left. This should be 2s. 7 1/4 D, the mistake is evidently due to the threes. 4 D. Belonging to the year 1287 having been erroneously added in. Right arrow curving left. Sick in all editions. More convenient to the unpracticed eye in adding up than 1/2. Right arrow curving left. And sometime XXS. As H. Knighton. Fleetwood, Chronicon Preciosum, page 82 right arrow curving left. Miscopied, it is £2.13. 4 D in Fleetwood, Chronicon Preciosum, page 92. Right arrow curving left. Obviously a mistake for £2.11. 4 D right arrow curving left. This should be 17ths. 7 D. Here and in the next column. EDS 1 and 2 red 12s. 7 D, a mistake of £1 having been made in the addition. Right arrow curving left. This should obviously be 10s. /24 D, EDS 1 and 2 read £6.5. 1 D. For the total and 10s. 5 D for the average, in consequence of the mistake mentioned in the preceding note. Right arrow curving left. Miscopied, it is £2.13. 4 D in Fleetwood, Chronicon Preciosum, page 123. Right arrow curving left. See this note. Right arrow curving left. EDS 1 and 2 read £2.4. 9 1/3 D, the 89s. Left over after dividing the pounds having been inadvertently divided by 20 instead of by 12. Right arrow curving left. The list of prices, but not the division into periods, is apparently copied from Charles Smith, Tracts on the Corn Trade, 1766, pages 97, 102 cpp. 43, 104, who, however, states that it had been previously published, page 96. Right arrow curving left. Wanting in the account for the years 1642, 1645. The year 1646 supplied by Bishop Fleetwood. Smith right arrow curving left. This should be /32. Right arrow curving left. Lectures, page 181. Right arrow curving left. EDS 1 and 2 place the only here. Right arrow curving left. Ce n'est pas cette maison que produit elle-même ces 1000 francs. Le lawyer d'une maison n'est point pour la société en augmentation de revenu, en création de richesses nouvelles. Illinois n'est au contraire qu'un mouvement, qu'un changement de main. Mercier de la Rivière, L'ordre naturel et essentiel de sociétés politiques, 12mo edition, 1767, volume 2, page 123, or in Dares Physiocrates, page 487 right arrow curving left. But in BKICH. X, the remuneration of improved dexterity is treated as wages. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads users and consumers here and 11 lines lower. Right arrow curving left. There seems no reason whatever for supposing that this is necessarily the natural action. Right arrow curving left. In this paragraph the capital or stock of goods is confused with the goods themselves. The goods of which the stock consists may become revenue, but the stock itself cannot. The maintenance of a stock, even of perishable and consumable goods, does form a charge on the labor of the society. Right arrow curving left. If it were not for the use of the old-fashioned term, circulation, instead of the newer, produce, the explanation which follows would be unnecessary. No one could be suspected of a desire to add all the money to the annual produce. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 does not contain, or right arrow curving left. Above, here through here. Right arrow curving left. Petty's estimate in Verbum Sapienti is £40 million for the income and £6 million for the coin. Gregory King's estimate is £43,500,000 for the income and no less than £11,500,000 for the coin, in Geo Chalmers' estimate, 1802, pages 423, 427. Right arrow curving left. Below, here. Right arrow curving left. Misprinted, contrary, in edition 5. Right arrow curving left. Adam Anderson, Commerce, AD 1695. Right arrow curving left. See Ruddiman's preface to Anderson's Diplomata, etc. Scotia. Smith. pp. 84, 85. See this note. Canon right arrow curving left. The folly of a few misers, or the fear that people might have of losing their money, or various other dangers and accidents, prevented very many of the old Scots coins from being brought in. Ruddiman's preface to Anderson's Diplomata, p. 175, Ruddiman in a note, op. cit., page 231, says, the English coin was also ordained to be called in, but does not include it in his estimate of not less than £900,000, page 176. Right arrow curving left. From 1766 to 1772 inclusive the coinage averaged about £810,000 per annum. The amount for 10 years together is stated below, Volume 2, pp. 51, 56, to have been upwards of £800,000 a year, though the average for the 10 years 1763, 1772 was only £760,000. But the inclusion of the large coinage of 1773, viz. £1,317,645, would raise these averages considerably. See the figures at the end of each year in Macpherson, Annals of Commerce. Right arrow curving left. Misprinted, remain, in edition 5. Right arrow curving left. But as Playfair, ed. Of Wealth of Nations, Volume 1, page 472, points out, the more customers a bank has the more it is likely to know the transactions of each of them. Right arrow curving left. Above, here. Right arrow curving left. The method described in the text was by no means either the most common or the most expensive one in which those adventurers sometimes raised money by circulation. It frequently happened that A in Edinburgh would enable B in London to pay the first bill of exchange by drawing, a few days before it became due. A second bill at 3 months' date upon the same B in London. This bill, being payable to his own order, A sold in Edinburgh at par, and with its contents purchased bills upon London payable at sight to the order of B, to whom he sent them by the post. Towards the end of the late war, the exchange between Edinburgh and London was frequently 3% against Edinburgh, and those bills at sight must frequently have cost A that premium. This transaction therefore being repeated at least 4 times in the year, and being loaded with a commission of at least 0.5% upon each repetition, must at that period have cost A at least 14% in the year. At other times A would enable B to discharge the first bill of exchange by drawing, a few days before it became due, a second bill at 2 months' date. Not upon B, but upon some third person, C, for example, in London. This other bill was made payable to the order of B, who, upon its being accepted by C, discounted it with some banker in London. And A enabled C to discharge it by drawing, a few days before it became due, a third bill, likewise at 2 months' date, sometimes upon his first correspondent B. And sometimes upon some fourth or fifth person, D or E, for example. This third bill was made payable to the order of C, who, as soon as it was accepted, discounted it in the same manner with some banker in London. Such operations being repeated at least 6 times in the year, and being loaded with a commission of at least 0.5% upon each repetition, together with the legal interest of 5%. This method of raising money, in the same manner as that described in the text, must have cost A something more than 8%. By saving, however, the exchange between Edinburgh and London it was less expensive than that mentioned in the foregoing part of this note. But then it required an established credit with more houses than one in London, an advantage which many of these adventurers could not always find it easy to procure. Smith. This note appears first in edition 2. Playfair observes that the calculation of the loss of 14% by the first method is wrong, since, if A at Edinburgh negotiated his bills on London at 3% loss, He would gain as much in purchasing bills on London with the money. Ed. of Wealth of Nations, Volume 1, page 483, note. Canon right arrow curving left. The index SV Bank gives the name, the Ayr Bank. Its head office was at Ayr, but it had branches at Edinburgh and Dumfries. A detailed history of it is to be found in the Precipitation and Fall of Messrs. Douglas, Heron and Company, late bankers in Ayr, with the causes of their distress and ruin investigated and considered by a committee of inquiry appointed by the proprietors, Edinburgh, 1778. From this it appears that Smith's account of the proceedings of the bank is extremely accurate, a fact which is doubtless due to his old pupil, the Duke of Buccleuch, having been one of the principal shareholders. Writing to Pulteney on September 5, 1772, Smith says, "Though I have had no concern myself in the public calamities, some of the friends in whom I interest myself the most have been deeply concerned in them. And my attention has been a good deal occupied about the most proper method of extricating them." The extrication was effected chiefly by the sale of redeemable annuities. C. Ray, Life of Adam Smith, 1895, pages 253, 255, David Macpherson, Annals of Commerce, Volume 3, pages 525, 553, House of Commons Journals, Volume 34, pp. 493, 495, and the Act of Parliament, 14 Go3, c. 21. The East India Company opposed the bill on the ground that the bonds to be issued would compete with theirs, but their opposition was defeated by a vote of 176 to 36 in the House of Commons. Journals, Volume 34, page 601. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 does not contain those right arrow curving left. Macpherson, Annals of Commerce, Volume 3, p. 525, says the partners were the Dukes of Buccleuch and Queensberry, the Earl of Dumfries, Mr. Douglas and many other gentlemen. Right arrow curving left. Lectures, page 211. The Bookseller's Preface to the Second ed. Of Money and Trade, see this note, says the work consists of some heads of a scheme which Mr. Law proposed to the Parliament of Scotland in the year 1705. Right arrow curving left. These two books are in Bonner, Catalogue of Adam Smith's Library, pages 35, 36. Dutots is Reflections politiques sur les finances et le commerce, ou on examine quelles ont été sur les revenus, les denrées, le change étranger et conséquemment sur notre commerce. Les influences de augmentations et de diminutions de valeurs numéraires de mon noise, La Haye, 1754. Du Vernis is Examen du livre intitulé Reflections politiques sur les finances et le commerce, La Haye, 1740. Right arrow curving left. In Lectures there is an account, apparently derived from Du Vernis, which extends over 8 pages, 211, 218. Right arrow curving left. Money and Trade Considered, with a Proposal for Supplying the Nation with Money, 1705. Right arrow curving left. James Postlethwaite's History of the Public Revenue, page 301. Smith. History of the Public Revenue from 1688 to 1753, with an appendix to 1758, by James Postlethwaite, FRS, 1759. Canon right arrow curving left. These 3 lines are not in edition 1. Right arrow curving left. From, It was incorporated, here, to this point is an abstract of the historical state of the Bank of England, in Postlethwaite's History of the Public Revenue, pages 301, 310. The totals are taken from the bottom of Postlethwaite's pages. Right arrow curving left. In 1745, Megan's Universal Merchant, p. 31, suggests that there may have been suspicions that the money was being drawn out for the support of the rebellion. Right arrow curving left. eds. 1 and 2 read him. Right arrow curving left. The Bank of England issued none under £20 till 1759, when £15 and £10 notes were introduced. Anderson, Commerce, AD 1759. Right arrow curving left. 5Go3, c. 49. Right arrow curving left. The reference is probably to the passages in the Discourse of Money, and the Discourse of the Balance of Trade, where Hume censures paper money as the cause of a rise of prices. Political Discourses, 1752, pages 43, 45, 89, 91, CP Lectures, page 197. Right arrow curving left. 5Go3, c. 49, referred to above, here. Right arrow curving left. 15Go3, c. 51. Right arrow curving left. A knavish device of fraudulent debtors of the loan money to pay off their loans at a very depreciated value. William Douglas, M.D. Summary, Historical and Political, of the First Planting, Progressive Improvements, and Present State of the British Settlements in North America, 1760, Volume 2, page 107. The author uses strong language in many places about what he calls, this accursed affair of plantation paper currencies, Volume 2, page 13, Note, S, CP Volume 1, pages 310, 359, Volume 2, pp. 254, 255, 334, 335. Right arrow curving left. 4Go3, c. 34. Right arrow curving left. Below, this section. See also the advertisement or preface to the 4th edition, above. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, this account of the Bank of Amsterdam, however, I have reason to believe, is altogether chimerical. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, sink the value of gold and silver, or occasion equal quantities of those metals. Right arrow curving left. Some French authors of great learning and ingenuity have used those words in a different sense. In the last chapter of the 4th book I shall endeavor to show that their sense is an improper one. Right arrow curving left. In the argument which follows in the text the fact is overlooked that this is only true when the manufacturers are employed to produce commodities for sale and when the menial servants are employed merely for the comfort of the employer. A man may and often does grow poor by employing people to make particular subjects or vendible commodities, for his own consumption. And an innkeeper may and often does grow rich by employing menial servants. Right arrow curving left. But in the introduction and plan of the work, useful is coupled with productive, and used as equivalent to it. Right arrow curving left. It must be observed that in this paragraph produce is not used in the ordinary economic sense of income or net produce, but as including all products, e.g. the oil used in weaving machinery as well as the cloth. Right arrow curving left. The question first propounded, whether profits form a larger proportion of the produce, is wholly lost sight of. With a stock larger in proportion to the produce, a lower rate of profit may give a larger proportion of the produce. Right arrow curving left. Viz. Paris, Toulouse, Grenoble, Bordeaux, Dijon, Rouen, Aix, Rennes, Pau, Metz, Besançon and Douai. Encyclopédie, tom. 12, 1765, SV Parliament. Right arrow curving left. In Lectures, pp. 154, 156, the idleness of Edinburgh and such like places compared with Glasgow is attributed simply to the want of independence in the inhabitants. The introduction of revenue and capital is the fruit of study of the physiocratic doctrines. Right arrow curving left. This paradox is arrived at through a confusion between the remuneration of the laborers who produce the additions to the capital and the additions themselves. What is really saved is the additions to the capital, and these are not consumed. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 does not contain it. Right arrow curving left. Misprinted instance in ed. 5, and consequently in some modern editions. Right arrow curving left. Impoverished is here equivalent to made poor, i.e., ruined, not merely to made poorer. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, is right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, 1701. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, the next year right arrow curving left. As suggested by Germain Garnier's note on this passage, Recherches sur la nature et les causes de la richesse des nations, 1802, tom. 2, p. 346, this was doubtless the Count of Bruhl, minister and great chamberlain to the King of Poland, who left at his death 365 suits of clothes, all very rich. Jonas Hanway, Historical Account of the British Trade over the Caspian Sea, with a Journal of Travels from London through Russia into Persia, and back through Russia, Germany and Holland, 1753, Vol. 2, p. 230, says this count had 300 or 400 suits of rich clothes, and had collected all the finest colors of all the finest cloths, velvets, and silks of all the manufactures. Not to mention the different kinds of lace and embroideries of Europe, and also pictures and books, at Dresden. He died in 1764. Right arrow curving left. This was the Castle Inn at Marlborough, which ceased to be an inn and became Marlborough College in 1843, thus undergoing another vicissitude. Right arrow curving left. The innkeeper, Mrs. Walker, a zealous Jacobite, refused an offer of 50 guineas for the bed, but presented it about 1764 to the Earl of Elgin, John Ferny, History of the Town and Parish of Dunfermline, 1815, p. 71, and its remains now form a mantelpiece in the dining room at Broomhall, near Dunfermline. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 does not contain, though, right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 does not contain, etc., right arrow curving left. Lectures, page 220. Right arrow curving left. Locke, Some Considerations, edition of 1696, pages 6, 10, 11, 81, Law, Money and Trade, 2nd edition, 1720, page 17, Montesquieu, Esprit de Lois, Liv. 22, ch. 6. Locke and Law suppose that the rate rises and falls with the quantity of money, and Montesquieu specifically attributes the historical fall to the discovery of the American mines. Cantillon disapproves of the common and received idea that an increase of effective money diminishes the rate of interest. Essay, pages 282, 285, see Lectures, pp. 219, 220 right arrow curving left. In his essay, Of Interest, in Political Discourses, 1752. Right arrow curving left. Above, here. Right arrow curving left. This seems obvious, but it was distinctly denied by Locke, Some Considerations, pages 83, 84. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 does not contain, its, right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 does not contain, immediately, here or 7 lines lower down. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 does not contain, immediately, right arrow curving left. Below, here. Right arrow curving left. Possibly the supposed authority for this statement is Montesquieu, Esprit de Lois, Liv. 21, ch. 6. L'Égypte éloignée par la religion et par les moeurs de toute communication avec les étrangers, any faisait guerre de commerce au dehors. Les Egyptians ferent si peu jaloux du commerce du dehors ils laissèrent celui de la mer Rouge à toutes les petites nations que voyurent quelque port. Right arrow curving left. If this doctrine as to the advantage of quick returns had been applied earlier in the chapter, it would have made havoc of the argument as to the superiority of agriculture. Right arrow curving left. The second part of this sentence is not in ed. 1. Right arrow curving left. Book 4. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, belong. Right arrow curving left. But why may not the labor be diverted to the production of something for which there is a demand at home? The corn. Woolens and hardware, immediately below perhaps suggest that it is supposed the country has certain physical characteristics which compel its inhabitants to produce particular commodities. Right arrow curving left. Below, here. The figures 96,000 13,500 are given in the continuation of Anderson's Commerce, AD 1775, edition of 1801, volume 4, page 187. Right arrow curving left. The error that agriculture produces substances and manufacture only alters them is doubtless at the bottom of much of the support gained by the theory of productive and unproductive labor. Right arrow curving left. This passage, from the beginning of the paragraph, may well have been suggested by Cantillon, S.A., pages 11, 22. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, there, right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, considerable advantage that it should. Right arrow curving left. Primogeniture and entails are censured as inimical to agriculture in lectures, pages 120, 124, 228. Right arrow curving left. Lectures, pages 117, 118. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, form. Right arrow curving left. In lectures, page 123, the Roman origin of entails appears to be accepted. Right arrow curving left. This passage follows lectures, p. 124, rather closely, reproducing even the repetition of absurd. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 does not contain, supposed to be right arrow curving left. This remark follows lectures, page 228. Cp. Below, here through here, and here. Right arrow curving left. A small part of the west of Europe is the only portion of the globe that is free from slavery, and is nothing in comparison with the vast continents where it still prevails. Lectures, page 96 right arrow curving left. Pliny, Historia Naturalis, lib 18, cap. 4, Columella, de re rustica, lib I, prefatio. Right arrow curving left. Politics, 1265a. Right arrow curving left. Reynal, Histoire philosophique, Amsterdam edition. Tom. 6, pages 368, 388. Right arrow curving left. Above, here, lectures, page 225. Right arrow curving left. Lectures, pages 100, 101. Right arrow curving left. Reynal, Histoire philosophique, Amsterdam edition, Tom. I, page 12. In lectures, pp. 101, 102, Innocent III appears in error for Alexander III. Right arrow curving left. Probably Quenet's estimate, cp his article on fermiers, in the Encyclopédie, reprinted in his Oeuvre, edition Oncken, 1888, pp. 160, 171. Right arrow curving left. Garnier is certainly wrong in suggesting in his note, ce nom vint probablement de la manière dont ils étaient autrefois armes en guerre. Recherches, etc., Tom. 2, page 428. Bough is the farming stock. Steel is said to indicate the nature of the contract, and Eisernvier and Bestia Ferry are quoted as parallels by Cosmo Innes, Lectures on Scotch Legal Antiquities, 1872, pages 245, 266. Right arrow curving left. Gilbert, Treatise of Tenures, 3rd edition, 1757, pages 34 and 54, Blackstone, Commentaries, volume 2, pages 141, 142. The whole paragraph follows lectures, page 226, rather closely. Right arrow curving left. M. Bacon, New Abridgment of the Law, 3rd edition, 1768, volume 2, page 160, SV ejectment, cp lectures, page 227. Right arrow curving left. Blackstone, Commentaries, 3, 197. Right arrow curving left. Lectures, pages 227, 228. Right arrow curving left. Acts of 1449, c. 6, ordain for the safety and favor of the poor people that labors the ground. Right arrow curving left. 10 Go 3, c. 51. Right arrow curving left. Below, here. Right arrow curving left. Lectures, pages 226, 227. Right arrow curving left. 20 GO2, C, 50, section 21. Right arrow curving left. Lectures, page 227. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, that, right arrow curving left. Originally tenths and fifteenths of movable goods. Subsequently fixed sums levied from the parishes, and raised by them like other local rates, see Canon, History of Local Rates, 1896, pages 13, 14, 18, 20, 22 note, 23 note. Right arrow curving left. Lectures, p. 226, right arrow curving left. Essays on Husbandry, by Walter Hart, 1764, pages 69, 80. Right arrow curving left. Below, here through here. Right arrow curving left. Above, here, lectures, page 229. Right arrow curving left. Lectures, page 233. Right arrow curving left. See Brady's Historical Treatise of Cities and Boroughs, page 3, etc., Smith. Robert Brady, Historical Treatise of Cities and Burghs or Boroughs, 2nd edition, 1711. C. For the statements as to the position of townsmen and traders contained in these two paragraphs, ESP pages 16, 18, and Appendix, page 8. C. P. Hume, History, edition of 1773, volume 1, p. 205, where Doomsday and Brady are both mentioned. The note appears first in addition to Canon right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 does not contain the right arrow curving left. See Madoc's Firma Burgi, 1726, page 18. Also Madoc's History and Antiquities of the Exchequer, chapter 10 sect. V. page 223, first edition 1711. But the statement in the text above that the farm was in place of poll taxes is not supported by Firma Burgi, p. 251, where Madoc says the yearly firm of towns arose out of certain locata or demised things that yielded issues or profit, e.g. assessed rents, pleas, perquisites, custom of goods, fairs, markets, stallage, aldermanries, tolls and wharfage. It was only if these fell short of the farm, that a direct contribution from the townsman would be levied. The note appears first in addition to right arrow curving left. An instance is given in Firma Burgi, page 21. Right arrow curving left. See Madoc's Firma Burgi, see also Pfeffel in the remarkable events under Frederick II and his successors of the House of Swabia. Smith. This note appears first in addition to in Pfeffel's Nouvel Abrège chronologique de l'histoire et du droit public d'Allemagne, 1776, Événements remarquables sous Frederick II, is a chapter heading. And subsequent chapters are headed in the same way. For the references to the power of the towns, see the index, S.V. Vills at the end of Tom. I. Canon right arrow curving left. Lectures, page 40. Right arrow curving left. See Madoc's, Smith. Firma Burgi, pages 35, 150. The note is not in edition 1, Canon right arrow curving left. L'excommunication de Philippe I.E. son in application aux affaires avant presque ruin tout son autorite en France. Les plus puissants vassaux de France étaient divinus plus que jamais indociles à l'égard du souverain. Louis le Gros, à que Philippe son père avait abandonné la conduite de l'État sur les dernières années de sa vie, délibéra avec les évêques du domaine royal, de moyens de remédier à ces maux. Et imagina avec eux une nouvelle police pour la levée de troupes, et une nouvelle forme de justice dans les villes pour empêcher l'impunité de crimes. G. Daniel, Histoire de France, 1755, Volume 3, pages 512, 513. A description of the new institutions follows, pages 513, 514. Right arrow curving left. Possibly Du Cange, who is referred to in the margin of Daniel, p. 514, and by Hume, History, edition 1773, volume 2, page 118, Glossarium, SV Commune, Communia, etc., Primus vero aegis modi communias in Francia Ludov. 7. 6. Rex multiplicavit et oxit. Smith right arrow curving left. Seep Pfeffel. Smith. Reference in this note. The note is not in edition 1. Canon right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 places, in those assemblies, here instead of in the line above, see Lectures, page 41. Right arrow curving left. Lectures, page 40. Right arrow curving left. The most signal and most durable monument of human folly that has yet appeared in any age or nation, Hume, History, edition of 1773, volume 1, page 292. This universal frenzy, Ibid, page 298, of edition 1770, volume 1, page 327, but in his first edition Hume wrote, Universal Madness, right arrow curving left. Misprinted, in edition 5. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, that were introduced into Venice in the beginning of. Right arrow curving left. See Sandy Historia Civil Divine Zia, Part 2. Volume 1 page 247, and 256. Smith. Vetter Sandy, Principes di Storia Civil della Repubblica di Venezia, Venice, 1755. The pages should be 257, 258. This note and the 3 sentences in the text which the reference covers, from, they were banished, to, 300 workmen, appear first in edition 2. Canon right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, being in. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, seems, right arrow curving left. Ed. 1, beginning 6 lines higher up, when the Venetian manufacture flourished, there was not a mulberry tree, nor consequently a silkworm, in all Lombardy. They brought the materials from Sicily and from the Levant, the manufacture itself being an imitation of those carried on in the Greek Empire. Mulberry trees were first planted in Lombardy in the beginning of the 16th century, by the encouragement of Ludovico Sforza, Duke of Milan. Right arrow curving left. Above, here. Right arrow curving left. Of Commerce, and, of Luxury, in Political Discourses, 1752, and History, edition of 1773, volume 3, page 400. Right arrow curving left. Evidently from Hume, History, edition of 1773, volume 1, page 384. Right arrow curving left. No less than 30,000 persons are said to have daily lived at his board in the different manors and castles which he possessed in England. Hume, History, edition of 1773, volume 3, page 182. In Lectures, page 42, it had been 40,000 people, besides tenants. Right arrow curving left. An Arab prince will often dine in the street, before his door, and call to all that pass, even beggars, in the usual expression, Bismillah, that is, in the name of God. Who come and sit down, and when they have done, give their hamdalillah, that is, God be praised. For the Arabs are great levellers, put everybody on a footing with them. And it is by such generosity and hospitality that they maintain their interest. Richard Pocock, Description of the East, 1743, volume 1, page 183 right arrow curving left. Eds. 1 and 2 read, appears. Right arrow curving left. Hume, History, edition of 1773, I, 224. Right arrow curving left. The Highlands of Scotland have long been entitled by law to every privilege of British subjects. But it was not till very lately that the common people could in fact enjoy those privileges. Hume, History, Volume 1, page 214, edition of 1773. CP Lectures, page 116 right arrow curving left. Lectures, pages 38, 39. Right arrow curving left. Hume, History, edition of 1773, volume 3, page 400, volume 5, page 488. Right arrow curving left. Histoire généalogique de Tautars traduit du manuscrit tartare de Bulgasibiater et enrichi d'un grand nombre de remarques authentiques et très curieuses sur le véritable état présent de l'Asie septentrionale avec les cartes géographiques nécessaires. Par D. Leiden, 1726. The preface says some Swedish officers imprisoned in Siberia had it translated into Russian and then retranslated it themselves into various other languages. Right arrow curving left. Above, this note. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 5 omits, who, by a misprint. Right arrow curving left. Eds. 2, 5 read, with all, doubtless a corruption. Right arrow curving left. CP above, here. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 does not contain, thither, right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 does not contain, the. Right arrow curving left. 18 car. 2, C, 2. Right arrow curving left. 32 GO2, C, 11, section 1, 5 GO3, C, 10, 12 GO3, C, 2. Right arrow curving left. Below, here through here, and this section. Right arrow curving left. It seems likely that Charles VIII is here, though not on the next page, confused with Charles of Anjou, brother of St. Louis. At any rate Henault, who is quoted below, here, says, Notre marine aucitat Detroit que crie sous Philippe Auguste, esitate bien readably sous s. Louis si, comme le dit un historien, ce prince embarqua 60,000 hommes à aigues morts, quant à la première expédition, Joinville dit tuo depart de Chypre pour la conquête de Damiette. Il y avait dixuit sens visos tant grands que petits. S. Louis avait aussi mis en mer un flotte considerable pour défendre les côtes de Poitou contre la flotte de Henri III, et son frère Charles d'Anjou en avait un de 80 voiles. Composé de galères et de vaisseaux, lors de son expédition de Naples. Nouvel abrège chronologique de l'Histoire de France, 1768, tom. I, page 201, AD 1299. This puts the French marine 200 years earlier. Right arrow curving left. Perci redata tuta in sama pace e tranquillita, cultivata non meno in luoghi più montuosi, e più sterili, che nelli pianure, e regioni su più fertili, nasata posta ad altro imperio. Che de suoi medesimi, non solo era abbondantissima di abitatori, e di riches. Guicciardini, della Storia di Italia, Venice, 1738, Volume 1, page 2 right arrow curving left. For other definitions of the purpose or nature of political economy see the index, SV. Right arrow curving left. There seems to be a confusion between Plano Carpini, a Franciscan sent as legate by Pope Innocent IV in 1246, and Guillaume de Roubrookies. Another Franciscan sent as ambassador by Louis IX in 1253. As is pointed out by Rogers in a note on this passage, the reference appears to be to Roubrookies' Voyage en Tartarie et à la Chine, chapter 33. The Great Khan's secretaries, Roubrookies states, on one occasion displayed curiosity about France, Cinquante Ciel y avait force buffs, moutons, et chevaux. Comme celles usant déjà été tout prêts dy venir et eminer tout. Plano Carpini and Roubrookies are both in Bergeron's Voyages Fate Principalement en AC dans les 12, 13, 14 et 15 siècles, La Haye, 1735. Right arrow curving left. There is very little foundation for any part of this paragraph. It perhaps originated in an inaccurate recollection of pages 17, 18 and 77, 79 of Some Considerations, 1696 edition. And sections 46, 50 of Civil Government. It was probably transferred bodily from the lectures without verification. See Lectures, page 198. Right arrow curving left. See this note. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, expect least of all. Right arrow curving left. The words, fourth of the realm, occur in, January, 1487, c. 11. Other acts are 1436, c. 13, 1451, c. 15, 1482, c. 8. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, increase it. Right arrow curving left. England's treasure by foreign trade, or the balance of our foreign trade is the rule of our treasure, 1664, chapter 4, ad fin, which reads, however, we will rather account him a madman. Right arrow curving left. Mun, England's treasure, chapter 6. Right arrow curving left. Among other things relating to trade there hath been much discourse of the balance of trade. The right understanding whereof may be of singular use. Josiah Child, New Discourse of Trade, 1694, page 152, chapter 9, introducing an explanation. The term was used before Mun's work was written. See Palgrave's Dictionary of Political Economy, SV Balance of Trade, History of the Theory. Right arrow curving left. This sentence appears first in addition to ed. 1 begins the next sentence, the high price of exchange therefore would tend. Right arrow curving left. In, is a mistake for, by. Right arrow curving left. Here and 4 lines higher eds, 1, 3 read, if there was, right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, in. Right arrow curving left. Eds, 1, 3 read, if it was, right arrow curving left. The absence of any reference to the long digression in BKI, chap. 11, suggests that this passage was written before the digression was incorporated in the work. Contrast the reference below, here. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, not only without any inconveniency but with very great advantages. Right arrow curving left. This probably refers to here, though the object there is rather to insist on the largeness of the saving effected by dispensing with money, and here through here. Right arrow curving left. Eds. 1, 3 read, was it not? Right arrow curving left. Present state of the nation, see this note, page 28. Right arrow curving left. Eds. 1, 3 read, was, right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, according to the exaggerated computation of Mr. Horsley. Right arrow curving left. Lectures, page 199. Right arrow curving left. The present state of the nation, particularly with respect to its trade, finances, etc., etc. Addressed to the King in both Houses of Parliament, 1768, written under the direction of George Grenville by William Knox, pages 7, 8. Right arrow curving left. Above, here through here. Right arrow curving left. In place of these 2 sentences edition 1 reads, a considerable part of the annual surplus of its manufactures must indeed in this case be exported without bringing back any returns. Some part of it, however, may still continue to bring back a return. Right arrow curving left. History, chaps. 19 and XX, Volume 3, pages 103, 104, 165 in edition of 1773. Right arrow curving left. Below, here. Right arrow curving left. This sentence and the 9 words before it are repeated below, here. Right arrow curving left. Dercyllidas appears to be a mistake for Antiochus. See Xenophon, Hellenica, 7, section 38. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, thereby increase. Right arrow curving left. See above, here. Right arrow curving left. See below, here through here. Right arrow curving left. 11 and 12 ed. 3, c. 3, 4 ed. 4, c. 7. Right arrow curving left. 6 go 3, c. 28. Right arrow curving left. By the additional duties, 7Go3, C. 28. Right arrow curving left. Misprinted, manufactures, in edition 5. Right arrow curving left. This sentence appears first in additions and corrections and edition 3. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, certain. Right arrow curving left. Above, here through here. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, the, here. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, augmenting, which seems more correct. Right arrow curving left. Above, here, and below, here through here. Right arrow curving left. Eds. 1, 3 read, was, here and 6 lines lower down. Right arrow curving left. Charles Smith, 3 tracts on the corn trade and corn laws, pages 144, 145. The same figure is quoted below, here. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 does not contain the words, in the actual state of tillage. Right arrow curving left. Eds. 1, 3 read, was, right arrow curving left. Joseph Van Robes in 1669. John Smith, Memoirs of Wool, Volume 2, pp. 426, 427, but neither John Smith nor Charles King, British merchant, 1721, Volume 2, pages 93, 94, gives the particular stipulation mentioned. Right arrow curving left. Cato, De Re Rustica, ad in it. But questus should of course be questus. Right arrow curving left. 12 Car. 2, c. 18, an act for the encouraging and increasing of shipping and navigation. Right arrow curving left. Sections 1 and 6. Right arrow curving left. Sections 8 and 9. Eds. 1 and 2 read, ship and cargo. The alteration was probably made in order to avoid wearisome repetition of the same phrase in the 3 paragraphs. Right arrow curving left. Section 4, which, however, applies to all such goods of foreign growth and manufacture as were forbidden to be imported except in English ships, not only to bulky goods. The words, great variety of the most bulky articles of importation, occur at the beginning of the previous paragraph, and are perhaps copied here by mistake. Right arrow curving left. Section 5. Right arrow curving left. In 1651, by an Act for the Increase of Shipping and Encouragement of the Navigation of this Nation, p. 1449 in the Collection of Commonwealth Acts. Right arrow curving left. By 25 Car. 2, c. 6, Section 1, except on coal. The plural, acts, may refer to renewing acts. Anderson, Commerce, AD 1672. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 contains the words, malt, beer, here. Right arrow curving left. Below, here through here. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, it is. Right arrow curving left. The importation of bone lace was prohibited by 13-14 Car. 2, c. 13, and 9, and 10 W, 3, c. 9, was passed to make the prohibition more effectual. By 11 and 12 W. 3, c. 11, it was provided that the prohibition should cease 3 months after English woolen manufactures were readmitted to Flanders. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, injury ourselves, both to those classes and to. Right arrow curving left. Above, here through here. Right arrow curving left. 12 Car. 2, c. 16, 12 and st1, section 13, 3Go3, c. 8, gave this liberty after particular wars. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, Utopia, right arrow curving left. Below, here through here. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 contains no part headings and does not divide the chapter into parts. Right arrow curving left. 18Go2, C, 36, 7Go3, C, 43. Right arrow curving left. 4W and M, C, 5, Section 2. Right arrow curving left. 7 and 8W, 3, C, 20. But wine and vinegar were excepted from the general increase of 25% as well as brandy, upon which the additional duty was £30 per ton of single proof and £60 per ton of double proof. Right arrow curving left. See below, here through here. Right arrow curving left. Nearly all the matter from the beginning of the chapter to this point appears first in additions and corrections and edition 3. eds. 1 and 2 contain only the first sentence of the chapter and then proceed. Thus in Great Britain higher duties are laid upon the wines of France than upon those of Portugal. German linen may be imported upon paying certain duties, but French linen is altogether prohibited. The principles which I have been examining took their origin from private interest and the spirit of monopoly, those which I am going to examine from national prejudice and animosity. Right arrow curving left. C. Anderson, Commerce, AD 1601, and see above, here through here. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, a great part. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, the course of exchange, at least as it has hitherto been estimated, is, perhaps, almost equally so. Right arrow curving left. Here in 3 lines above eds, 1 and 2 read, it, instead of, that other. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, common, right arrow curving left. This paragraph is absent in edition 1, but the substance of it occurs in a paragraph lower down, omitted in edition 2 and later eds. See below, this note. Right arrow curving left. In place of this paragraph ed. 1 reads, but though this doctrine, of which some part is, perhaps, not a little doubtful, were supposed ever so certain. The manner in which the par of exchange has hitherto been computed renders uncertain every conclusion that has ever yet been drawn from it. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, standards, here and 7 lines lower. Right arrow curving left. See above here. Right arrow curving left. This erroneous statement has already been made, here, see below, here, for details. Right arrow curving left. Already mentioned above, here. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 2 and later eds read erroneously, of the 2, right arrow curving left. See the preface to the 4th edition, above. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, those deposits of coin, or which. Right arrow curving left. Eds. 1, 3 have the more correct but awkward reading, than of those of gold. Right arrow curving left. The following are the prices at which the Bank of Amsterdam at present, September 1775, receives bullion and coin of different kinds. Silver. Mexico dollars. Guilders. B. 22 per mark. French crowns. English silver coin. Mexico dollars new coin. 21. 10. Ducatoons. 3. Rix dollars. 2. 8. Bar silver containing superscript 1 /2 fine silver 21 per mark. And in this proportion down to 1/4 fine, on which 5 guilders are given. Fine bars, 23 per mark. Gold. Portugal coin. B. 310 per mark. Guineas. Louis d'Ors new. Ditto old. 300. New ducats. 4. 19. 8 per ducat. Bar or ingot gold is received in proportion to its fineness compared with the above foreign gold coin. Upon fine bars the bank gives 340 per mark. In general, however, something more is given upon coin of a known fineness, than upon gold and silver bars, of which the fineness cannot be ascertained but by a process of melting and assaying. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, it, here. Right arrow curving left. Lectures, pages 193, 194. The story is doubtless in Voltaire, Siècle de Louis XIV, chapter 10, and is quoted thence by Anderson, Commerce, AD 1672. Right arrow curving left. N. Megan's, Universal Merchant, edition Horsley, pp. 32, 33, who also protests against the common exaggeration, gives 3,000 as a maximum estimate for the number of accounts, and 60 million guilders as the utmost amount of the treasure. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 runs on here as follows, but though the computed exchange must generally be in favor of the former, the real exchange may frequently be in favor of the latter. Right arrow curving left. In place of this part heading, see this note, edition 1 reads, in square bracketed italics, end of the digression concerning banks of deposit right arrow curving left. In place of this first line ed. 1 reads, though the computed exchange between any two places were in every respect the same with the real. It would not always follow that what is called the balance of trade was in favor of that place which had the ordinary course of exchange in its favor. The ordinary course of exchange might, indeed, in this case, be a tolerable indication of the ordinary state of debt and credit between them, and show which of the two countries usually had occasion to send out money to the other. But the ordinary state of debt and credit between any two places is not always entirely regulated by the ordinary course of their dealings with one another, but is influenced by that of the dealings of both with many other countries. If it was usual, for example, for the merchants of England to pay the goods which they buy from Hamburg, Danzig, Riga, etc. by bills upon Holland, the ordinary state of debt and credit between England and Holland would not be entirely regulated by the ordinary course of the dealings of those two countries with one another, but would be influenced by that of England with those other places. England might, in this case, be annually obliged to send out money to Holland, though its annual exports to that country exceeded the annual value of its imports from it, and though what is called the balance of trade was very much in favor of England. Hitherto I have been endeavoring to show. See this note. Right arrow curving left. Below, here through here. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 does not contain and preparing for the market right arrow curving left. Above, here. Right arrow curving left. Eds. 1 and 2 read, make. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, from either, right arrow curving left. Lectures, page 179, right arrow curving left. Above, here. Right arrow curving left. Below, here. Right arrow curving left. See below, here. Right arrow curving left. See below, here. Right arrow curving left. This and the preceding paragraph appear first in Additions and Corrections and edition 3, right arrow curving left. Above, here, Lectures, page 207, right arrow curving left. This paragraph was written in the year 1775. Smith. But not exactly as it stands, since edition 1 reads, the late disturbances, instead of, the present disturbances. We can only conjecture that Smith thought that the disturbances were past either when he was writing or when he returned the proof to the printers, or that they would be past by the time his book was published. The alteration of late to present was made in edition 2, and the footnote added in edition 3. In volume 2 all eds read present disturbances on pages 75, 86 and 115 and late disturbances on page 79. The two expressions could scarcely have been used at the same time, so we must suppose that late was corrected into present on pp. 75, 86 and 115, or that present was corrected into late on page 79, but we cannot tell for certain which of the two things happened. Canon right arrow curving left. Eds 1 and 2 read, go to it. Right arrow curving left. The next 3 pages are not in eds 1 and 2, see this note, right arrow curving left. 12 car. 2, see 4. Right arrow curving left. Henry Saxby, The British Customs, containing an historical and practical account of each branch of that part of the revenue, 1757, pages 10, 308. Right arrow curving left. These figures are also quoted above, here, and below, here. Right arrow curving left. Saxby, British Customs, page 12, right arrow curving left. British Customs, page 11, right arrow curving left. 6G03, C, 28, 11G03, C, 49. Right arrow curving left. Above, here. Right arrow curving left. 7 and 8W, 3, C, 20, 1GO. I, C, 12, Section 3, Saxby, British Customs, page 45, above, here. The first 25% was imposed in 1692, the second in 1696. Right arrow curving left. Saxby, British Customs, pages 13, 22, 39, 46. The additional duty was imposed in 1703. For the impost 1692, and the subsidies see above, here through here, and below, here through here. The coinage on wine was the duty levied under 18 car. 2, c. 5, for defraying the expenses of the mint, right arrow curving left. Saxby, British Customs, pages 13, 38, right arrow curving left. 1 Jack. 2, c. 3, and continuing acts, £8 a ton on French and £12 on other wine. Right arrow curving left. 7 and 8W, 3, C, 20, Section 3, 1GO. I, ST2, C, 12, Section 3, right arrow curving left. 18GO2, C, 9, Saxby, British Customs, p. 64, £8 a ton on French and £4 on other wine. Right arrow curving left. 1762, 3GO3, C, 12, £8 a ton on French and £4 on other wine, right arrow curving left. 18GO3, C, 27, £8 8s. On French and £4 4s. On other wine. Right arrow curving left. i.e., 5%, not on the value of the goods, but on the amount of the previously existing duties, 19GO3, C, 25, and 22GO3, C, 66, right arrow curving left. 20GO3, C. 30, £8 a ton on French and £4 on other wine. Right arrow curving left. The colonial part of the Act is said in its particular preamble, Section 5, to be for the purpose of maintaining a greater correspondence and kindness between the colonies and mother country, and for keeping the colonies in a firmer dependence. Right arrow curving left. All this is dealt with in greater detail below, here through here. Right arrow curving left. The framers of the Act were not so sure about Madeira being non-European. They accepted wine of the Madeiras and Azores by special provision, Section 7 of 15 Car. 2, c. 7, Section 13. Right arrow curving left. From the words, duty upon importation, at the end of the first sentence of the third paragraph of the chapter to this point is new matter, which appears first in additions and corrections and ed. 3, eds. 1 and 2 read in place of it simply, half the duties imposed by what is called the old subsidy, are drawn back universally, except upon goods exported to the British plantations. And frequently the whole, almost always a part of those imposed by later subsidies and imposts. The provision of 4GO3, C, 15, taking away drawbacks, is quoted below, here, right arrow curving left. Below, here through here. Right arrow curving left. Charles Smith, already described as very well informed, above, here, 3 tracts on the Corn Trade and Corn Laws, 2nd edition, 1766, pages 132, 138, right arrow curving left. Above, here through here. Right arrow curving left. Above, here through here, and CP here, right arrow curving left. These three sentences beginning with, "It has happened in France," appear first in Additions and Corrections and Edition 3, right arrow curving left. Above, here. Right arrow curving left. eds. 1 and 2 read, beginning at the third line of the paragraph, but it has been thought by many people that by securing to the farmer a better price than he could otherwise expect in the actual state of tillage, it tends to encourage tillage. And that the consequent increase of corn may, in a long period of years, lower its price more than the bounty can raise it in the actual state which tillage may at the end of that period happen to be in. The alteration is given in Additions and Corrections. The next two paragraphs appear first in Additions and Corrections and Edition 3, right arrow curving left. It is really anything but a moderate supposition. It is not at all likely that the increase of demand caused by the offer of a bounty on exportation would raise the price of a commodity to the extent of 4/5 of the bounty. Right arrow curving left. C. Smith, 3 Tracts on the Corn Trade, 2nd edition, page 144, right arrow curving left. This and the preceding paragraph are not in eds. 1 and 2. See this note. Right arrow curving left. See above, here through here. It does not occur to Smith that the additional corn might require greater labor to produce it than an equal quantity of the old. Right arrow curving left. In place of this and the preceding sentence eds. 1 and 2 read only, "It is not the real but the nominal price of corn only which can be at all affected by the bounty." The alteration is given in Additions and Corrections. Right arrow curving left. Homemade here and in the line above is not in eds. 1 and 2, right arrow curving left. Almost is not in eds. 1 and 2, right arrow curving left. eds. 1 and 2 do not contain homemade, right arrow curving left. eds. 1 and 2 read, in the smallest degree. Right arrow curving left. Neither much is in eds. 1 and 2. Right arrow curving left. This and the two preceding sentences from, in the purchase, appear first in Additions and Corrections, which reads, of even, instead of even of, and Edition 3. Right arrow curving left. Spain's prohibition of exportation of gold and silver had only been abolished at a recent period. The tax was 3% till 1768, then 4%. See Reynaud, Histoire philosophique, Amsterdam edition 1773, tom. 3, pages 290, 291. As to the export of gold from Portugal, see this note. Right arrow curving left. Essay on the causes of the decline of the foreign trade, consequently of the value of the lands of Britain, and on the means to restore both, 2nd edition, 1750, pages 55, 171, right arrow curving left. eds. 1 and 2 read, not the real but only the nominal price. Right arrow curving left. eds. 1 and 2 read, the smallest real service, right arrow curving left. eds. 1 and 2 read, a very real service, right arrow curving left. Homemade is not in eds. 1 and 2. Right arrow curving left. eds. 1 and 2 read, will be merely nominal, right arrow curving left. eds. 1 and 2 read, could be really serviceable, right arrow curving left. eds. 1 and 2 read, a real value which no human institution can alter. CP here, right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, raise it, right arrow curving left. eds. 1 and 2 read, they loaded the public revenue with a very considerable expense, but they did not in any respect increase. The alteration is given in Additions and Corrections. Right arrow curving left. In place of this and the two preceding sentences, beginning, it would besides, eds. 1 and 2 read only, it has, however, been more rarely granted. The alteration is given in Additions and Corrections. Right arrow curving left. EDS 1 and 2 read the encouragements given. Right arrow curving left. The whale fishery bounty under 11 GO3, C, 38, was 40s. Per ton for the first 5 years, 30s. For the second 5 years, and 20s. For the third. Right arrow curving left. It may be supposed is not in EDS 1 and 2, right arrow curving left. EDS 1 and 2 read would be in the actual state of production, right arrow curving left. It must be acknowledged is not in EDS 1 and 2. Right arrow curving left. Tonnage is not in EDS 1 and 2, right arrow curving left. EDS 1 and 2 read, they may perhaps be defended as conducing to its defense, right arrow curving left. EDS 1 and 2 read, this may frequently be done, right arrow curving left. EDS 1 and 2 read, in time of peace, here. Right arrow curving left. The next 4 pages, to here, are not in EDS 1 and 2, which read in place of them, some other bounties may be vindicated perhaps upon the same principle. It is of importance that the kingdom should depend as little as possible upon its neighbors for the manufactures necessary for its defense. And if these cannot otherwise be maintained at home, it is reasonable that all other branches of industry should be taxed in order to support them. The bounties upon the importation of naval stores from America, upon British-made sailcloth, and upon British-made gunpowder, may perhaps all three be vindicated upon this principle. The first is a bounty upon the production of America, for the use of Great Britain. The 2 others are bounties upon exportation. The new paragraphs, with the 2 preceding paragraphs as amended, are given in additions and corrections. Right arrow curving left. In additions and corrections the term is "seasteaks," as in the appendix. Right arrow curving left. See the accounts at the end of the volume. Smith. In additions and corrections they are printed in the text. Canon right arrow curving left. The 10 paragraphs ending here are not in EDS 1 and 2. See here. Right arrow curving left. EDS 1 and 2 read, when that form has been altered by manufacture of any kind, they are called bounties, right arrow curving left. Above, here. Right arrow curving left. This heading is not in edition 1. Right arrow curving left. Not a misprint. 4 enables. There are 2 knowledges, one of the state of the crop and the other of the daily sales. Right arrow curving left. Endnotes 1001, 1, 500. Above, here, below, here. Right arrow curving left. Any corn growing in the fields, or any other corn or grain, butter, cheese, fish or other dead victuals whatsoever. But grain was exempted when below certain prices, e.g., wheat, SXS. 8d, the quarter. Right arrow curving left. This and the preceding sentence are misleading. The effect of the provisions quoted in the preceding paragraph would have been to annihilate altogether the trade of the corn merchant if they had been left unqualified. To avoid this consequence 5 and 6 ed. 6, c. 14, section 7, provides that badgers, laders, kidders or carriers may be licensed to buy corn with the intent to sell it again in certain circumstances. So that the licensing of kidders was a considerable alleviation, not, as the text suggests, an aggravation. Right arrow curving left. 5 Elise, c. 12, section 4. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, the consumer or his immediate factors. It should be noticed that under 5 and 6 Edward VI, c. 14, section 7, the kidder might sell in open fair or market as well as to consumers privately. Right arrow curving left. Diligent search has hitherto failed to discover these statutes. Right arrow curving left. Section 4 incorrectly quoted. The words are not forestalling nor selling the same in the same market within 3 months. Under 5 and 6 ed. 6, c. 14. A person buying and selling again, in any fair or market holden or kept in the same place or in any other fair or market within 4 miles, was a regrader. While a forestaller was one who bought or contracted to buy things on their way to market, or made any motion for enhancing the price of such things or preventing them going to market. Right arrow curving left. 12 Go 3, c. 71, repeals 5 and 6 ed. 6, c. 14, but does not mention 15 car. 2, c. 7, which is purely permissive. If 15 car. 2, c. 7, remained of any force in this respect, it must have been merely in consequence of the common law being unfavorable to forestalling. Right arrow curving left. eds. 1 and 2 read attends. Right arrow curving left. Charles Smith, 3 Tracts on the Corn Trade and Corn Laws, 2nd edition, 1766, page 145. The figures have been already quoted above, here. Right arrow curving left. The export is bare 1/32nd part of the consumption, 1/33rd part of the growth exclusive of seed, 1/36th part of the growth including the seed. 3 Tracts on the Corn Trade and Corn Laws, page 144, quoted above, here. Right arrow curving left. This was not the first law of its kind. 3 ed. 4, c. 2. Was enacted because the labourers and occupiers of husbandry within this realm of England be daily grievously endamaged by bringing of corn out of other lands and parts into this realm of England when corn of the growing of this realm is at a low price. And forbids importation of wheat when not over a success. 8d, rye when not over 4s. And barley when not over 3s. The quarter. This act was repealed by 21 Jack. I, c. 28, and 15 car. 2, c. 7, imposed a duty of 5s. 4d, on imported wheat, 4s. On rye, 2s. 8d. On barley, 2s. On buckwheat, 1s. 4d, on oats and 4s. On peas and beans, when the prices at the port of importation did not exceed for wheat, 48s, barley and buckwheat, 28s, oats, 13s. 4d. Rye, peas and beans, 32s. Per quarter. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, restrained by duties proportionably. Right arrow curving left. Before the 13th of the present king. The following were the duties payable upon the importation of the different sorts of grain. Grain. Duties. 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 Beans 2. 28s. Per qr. 19s. 10d. After till. 40s. 16s. 8d. Then. 12d. Barley 2. 28s. 19s. 10d. 32s. 16s. 12d. Malt is prohibited by the annual malt tax bill. Oats 2. 16s. 5s. 10d. After. 9 1/2d. Peas 2. 40s. 16s. 0d. After. 9 3/4d. Rye 2. 36s. 19s. 10d. Till. 40s. 16s. 8d. Then. 12d. Wheat 2. 44s. 21s. 9d. Till. 53s, 4d. 17s. Then. 8s. Till 41. And after that about 1s. 4d. Buckwheat to 32s. Per qr to pay 16s. These different duties were imposed, partly by the 22nd of Charles II in place of the old subsidy, partly by the new subsidy, by the 1/3 and 2/3 subsidy. And by the subsidy 1747. Smith. The table of duties in this note is an exact copy of that in Charles Smith, 3 Tracts on the Corn Trade 2nd edition, 1766, page 83. That author professes to have taken the figures from Mr. Saxby, in his Book of Rates, i.e., Henry Saxby, the British Customs, containing an historical and practical account of each branch of that revenue, 1757, pp. 111, 114, but besides rounding off Saxby's fractions of a penny in an inaccurate and inconsistent manner, he has miscopied the second duty on barley, the first on peas and the third on wheat. The old subsidy consisted of the 5% or ones poundage imposed by 12 car. 2, c. 4, on the values attributed to the various goods by the Book of Rates annexed to the Act. According to this, imported beans, barley and malt were to be rated at 20s excess. 8d, the quarter when the actual price at the place of importation did not exceed 28s. When the actual price was higher than that they were to be rated at 5s. The quarter. Oats and peas were to be rated at 4s. The quarter. Rye when not over 30s excess was to be rated at 20s excess. 8d. And when over that price at 5s. Wheat when not over 44s was to be rated at 40s, and when over that price at a excess. 8d. So under the old subsidy, beans, barley and malt at prices up to 28s were to pay 1s. 4d, and when above that price 3d. Oats and peas to pay 2 4d. Rye up to 30s excess to pay 1s. 4d, and when above, 3d. Wheat up to 44s to pay 2s, and when above, 4d. The Act 22 Car. 2, c. 13, took off these duties and substituted the following scheme. Beans to 40s. To pay 16s, and above that price, 3d. Barley and malt to 32s. To pay 16s. And above, 3d. Oats to 16s. To pay 5s. 4d, and above, 2 4d. Peas and rye the same as beans. Wheat to 53s. 4d, to pay 16s, then to 80s. To pay 8s, and above that price, 4d. Buckwheat to 32s. To pay 16s. But 9 and 10 will. 3, c. 23, imposed a new subsidy, exactly equal to the old, so that duties equal to those of 12 car. 2, c. 4, were superimposed on those of 22 car. 2, c. 13. By 2 and 3 and, c. 9, an additional third, and by 3 and 4 and, c. 5, an additional 2/3 of the old subsidy were imposed, and by 21 geo. 2, c. 2, another amount equal to the old subsidy, the impost 1747, was further imposed. So between 1747 and 1773 the duties were those of 22 car. 2, c. 13, plus 3 times those of 12 car. 2, c. 4. This gives the following scheme. Beans to 28s. Pay 20s. And after till 40s. Pay 16s. 9d, then 1s. Barley to 28s. Pays 20s. And after till 32s. Pays 16s. 9d, then 1s. Oats to 16s. Pay 5s. 11, 2d. And then pay 9, 6d. Peas to 40s. Pay 16s. 7, 2d. And then pay 9, 6d. Rye to 30s excess. Pays 20s. And after till 40s. Pays 16s. 9d, then 1s. Wheat to 44s. Pays 22s. And after till 53s. 4d pays 17s. Then 9s. till 80s, and after that ones. 4d. Saxby's figures are slightly less, as they take into account a 5% discount obtainable on all the subsidies except one. The note appears first in edition 2. Canon right arrow curving left. eds. 1 and 2 do not contain. Subsequent laws still further increased those duties, and read, the distress which in years of scarcity the strict execution of this statute might have brought. Right arrow curving left. These do not seem to have been numerous. There were cases in 1757 and 1766. See the table in Charles Smith, 3 Tracts upon the Corn Trade and Corn Laws, 2nd edition, pages 44, 45. Right arrow curving left. eds. 1 and 2 read, extend its cultivation. Right arrow curving left. Earlier statutes are 15 hen. 6, c. 2, 20 hen. 6, c. 6, 23 hen. 6, c. 6, 1 and 2 p and m, c. 5, 5 elise, c. 5. Section 26, 13 elise, c. 13, and 1 jack, c. 25, sections 26, 27. The preamble of the first of these says, by the law it was ordained that no man might carry nor bring corn out of the realm of England without the king's license. For cause whereof farmers and other men which use manurement of their land may not sell their corn but of a bare price to the great damage of all the realm. Exportation was therefore legalized without license when grain was above certain prices. Right arrow curving left. c. 7. Right arrow curving left. c. 13. Right arrow curving left. The Book of Rates, see this note, rated wheat for export at 20s. Oats at 6s. 8d, and other grain at 10s. The quarter, and the duty was a shilling in the pound on these values. Right arrow curving left. 1w and m, c. 12. The bounty was to be given, without taking or requiring anything for custom. Right arrow curving left. Because as to inland sale 15 car. 2, c. 7, above, here, remained in force. Right arrow curving left. The acts prohibiting exportation were much more numerous than the others. See above, this note, and the table in Charles Smith there referred to. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 does not contain, of the greater part of which there was no drawback. Right arrow curving left. According to the argument above, here. Right arrow curving left. See above, here. Right arrow curving left. Above, here through here. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, in one respect. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads only, by this statute the high duties upon importation for home consumption are taken off as soon as the price of wheat is so high as 48 shillings the quarter, and instead. Right arrow curving left. In place of this sentence edition 1 reads, the home market is in this manner not so totally excluded from foreign supplies as it was before, right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, from the beginning of the paragraph, by the same statute the old bounty of 5 shillings upon the quarter of wheat ceases when the price rises so high as 44 shillings. And upon that of other grain in proportion. The bounties too upon the coarser sorts of grain are reduced somewhat lower than they were before, even at the prices at which they take place. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, the same statute permits at all prices the importation of corn in order to be exported again, duty-free, provided it is in the meantime lodged in the king's warehouse. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 contains an additional sentence, some provision is thus made for the establishment of the carrying trade. Right arrow curving left. This paragraph is not in edition 1. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, from the beginning of the paragraph, but by the same law exportation is prohibited as soon as the price of wheat rises to 44 shillings the quarter. And that of other grain in proportion. The price seems to be a good deal too low. And there seems to be an impropriety besides in stopping exportation altogether at the very same price at which that bounty which was given in order to force it is withdrawn. Right arrow curving left. These two sentences are not in edition 1. Right arrow curving left. E.g., in The British Merchant, 1721, dedication to Volume 3. Right arrow curving left. With three small exceptions, British for Britons, and law for laws in art. 1, and for, instead of from, before, the like quantity or measure of French wine, the translation is identical with that given in a collection of all the treaties of peace. Alliance and commerce between Great Britain and other powers from the Revolution in 1688 to the present time, 1772, Volume I, pages 61, 62. Right arrow curving left. Joseph Baretti, Journey from London to Genoa, through England, Portugal, Spain and France, 3rd edition, 1770, Volume 1, pp. 95, 96, but the amount stated is not so large as in the text above, it is, often, from 30 to 50 and even 60,000 pounds, and not, 1 week with another, but, almost every week. The gold all came in the packet boat because it, as a war vessel, was exempt from search. Reynaud, Histoire philosophique, Amsterdam edition 1773, tom. 3, pp. 413, 414 right arrow curving left. Above, here through here. Right arrow curving left. Above, here. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 does not contain, way, right arrow curving left. In 1762. Right arrow curving left. See above, here. Right arrow curving left. See this note. Right arrow curving left. See Dictionnaire de Monnois, tom. 2 article seigneurage, page 489 par M, Abbé de Basingen, Consigliere commissaire en la Cour de Monnois à Paris. Smith. Ed. 1 reads erroneously, tom. I. The book is Trait de Monnois et de la Jurisdiction de la Cour de Monnois en Fermi de Dictionnaire, par M. Abbé de Basingen, Consigliere commissaire en la Cour de Monnois de Paris, 1764, and the page is not 489, but 589. Garnier, in his edition of The Wealth of Nations, Volume 5, p. 234, says the book, Ne guère chuan compilation fait sans soin et sans discernment, and explains that the mint price mentioned above remained in force a very short time. It having failed to bring bullion to the mint, much higher prices were successively offered, and when the Wealth of Nations was published the seigneurage only amounted to about 3%. On the silver coin it was then about 2%, in place of the 6% stated by Basingen, page 590. Canon right arrow curving left. An Act for Encouraging of Coinage, 18 Car. 2, c. 5. The preamble says, whereas it is obvious that the plenty of current coins of gold and silver of this kingdom is of great advantage to trade and commerce. For the increase whereof, your majesty in your princely wisdom and care hath been graciously pleased to bear out of your revenue half the charge of the coinage of silver money. Right arrow curving left. Originally enacted for 5 years, it was renewed by 25 car. 2, c. 8, for 7 years, revived for 7 years by 1 Jack. 2, c. 7, and continued by various acts till made perpetual by 9 Geo. 3, c. 25. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, tear and wear, right arrow curving left. Above, here. Right arrow curving left. Under 19 Geo 2, c. 14, section 2, a maximum of £15,000 is prescribed. Right arrow curving left. Chiefly, is not in edition 1. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, that of Congo, Angola and Longo. Right arrow curving left. P. F. X. de Charlevoix, Histoire de l'Isle Espagnole au de S. Domingue, 1730, Tom. I, page 99. Right arrow curving left. Histoire naturelle, Tom. 15, 1750, pp. 160, 162. Right arrow curving left. P. F. X. de Charlevoix, Histoire de l'Isle Espagnole, Tom. I, pages 35, 36. Right arrow curving left. Histoire de l'Isle Espagnole, page 27. Right arrow curving left. Above, here. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1. In place of these two sentences, reads, the tax upon silver, indeed, still continues to be a fifth of the gross produce. CP above, here. Right arrow curving left. That mighty, rich and beautiful empire of Guiana, and, that great and golden city which the Spaniards call El Dorado. Raleigh's Works, edition Thomas Birch, 1751, volume 2, page 141. Right arrow curving left. P. Jos Gamilla, Histoire naturelle civile et géographique de l'Ornoque, etc., traduit par M. Idis, 1758, tom. 2, pp. 46, 117, 131, 132, 137, 138, but the sentiment is apparently attributed to the author, who is described on the title page as de la Compagnie de Jesus, Supérieur de Missions de l'Ornoque. On the strength of a mistranslation of the French or possibly the original Spanish. If Dieu permit were mistranslated God permit, the following passage from pp. 137, 138 would bear out the text, on churchet un volet ou un territoire dont les rochers et les pierres étaient d'or, et les Indians pour flatter la cupidite de Espagnols. Et les éloigner en même temps de chez eux, leur peignant avec les couleurs les plus vives lors dont ces pauvres abondent pour essayer de barrasser plutot de ces autres incommodes. Et Dieu permit que les Espagnols ajutassent foi à ces reports, pour qu'ils découvrissent un plus grand nombre de provinces, et que la lumière de l'Evangile put sy répandre avec plus de facilité. Right arrow curving left. EDS 1, for reads, support, right arrow curving left. Miletus and Crotona. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, it's right arrow curving left. See above, here. Right arrow curving left. Juan and Aloa, Voyage Historique, Tom. I, page 229. Right arrow curving left. In Aunsham and John Churchill's Collection of Voyages and Travels, 1704, Volume 4, page 508. Right arrow curving left. See above, here. Right arrow curving left. Reynal, Histoire philosophique, Amsterdam edition, 1773, tom. 3, pp. 347, 352. Right arrow curving left. Histoire philosophique, tom. 3, page 424. Right arrow curving left. Histoire philosophique, tom. 6, page 8. Right arrow curving left. A mistake for 1664. Right arrow curving left. P. F. X. De Charlevoix, Histoire et description générale de la Nouvelle-France, avec le journal historique d'un voyage dans l'Amérique septentrionale, 1744, tom. 2, p. 300, speaks of a population of 20,000 to 25,000 in 1713. Reynal says in 1753 and 1758 the population, excluding troops and Indians, was 91,000. Histoire philosophique, Amsterdam edition, 1773, tom. 6, page 137. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, the right arrow curving left. EDS 1 and 2 read, their right arrow curving left. Jus Majoratus. Smith. Ed. 1 reads, Majorazzo, in the text and Majoratus, in the note. Canon right arrow curving left. Above, here through here, and CP here. Right arrow curving left. This and the preceding sentence, beginning, the plenty, are not in edition 1. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, the engrossing, however, of uncultivated land, it has already been observed, is the greatest obstruction to its improvement and cultivation, and the labor. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, its produce in this case. Right arrow curving left. All eds read, present here and here, but late here. See above, this note, and below, here. Right arrow curving left. The figures are evidently from the very exact account quoted below, here. Right arrow curving left. Juan and Aloha, Voyage Historique, Tom. I, pp. 437, 441, give a lurid account of the magnificence of the ceremonial. Right arrow curving left. Marañón in 1755 and Fernambuco 4 years later. Reynaud, Histoire philosophique, Amsterdam edition, 1773, Tom. 3, p. 402 right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, this, however, has right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, said to be, right arrow curving left. Iron sometimes at 100 ekis the quintal and steel at 150. Juan and Aloha, Voyage Historique, Tom. I, p. 252 right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, the same as that of Spain right arrow curving left. The commodities originally enumerated in 12 car. 2, c. 18, section 18, were sugar, tobacco, cotton wool, indigo, ginger, fustic and other dyeing woods. Right arrow curving left. Above, here through here, here through here. Right arrow curving left. See this note. Right arrow curving left. There seems to be some mistake here. The true date is apparently 1739, under the Act 12 Go2, c. 30. Right arrow curving left. Ships not going to places south of Cape Finisterre were compelled to call at some port in Great Britain. Right arrow curving left. Garnier, in his note to this passage, Tom. 3, p. 323, points out that the islands ceded by the Peace of Paris in 1763 were only Grenada and the Grenadines, but that term here includes the other islands won during the war, St. Vincent, Dominica and Tobago, which are mentioned below, here. Right arrow curving left. Rice was put in by 3 and 4 and c5, and taken out by 3 Go2, c28, timber was taken out by 5 Go3, c45. Right arrow curving left. Anderson, Commerce, AD 1703. Right arrow curving left. Details are given below, here through here, in a chapter not contained in eds 1 and 2. Right arrow curving left. 23 Go2, c29. Right arrow curving left. 23 Go2, c29. Anderson, Commerce, AD 1750. Right arrow curving left. Hats under 5 Go2, c22, wools under 10 and 11 W, 3, c10. C. Anderson, Commerce, AD 1732 and 1699. Right arrow curving left. Details are given below, here through here, in a chapter which was not in eds 1 and 2. Right arrow curving left. Above, here through here. Right arrow curving left. The quotation is not quite verbatim. The provision is referred to above, here, where, however, see note. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 does not contain the words, they approach more nearly to that character, and. Right arrow curving left. The Board of Trade and Plantations, in a report to the House of Commons in 1732, insisted on this democratic character of the government of some of the colonies. And mentioned the election of governor by Connecticut and Rhode Island. The report is quoted in Anderson, Commerce, AD 1732. Right arrow curving left. The story is told in the same way in Lectures, page 97, but Seneca, de Ira, lib 3, cap. 40, and Dio Cassius, History, lib liv, cap. 23, say, not that Augustus ordered all the slaves to be emancipated, but that he ordered all the goblets on the table to be broken. Seneca says the offending slave was emancipated. Dio does not mention emancipation. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, and industry. Right arrow curving left. The West India merchants and planters asserted, in 1775, that there was capital worth £60 million in the sugar colonies and that half of this belonged to residents in Great Britain. See the continuation of Anderson's Commerce, AD 1775. Right arrow curving left. Eds. 1 and 2 do not contain the words so far as concerns their internal government. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, persecuted, right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, with equal injustice. Right arrow curving left. Reynaud, Histoire philosophique, Amsterdam edition, 1773, tom. 3, pages 323, 324, 326, 327. Justemann's English Trans, Volume 2, page 442. Right arrow curving left. Velázquez. Right arrow curving left. Cortez. Right arrow curving left. Salve magna parens frugum, Satania tellus, magna virum. Virgil, George, 2, 173, 174. Right arrow curving left. Eds. 1 and 2 do not contain the words so far as concerns their internal government. Cp this note. Right arrow curving left. Not appears first in edition 3 and seems to have been inserted in error. The other countries are only excluded from a particular market, but the colonies are confined to one. Right arrow curving left. There is an example of revenue being furnished in Xenophon, Anab, v. 7, 10. Right arrow curving left. Above, here. Right arrow curving left. Above, here. Right arrow curving left. Above, here. Right arrow curving left. Above, here through here. Right arrow curving left. Essay on the causes of the decline of the foreign trade, consequently of the value of the lands of Britain and on the means to restore both, 2nd edition, 1750, pages 28, 36, e passum. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, rate of the profit. Right arrow curving left. This passage is much the same as that which concludes Book I, ch 9, above, here, but this is the original, as the other was not in edition 1. Right arrow curving left. Above, here. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, with a neighboring country. Right arrow curving left. Above, here. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, with a neighboring country. Right arrow curving left. These figures are given above, here, here. Right arrow curving left. These 4 sentences beginning with, at some of the outports, are not in edition 1. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, possesses. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 places, a popular measure, here. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 does not contain, in all future times. Right arrow curving left. The date at which the non-importation agreement began to operate. Right arrow curving left. For the greater security of the valuable cargoes sent to America, as well as for the more easy prevention of fraud. The commerce of Spain with its colonies is carried on by fleets which sail under strong convoys. These fleets, consisting of 2 squadrons, one distinguished by the name of the galleons, the other by that of the flota, are equipped annually. Formerly they took their departure from Seville. But as the port of Cadiz has been found more commodious, they have sailed from it since the year 1720. W. Robertson, History of America, Book 8, in Works, 1825, Volume 7, p. 372 right arrow curving left. By the Treaty of Kainardji, 1774. Right arrow curving left. In 1773. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, prevent it, right arrow curving left. Eds. 1 and 2 read, and employment, right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, have entirely conquered, right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, own capital. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, extremely fit for a nation that is governed by shopkeepers. Such sovereigns and such sovereigns only. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, their subjects, to found and to maintain. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, is, here and 2 lines lower down. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, and a great part of that which preceded it, right arrow curving left. Below, here. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, seem, right arrow curving left. Aucun de regs precedents na fourni plus de volumes, plus de anecdotes, plus de estamps, plus de pieces fugitives, etc. Ilya don tout cela bien de choses inutiles, mais comme Henri 3 au milieu de son peuple, aucun détail de actions de savna échappe à la curiosité. Iti comme Paris était le théâtre de principaux événements de la Ligue, les bourgeois que y avaient la plus grande part, conservaient soigneusement les moindres faits que s'y passaient sous leurs yeux. Tout ce qu'ils voyant leur paraissait grand, parce qu'ils y participaient, et nous sommes curieux, sur parole. De fait dont la plupart n'y faisaient peut-être pas alors une grande nouvelle dans le monde. C. J. F. Henault, Nouvel abrège chronologique de l'histoire de France, Neuve. Ed. 1768, page 473, AD 1589 right arrow curving left. Eds. 4 and 5 erroneously insert, to, here. Right arrow curving left. Eds. 1, 3 read, was. Right arrow curving left. Eds. 1, 3 read, was, right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, nations. Right arrow curving left. Reynaud begins his Histoire philosophique with the words, ilny appoint eu d'événement aussi intéressant pour l'espèce humaine en généralité pour les peuples de l'Europe en particulier. Que la découverte du nouveau monde est le passage aux par le cap de bonne espérance. Alors a commence une révolution dans le commerce, dans la puissance des nations, dans les mœurs, l'industrie et le gouvernement de tous les peuples. Right arrow curving left. Above, this section. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, distant employment. Right arrow curving left. See below, here. Right arrow curving left. The monopoly of the French East India Company was abolished in 1769. See the continuation of Anderson's Commerce, 1801, Volume 4, page 128. Right arrow curving left. Reynaud, Histoire philosophique, edition Amsterdam, 1773, tom. I, page 203, gives the original capital as 6,459,840 florins. Right arrow curving left. Eds. 1, 3 read, if it was, right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, the principal branch. Right arrow curving left. Reynaud, Histoire philosophique, 1773, tom. I, page 178. Right arrow curving left. Above, here through here. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, those, right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 does not contain, are said to. The statement has already been twice made, here and here. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, barbarous, right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, the, right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 does not contain these 4 sentences beginning, it is the interest. Right arrow curving left. Smith had in his library, see Bonner's Catalogue, p. 15, William Bolt's, Considerations on India Affairs, particularly respecting the present state of Bengal and its dependencies, edition 1772. Pti, ch. 14, of this is, On the General Modern Trade of the English in Bengal. On the oppressions and monopolies which have been the causes of the decline of trade, the decrease of the revenues, and the present ruinous condition of affairs in Bengal. At p. 215 we find, the servants of the company, directly or indirectly monopolize whatever branches they please of the internal trade of those countries. Right arrow curving left. The interest of every proprietor of India stock, however, is by no means the same with that of the country in the government of which his vote gives him some influence. See Book V, Chapter 1. Part 3d. Smith. This note appears first in edition 3, ed. 2 has the following note: this would be exactly true if those masters never had any other interest but that which belongs to them as proprietors of India stock. But they frequently have another of much greater importance. Frequently a man of great, sometimes even a man of moderate fortune, is willing to give £1,300 or £1,400, the present price of £1,000 share in India stock, merely for the influence which he expects to acquire by a vote in the Court of Proprietors. It gives him a share, though not in the plunder, yet in the appointment of the plunderers of India. The directors, though they make those appointments, being necessarily more or less under the influence of the Court of Proprietors, which not only elects them, but sometimes overrules their appointments. A man of great or even a man of moderate fortune, provided he can enjoy this influence for a few years, and thereby get a certain number of his friends appointed to employments in India, frequently cares little about the dividend which he can expect from so small a capital, or even about the improvement or loss of the capital itself upon which his vote is founded. About the prosperity or ruin of the great empire, in the government of which that vote gives him a share, he seldom cares at all. No other sovereigns ever were, or from the nature of things ever could be, so perfectly indifferent about the happiness or misery of their subjects, the improvement or waste of their dominions, the glory or disgrace of their administration, as, from irresistible moral causes, the greater part of the proprietors of such a mercantile company are, and necessarily must be. This matter with some slight alterations reappears in the portion of BKV, Chapter 1, Part 3, Art. First, which was added in edition 3 below, page 243. Canon right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, Ignorance only. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, Have commonly been well-meaning right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, If right arrow curving left. Eds. 1 and 2 read, were right arrow curving left. This chapter appears first in Additions and Corrections and edition 3. Right arrow curving left. C. 4. Right arrow curving left. C. 14. Right arrow curving left. 3 car. I. C. 4, 13 and 14 car. 2. C. 19. Right arrow curving left. From Ireland, 12 Go2, C. 21, 26 Go2, C. 8. Spanish wool for clothing and Spanish felt wool. Saxby, British Customs, page 263 right arrow curving left. 6 Go3, C. 52, section 20. Right arrow curving left. 4 Go2, C. 27. Right arrow curving left. 8 Go. I. C. 15, section 10, see below, here. Right arrow curving left. 9 Go3, C. 39, section 1, continued by 14 Go. 3, C. 86, section 11, and 21 Go3, C. 29, section 3. Right arrow curving left. 15 Go3, C. 31, section 10. Right arrow curving left. Above, here. Right arrow curving left. Smith has here inadvertently given the rates at which the articles were valued in the Book of Rates, 12 car. 2, c. 4, instead of the duties, which would be 20% on the rates. See below, here. Right arrow curving left. Above, here. Right arrow curving left. 10Go3, C, 38, and 19Go3, C, 27. Right arrow curving left. 3 and 4 and, C, 10. Anderson, Commerce, AD 1703. Right arrow curving left. Masting timber, and also tar, pitch and rosin, under 12 and, ST1, C, 9, and masting timber only under 2Go2, C, 35, Section 12. The encouragement of the growth of hemp in Scotland is mentioned in the preamble of 8Go. I, C, 12, and is presumably to be read into the enacting portion. Right arrow curving left. 8Go. I, C, 12, 2Go2, C. 35, Sections 3, 11. Right arrow curving left. 3Go3, C, 25. Right arrow curving left. Additions and corrections omits that. Right arrow curving left. The third bounty. Right arrow curving left. William Hawkins, Treatise of the Pleas of the Crown, 4th edition, 1762, BK. I, Chapter 52. Right arrow curving left. So far from doing so, it expressly provides that any greater penalties already prescribed shall remain in force. Right arrow curving left. 12 Car. 2, C, 32. Right arrow curving left. 4Go. I, C, 11, Section 6. Right arrow curving left. Presumably the reference is to 10 and 11W, 3, C, 10, Section 18, but this applies to the commander of a king's ship conniving at the offense, not to the master of the offending vessel. Right arrow curving left. 12Go2, C, 21, Section 10. Right arrow curving left. 13 and 14 Car. 2, C, 18, Section 9, forbade removal of wool in any part of the country between 8 p.m. and 4 a.m. from March to September, and 5 p.m. and 7 a.m. from October to February. 7 and 8W, 3, C, 28, Section 8, taking no notice of this, enacted the provision quoted in the text. The provision of 13 and 14 Car. 2, C, 18, was repealed by 20Go3, C. 55, which takes no notice of 7 and 8W, 3, C, 28. Right arrow curving left. All these provisions are from 7 and 8W, 3, C, 28. Right arrow curving left. 9 and 10W, 3, C, 40. Right arrow curving left. The quotation is not verbatim. Right arrow curving left. It is well known that the real very superfine cloth everywhere must be entirely of Spanish wool. Anderson, Commerce, AD 1669. Right arrow curving left. Above, here. Right arrow curving left. Chronicon Rusticum Commerciale. Or Memoirs of Wool, etc., 1767, Volume 2, page 418, note. Right arrow curving left. Above, here. Right arrow curving left. Additions and corrections reads, the wool. Right arrow curving left. 12 Car. 2, C, 32, 13 and 14 Car. 2, C, 18. Right arrow curving left. 13 and 14 Car. 2, C, 18, Section 8. The preamble to the clause alleges that great quantities of fuller's earth or fulling clay are daily carried and exported under the color of tobacco pipe clay. Right arrow curving left. The preamble says that, notwithstanding the many good laws before this time made and still in force, prohibiting the exportation of leather, by the cunning and subtlety of some persons and the neglect of others who ought to take care thereof, There are such quantities of leather daily exported to foreign parts that the price of leather is grown to those excessive rates that many artificers working leather cannot furnish themselves with sufficient store thereof for the carrying on of their trades. And the poor sort of people are not able to buy those things made of leather which of necessity they must make use of. Right arrow curving left. 20 car. 2, C 5, 9 N, C 6, section 4. Right arrow curving left. 9N, C 11, section 39, explained by 10N, C 26, section 6, and 12N, St 2, C 9, section 64. Right arrow curving left. Above, here. Right arrow curving left. Except under certain conditions by 4 ed. 4, C 8, wholly by 7 Jack. I, C 14, section 4. Right arrow curving left. Under 13 and 14 car. 2, C 18, and 7 and 8 W, 3, C 28, above, page 147. Right arrow curving left. See below, here. Right arrow curving left. 9 and 10 W, 3, C 28, professedly to prevent frauds. Right arrow curving left. The preamble to the Act next quoted in the text mentions 28 ed. 3, C 5, iron, 33 hen. 8, C 7, brass, copper, etc. And 2 and 3 ed. 6, C 37, bellmetal, etc. Right arrow curving left. This Act is not printed in the ordinary collections, but the provision referred to is in Pickering's Index, SV. Copper, and the clause is recited in a renewing Act, 12 N, St 1, C 18. Right arrow curving left. Under the General Act, 8 Geo. I, C 15, mentioned immediately below. Right arrow curving left. 12 car. 2, C 4, section 2, and 14 car. 2, C 11, section 35. The 1% was due on goods exported to ports in the Mediterranean beyond Malaga, unless the ship had 16 guns and other warlike equipment. See Saxby, British Customs, pp. 48, 51. Right arrow curving left. 6 pence in the pound on the values at which they are rated in the Act. Right arrow curving left. C 32. Right arrow curving left. Anderson, Commerce, AD 1758. Right arrow curving left. As is stated in the preamble. Right arrow curving left. The facts are given in the preamble to 8 Geo. I, C 15, section 13. The old subsidy, the new, the 1/3 and the 2/3 subsidies account for 1s, and the additional impost for 4d. Right arrow curving left. See above, here. Right arrow curving left. 8 Geo. I, C 15. Smith. The year should be 1721. Cannon right arrow curving left. i.e. the Hatters. Right arrow curving left. 4 Geo 3, C 9. Right arrow curving left. Under the same statute, 5 Geo. I, C 27. Right arrow curving left. Above, here. Right arrow curving left. This chapter appears first in Additions and Corrections and ed. 3, and is doubtless largely due to Smith's appointment in 1778 to the Commissionership of Customs, Ray, Life of Adam Smith, page 320. He had in his library W. Sims and R. Fruin, The Rates of Merchandise, 1782, C. Bonner, Catalogue, page 27, and probably had access to earlier works, such as Saxby's British Customs, 1757, which give the duties, etc. At earlier periods as well as references to the Acts of Parliament regulating them. Right arrow curving left. The economists or physiocrats. Canet, Mirabeau and Mercier de la Rivière are mentioned below, pp. 171, 177. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 places a full stop at mercantile system and continues, that system, in its nature and essence a system of restraint and regulation, could scarce fail. Right arrow curving left. But, see below, here, where the usefulness of the class is said to be admitted. In his exposition of physiocratic doctrine, Smith does not appear to follow any particular book closely. His library contained Dupont's Physiocratie, ou Constitution naturelle du gouvernement le plus avantageux au genre humain, 1768, C. Bonner, Catalogue, p. 92, and he refers lower down to La Rivière, L'ordre naturel et essentiel de sociétés politiques, 1767, but he probably relied largely on his recollection of conversations in Paris. C. Ray, Life of Adam Smith, pages 215, 222. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, Tear and Wear, right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, Some Other Employment, right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, Degrades, right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, Repay him. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, Above the funds destined, right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, The greater must likewise be its maintenance and employment, right arrow curving left. Misprinted, greater, in edition 5. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, Of their foreign trade. Right arrow curving left. C. François Quesnay, Tableau économique, 1758, reproduced in facsimile for the British Economic Association, 1894. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, At least to all appearance. Right arrow curving left. This chapter. Right arrow curving left. See here. Right arrow curving left. Above, here. Right arrow curving left. Above, here and here. Right arrow curving left. L'ordre naturel et essentiel de sociétés politiques, 1767, a quarto of 511 pages, seems, as G. Schell, Dupont de Nemours et l'école physiocratique, 1888, p. 46, note, remarks, not entitled to be called a little book, but Smith may have been thinking of the edition in 2 volumes, 12 mo, 1767, nominally printed, à Londres chez Jean Norse, Libraire. Right arrow curving left. Trois grandes inventions principales ont font stablement les sociétés, indépendamment de tant d'autres que les ont en soute d'autres idées. CES 300, 1 degré l'invention de l'écriture, que seul donne à l'humanité le pouvoir de transmettre, sans alteration, SES Lois, SES Pax, SES Annals et SES Découvertes. 2 degrees celle de la monnaie, que les tous les rapports entre les sociétés polices. L'autre enfant, que est dû à notre âge, et dont nos neveux profiteront, est un dérive de deux autres. Et les complète également en perfectionnent leur objet, c'est la découverte du tableau économique, que devenant désormais le truchement universel, embrace. Et y accord toutes les portions ou quotites correlatives, que doivent entrer dans tous les calculs généraux de l'ordre économique. Philosophie rurale ou économie générale et politique de l'agriculture, pour servir de suite à l'ami de Homs, Amsterdam, 1766, tom. I, pages 52, 53 right arrow curving left. Du Hold, Description Géographique, etc. De la Chine, tom. 2, page 64. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, Mr. Langlet, right arrow curving left. See the Journal of Mr. de Lang in Bell's Travels, Volume 2. Page 258, 276 and 293. Smith. Travels from St. Petersburg in Russia to divers parts of Asia, by John Bell of Antrimony, Glasgow, 1763. The Mandarins requested the Russians to cease from importuning the council about their beggarly commerce, p. 293, Smith was a subscriber to this book. The note is not in edition 1. Canon right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, sorts, right arrow curving left. Above, here through here. Right arrow curving left. Canet went further than this. L'historien dit que le commerce que se fit dans l'intérieur de la Chine est si grand que celui de l'Europe ne peut pas lui être compare. Ovra, ed. Onken, 1888, page 603 right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, as well as all the other right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, and in right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 does not contain, of, right arrow curving left. Below, here. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, from. Right arrow curving left. Montesquieu, Esprit de Lois, Liv. 4, Chapter 8. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, that, right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, more rich, right arrow curving left. Lectures, page 231, Montesquieu, Esprit de Lois, Liv. 15, Chapter 8. Right arrow curving left. Plin. Smith. Historia Naturalis L. 9c. 39. Canon right arrow curving left. Plin. Smith. Historia Naturalis L. 8c. 48. Smith. Neither this nor the preceding note is in edition 1. Canon right arrow curving left. John Arbuthnot, Tables of Ancient Coins, Weights and Measures, 2nd edition, 1754, pages 142, 145. Right arrow curving left. Above, here. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, real value, right arrow curving left. Lectures, page 14. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, is, right arrow curving left. What Thucydides says, 297, is that no European or Asiatic nation could resist the Scythians if they were united. Ed. 1 reads here and on next page, Thucydides. Right arrow curving left. Lectures, pages 20, 21. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, a good deal of right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, or 5th, right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, so short a, right arrow curving left. 7, 27. Right arrow curving left. Livy, v. 2. Right arrow curving left. Livy, 4, 59 ad fin. Right arrow curving left. Above, here. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, never can, right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, at whose expense they are employed. Repeated all but verbatim below, here. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, is acquired. Right arrow curving left. As edition 1 was published at the beginning of March, 1776, this must have been written less than a year after the outbreak of the war, which lasted 8 years. Right arrow curving left. The 7 Years' War, 1756, 1763. Ed. 1 reads, of which in the last war the valor appeared, right arrow curving left. This is probably a misprint for his, the reading of eds. 1, 3. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, which. Right arrow curving left. Almost certainly a misprint for, demonstrate, the reading of edition 1. Right arrow curving left. Lectures, page 29. Cromwell, which is Hume's spelling, appears first in ed. For here, but above, here, it is so spelt in all editions. SE editor's note, the spelling has been normalized to Cromwell across this entire edition, right arrow curving left. Lectures, page 263. Right arrow curving left. Hume, History, edition of 1773, volume 2, p. 432, says the furious engine, artillery, though it seemed contrived for the destruction of mankind and the overthrow of empires, has in the issue rendered battles less bloody, and has given greater stability to civil societies, but his reasons are somewhat different from those in the text above. This part of the chapter is evidently adapted from Part 4 of Arms, in the Lectures, pages 260, 264, and the dissertation on the rise, progress and fall of militarism in Part 1, pages 26, 34. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, or right arrow curving left. Misprinted, there, in eds 4 and 5. Right arrow curving left. Lectures, page 10. Right arrow curving left. Lectures, p. 15, till there be property there can be no government, the very end of which is to secure wealth and to defend the rich from the poor. C.P. Locke, Civil Government, Section 94, Government has no other end but the preservation of property. Right arrow curving left. They are to be found in Tyrrell's History of England. Smith. General History of England, both ecclesiastical and civil, by James Tyrrell, Volume 2, 1700, pages 576, 579. The king is Richard I, not Henry II. Canon right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, except when they stand in need of the interposition of his authority in order to protect them from the oppression of some of their fellow subjects. Right arrow curving left. Iliad, 9, 149, 156, but the presents are not the sole advantage mentioned. Right arrow curving left. The extraordinary accent here and 7 lines lower down appears first in edition 2. Right arrow curving left. Smith was in Toulouse from February or March, 1764, to August, 1765. Ray, Life of Adam Smith, pages 174, 175, 188 right arrow curving left. Lectures, page 49. Above, here. Right arrow curving left. These 2 lines are not in eds 1 and 2. See this note. Right arrow curving left. eds 1, for red is, cp this note. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, tear and wear, right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, seems to be capable. Right arrow curving left. Since publishing the 2 first editions of this book, I have got good reasons to believe that all the turnpike tolls levied in Great Britain do not produce a neat revenue that amounts to £500,000. A sum which, under the management of government, would not be sufficient to keep in repair 5 of the principal roads in the kingdom. Smith. This and the next note appear first in edition 3. Canon right arrow curving left. I have now good reasons to believe that all these conjectural sums are by much too large. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads here and 2 lines lower down, tear and wear, right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, partly in the 6 days' labor. Right arrow curving left. Here and in the next sentence 4, the labor of the country people, edition 1 reads, the 6 days' labor. Right arrow curving left. Voyages de François Bernier, Amsterdam, 1710, can scarcely be said to discredit the ordinary eulogy of Indian roads and canals by an account of any particular works. But it does so by not mentioning them in places where it would be natural to do so if they had existed or been remarkable. See Tom. 2, page 249, Les grandes rivières que NCES quartiers n'ont ordinairement point de ponts, right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, or right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, tyranny by which the intendant chastises any parish or communauté which has had the misfortune to fall under his displeasure. Right arrow curving left. This section, ending on here, appears first in additions and corrections and edition 3. Right arrow curving left. Anderson, Commerce, AD 1606. Right arrow curving left. Commerce, AD 1620, and CP AD 1623. Right arrow curving left. Sir Josiah Child, New Discourse of Trade, etc., chap. 3, divides companies into those in joint stock and those who trade not by a joint stock, but only are under a government and regulation. Right arrow curving left. The Company or Society of the Merchant Adventurers of England. Right arrow curving left. Additions and corrections reads, Russian, probably a misprint, though, Russian, which is incorrect, appears on the next page. Right arrow curving left. eds. 1, 3 red restraints. Right arrow curving left. Anderson, Commerce, AD 1643, the fine was doubled in that year, being raised to £100 for Londoners and £50 for others. Right arrow curving left. Anderson, Commerce, AD 1661, under which the other 2 years are also mentioned. Right arrow curving left. Additions and corrections in eds. 3 and 4 red has. Smith very probably wrote, there has been no complaint. Right arrow curving left. The preamble recites the history of the company. Right arrow curving left. Anderson, Commerce, AD 1672. Right arrow curving left. New Discourse of Trade, Chap. 3, quoted by Anderson, Commerce, AD 1672. This part of the book was not published till long after 1672, but seems to have been written before the closing of the Exchequer in that year. Right arrow curving left. Anderson, Commerce, AD 1605, 1643, 1753. Right arrow curving left. Additions and corrections reads, extensive. Right arrow curving left. See the preamble to 26Go2, c. 18. Anderson, Commerce, AD 1753. Right arrow curving left. New Discourse of Trade, Chapter 3. Right arrow curving left. Below, here. Right arrow curving left. Additions and corrections reads, all the other. Right arrow curving left. A joint stock company here is an incorporated or chartered company. The common application of the term to other companies is later. Right arrow curving left. Anderson, Commerce, AD 1723. Right arrow curving left. It stood at this amount from 1746 to the end of 1781, but was then increased by a call of 8%. Anderson, Commerce, AD 1746, and, Continuation, AD 1781. Right arrow curving left. Anderson, Commerce, AD 1672 and AD 1698. Right arrow curving left. Anderson, Commerce, AD 1670. Right arrow curving left. Anderson, Commerce, AD 1698. Right arrow curving left. 10 N. C. 27. Anderson, Commerce, AD 1712. Right arrow curving left. Anderson, Commerce, AD 1730. The annual grant continued till 1746. Right arrow curving left. Anderson, Commerce, AD 1733. Right arrow curving left. 23Go2, c. 31, 25Go2, c. 40. Anderson, Commerce, AD 1750, 1752, above, here. Right arrow curving left. Anderson, Commerce, AD 1618, 1631 and 1662. Right arrow curving left. Anderson, Commerce, AD 1743, quoting Captain Christopher Middleton. Right arrow curving left. Anderson, Commerce, AD 1670. Right arrow curving left. 8 or 9 private merchants do engross 9/10 parts of the company's stock. Anderson, Commerce, AD 1743, quoting from an account of the countries adjoining to Hudson's Bay, with an abstract of Captain Middleton's journal and observations upon his behavior. By Arthur Dobbs, Esq. 1744, page 58. Right arrow curving left. In his account, pages 3 and 58, he talks of 2000%, but this, of course, only refers to the difference between buying and selling prices. Right arrow curving left. Anderson, Commerce, AD 1743, but the examination is not nearly so comprehensive, nor the expression of opinion so ample as is suggested by the text. Right arrow curving left. Anderson, Commerce, A.D. 1713. Right arrow curving left. Anderson, Commerce, A.D. 1731, 1732 and 1734. Right arrow curving left. Anderson, Commerce, A.D. 1724 and 1732. But there was no successful voyage. The company were considerable losers in every one of the 8 years. Right arrow curving left. By 9 Geo. I, c. 6. Anderson, Commerce, A.D. 1723. Right arrow curving left. This was done by 6 Geo 2, c. 28. Anderson, Commerce, A.D. 1733. Right arrow curving left. Anderson, Commerce, A.D. 1732 and A.D. 1733. Right arrow curving left. Anderson, Commerce, A.D. 1748 and A.D. 1750. Right arrow curving left. Until this time the English East India trade was carried on by several separate stocks, making particular running voyages. But in this year they united all into one general joint capital stock. Anderson, Commerce, A.D. 1612. Right arrow curving left. Anderson, Commerce, A.D. 1693. Right arrow curving left. Anderson, Commerce, A.D. 1676. Right arrow curving left. Anderson, Commerce, A.D. 1681 and A.D. 1685. Right arrow curving left. The whole of this history is in Anderson, Commerce, A.D. 1698. Right arrow curving left. Anderson, Commerce, A.D. 1701. Right arrow curving left. Anderson, Commerce, A.D. 1730. Right arrow curving left. This coalition was made on the 22nd of July, 1702, by an indenture tripartite between the Queen and the said two companies. Anderson, Commerce, A.D. 1702. Right arrow curving left. 6 N. C. 17. Anderson, Commerce, A.D. 1708. Right arrow curving left. 7 Go 3, C. 49, and 8 Go 3, C. 11. Right arrow curving left. In 1772, 3. Additions and corrections and edition 3 read, subjects, right arrow curving left. 13 Go 3, C. 63. Right arrow curving left. House of Commons Journals, April 27, 1773. Right arrow curving left. The spelling in other parts of the work is neat. The additions and corrections read net both here and 5 lines above. The discrepancy was obviously noticed in one case and not in the other. Right arrow curving left. Examen de la réponse de M.N. Smith. Necker, Canon au mémoire de M. L'Abbé Morellet, sur la compagnie de Inns, par l'auteur du mémoire, 1769, pages 35, 38. Right arrow curving left. 6 N. C. 22. Right arrow curving left. At least as against private persons, Anderson, Commerce, A.D. 1720. Right arrow curving left. eds. 4 and 5 insert it here by a misprint. Right arrow curving left. Additions and corrections and edition 3 read was right arrow curving left. Above, here through here. Right arrow curving left. Anderson, Commerce, A.D. 1690, 1704, 1710, 1711. Right arrow curving left. This section, beginning here, appears first in additions and corrections and edition 3. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, the youth, as in the first line of the text. Right arrow curving left. eds. 1, for read, is, right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, the year. Right arrow curving left. Ray, Life of Adam Smith, page 48, thinks Smith's salary at Glasgow may have been about £70 with a house, and his fees near £100. Right arrow curving left. eds 1 and 2 read in Physic. Right arrow curving left. ed. 1 does not contain the right arrow curving left. ed. 1 reads, and they still continue to be so in some universities. Right arrow curving left. Necessarily, and naturally, are transposed in edition 1. Right arrow curving left. ed. 1 reads, those. Right arrow curving left. ed. 1 reads, those 2 chapters were right arrow curving left. ed. 1 reads, what was called metaphysics or pneumatics was set in opposition to physics, and was cultivated. Right arrow curving left. ed. 1 reads, of. Right arrow curving left. Above, here. Right arrow curving left. Repeated all but verbatim from above, here. Right arrow curving left. History, 6, 56, 18, 34. Right arrow curving left. Ant Ram, 2, 24-27, ESP 26. Right arrow curving left. Repub. 3, 400, 401. Right arrow curving left. Politics, 1340a, right arrow curving left. History, 4, 20. Right arrow curving left. Esprit de Lois, Liv. 4, Chapter 8, where Plato, Aristotle and Polybius are quoted. Right arrow curving left. Iliad, 13, 137. 18, 494, 594, Odyssey, I, 152, 8, 265, 18, 304, 23, 134. Right arrow curving left. ed. 1 places, those parents, here. Right arrow curving left. Plutarch, Life of Solon, quoted by Montesquieu, Esprit de Lois, Liv. 26, CHV. Right arrow curving left. The words, one of, do not occur in eds. 1 and 2. They are perhaps a misprint for, some of, or a misreading suggested by a failure to understand that, his own life, is that of Marcus Antoninus. See Lucian, Eunuchus, 3. Right arrow curving left. Above, here. Right arrow curving left. ed. 1 reads, the minds of men are not. Right arrow curving left. ed. 1 reads, from, right arrow curving left. ed. 1 reads, the, right arrow curving left. ed. 1 reads, as it is capable of being. Right arrow curving left. ed. 1 reads, the use of those members. Right arrow curving left. eds. 1, 3 read, is, right arrow curving left. In Discourses on the First Decade of Titus Livius, Book 3, Chapter 1, right arrow curving left. The original reads, Finances, Armies, Fleets. Right arrow curving left. Hume, History, Chap. 29, Volume 4, pages 30, 31, in edition of 1773, which differs verbally both from earlier and from later editions. Right arrow curving left. ed. 1 reads, of each sect. Right arrow curving left. ed. 1 reads, the most numerous sect. Right arrow curving left. ed. 1 reads, of each sect. Right arrow curving left. ed. 1 reads, Roman Catholic Church. Right arrow curving left. ed. 1 does not contain, and, right arrow curving left. These 9 words are not in edition 1. Right arrow curving left. ed. 1 reads, great and consistorial. Right arrow curving left. Daniel, Histoire de France, 1755, Tom. 7, pages 158, 159, Tom. 9, page 40. Right arrow curving left. Il ne lui reste que deux domestiques pour le serveur et lui préparer à manger, encore faisant ils passer par le feu les plats où il mangeait, et les vases où il buvait pour les purifier. Comme ayant été faits par un homme retranché de la communion de fidèles. Daniel, Histoire de France, 1755 tom. 3, pages 305-306. Henault's account is similar, Nouvel Abrège chronologique, 1768, tom. I, page 114, AD 996. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, by the general prevalence of those doctrines. Right arrow curving left. Eds. 1 and 2 read, take party. Right arrow curving left. The Act concerning patronages, 53rd of the second session of the First Parliament of William and Mary, is doubtless meant. But this is a separate act from the Act ratifying the Confession of Faith and settling Presbyterian Church government, Acts of the Parliaments of Scotland, 1822, Volume 9, pages 133-196. Right arrow curving left. The preamble of the Act mentions the great hardship upon the patrons, as well as the great heats and divisions. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, small benefice. Right arrow curving left. Voltaire's expression is not quite so strong as it is represented. He says in the Catalogue of Writers in the Siècle de Louis XIV, Porry, Charles, en Normandie en 1675, Jesuite, du petit nombre de professeurs que ont eu de la célébrité chez les gens du monde. Eloquent dans le gout de Sénèque, poète et très bel esprit. Son plus grand mérite fut de faire aimer les lettres et la vertu à ses disciples. Morden 1741. Right arrow curving left. Query as to Suetonius. Ed. 1 continues here, several of those whom we do not know with certainty to have been public teachers appear to have been private tutors. Polybius, we know, was private tutor to Scipio Aemilianus. Dionysius of Halicarnassus, there are some probable reasons for believing, was so to the children of Marcus and Quintus Cicero. Right arrow curving left. The lectures leave little doubt that this is a fragment of autobiography. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 5 reads, expenses, but this seems to be a misprint or misreading suggested by the fact that several expenses have been mentioned. Right arrow curving left. See Memoirs concernant les droits and impositions en Europe, tom. I page 73. This work was compiled by the order of the court for the use of a commission employed for some years past in considering the proper means for reforming the finances of France. The account of the French taxes, which takes up 3 volumes in quarto, may be regarded as perfectly authentic. That of those of other European nations was compiled from such informations as the French ministers at the different courts could procure. It is much shorter, and probably not quite so exact as that of the French taxes. Smith. The book is by Moreau de Beaumont, Paris, 1768, 9, 4 volumes, 4-2. The correct title of volume I is Memoirs concernant les impositions et droits en Europe, volumes 2-4 are Memoirs concernant les impositions et droits, 2 NDE. Tie, Impositions et droits en France. Smith obtained his copy through Turgot, and attached great value to it, believing it to be very rare. See Bonner, Catalogue, page 10. Canon right arrow curving left. History of Florence, Book 8, ad fin. Right arrow curving left. Details are given above, here, but that is in a passage which appears first in edition 3. Right arrow curving left. Above, here. Right arrow curving left. See Memoirs concernant les droits and impositions en Europe, tom. I, page 73. Right arrow curving left. The figures are those of the Land Tax Acts. Right arrow curving left. See on these estimates Sir Robert Jiffin, Growth of Capital, 1889, pages 89-90. Right arrow curving left. See Sketches of the History of Man 1774, by Henry Home, Lord Kames, Volume 1 page 474 and seek. Smith. This author at the place quoted gives 6 general rules as to taxation. That wherever there is an opportunity of smuggling taxes ought to be moderate. That taxes expensive in the levying ought to be avoided. To avoid arbitrary taxes. To remedy inequality of riches as much as possible, by relieving the poor and burdening the rich. That every tax which tends to impoverish the nation ought to be rejected with indignation. To avoid taxes that require the oath of party. Canon. Right arrow curving left. In ed. 1, as they could contrive, comes here instead of 3 lines earlier. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, is imposed according to. For the origin of the stereotyped assessment of the land tax, see Canon, History of Local Rates in England, 1896, pages 114, 119. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 2 reads, they contribute, right arrow curving left. Ed. 1, beginning after, the same revenue, 6 lines higher up, reads, as the tax does not rise with the rise of the rent, the sovereign does not share in the profits of the landlord's improvements. The tax therefore does not discourage those improvements. Right arrow curving left. Memoirs concernant les droits Tom. I page 240, 241. Right arrow curving left. Memoirs concernant les droits, etc. Tom. I, page 114, 115, 116, etc. Right arrow curving left. Memoirs concernant les droits, pages 117, 119. Right arrow curving left. Memoirs concernant les droits, etc. Tom. I page 83, 84 and 79. Right arrow curving left. Memoirs concernant les droits, page 280, etc. Also page 287, etc. To 316. Right arrow curving left. As stated just above. Right arrow curving left. Memoirs, Tom. I, page 282. Right arrow curving left. Misprinted, Tully, here and 5 lines lower down in eds, 2, 5. Right arrow curving left. Memoirs concernant les droits etc. Tom. 2 page 139, etc. pages 145, 147. Right arrow curving left. 31 GO2, C, 12, continued by 5 GO3, C, 18. Right arrow curving left. Genesis 47 verse 26. Right arrow curving left. Above, here. Right arrow curving left. EDS, 1, for red, a 5th, right arrow curving left. Above, here. Right arrow curving left. Since the first publication of this book, a tax nearly upon the above-mentioned principles has been imposed. Smith. This note appears first in edition 3. The tax was first imposed by 18 Geo. 3, c. 26, and was at the rate of 6d. In the pound on houses of £5 and under £50 annual value, and ones. In the pound on houses of higher value, but by 19 Geo 3, c. 59, the rates were altered to 6d. In the pound on houses of £5 and under £20 annual value, 9d. On those of £20 and under £40, and ones. On those of £40 and upwards. Canon right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, the houses. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 does not contain this sentence. Right arrow curving left. Memoirs concernant les droits, etc. Tom. I page 223. Right arrow curving left. Chapter 9. Right arrow curving left. Above, here through here. Right arrow curving left. Memoirs concernant les droits, Tom. I, page 74. Right arrow curving left. The memoirs only say, la taille consiste dans le quart pour cent que tout habitant, sans exception, est obligé de payer de tout ce qu'il possède en mobiles et immobiles. ILNESE fait aucune répartition de cette taille. Chaque bourgeois se cotise lui-même te porte son imposition à la maison de ville et en exige autre chose de lui. Sinon le serment qu'il est obligé de faire que ce qu'il paye for me véritablement ce qu'il doit acquitter. But Lord Kames, Sketches of the History of Man, Volume 1, page 476, says, every merchant puts privately into the public chest, the sum that, in his own opinion, he ought to contribute. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, Underwold. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 5 adds, it, here, doubtless a misprint. Right arrow curving left. Memoirs concernant les droits, Tom. I, page 163, 166, 171. Smith. The statements as to the confidence felt in these self-assessments are not taken from the memoirs. Canon right arrow curving left. Proposed by Legge in 1759. C. Dowell, History of Taxation and Taxes in England, 1884, Volume 2, page 137. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 does not contain, right arrow curving left. Above, here. Right arrow curving left. Above, here. Right arrow curving left. Memoirs concernant les droits, etc. Tom. 2, page 17. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, nor to, right arrow curving left. Above, here. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, West India right arrow curving left. E.g., by Montesquieu, Esprit de Lois, Liv. 13, chapter 14. Right arrow curving left. 17 Go3, c. 39. Right arrow curving left. This paragraph is not in edition 1. Right arrow curving left. Lib 55, 25, quoted by Berman and Bouchard. See also Berman de Vectigalibus pop rom cap. 11 in Utriusque Thesauri Antiquitatum Romanarum Graecorum Nova Supplementa Tsongesta of Joanne Polino, Venice, 1737, Volume 1, p. 1032b and Bouchard de l'impotence du victime sur les successions et de l'impotence sur les marchandises chez les Romains, Neuve. Edition, 1772, pages 10 sqq. Smith right arrow curving left. See Memoirs concernant les droits, etc. Tom. I, page 225. Right arrow curving left. All eds. Read 50th, but the memoirs say quinzeme, and the only in the next sentence shows that Smith intended to write 15th. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 does not contain very. Right arrow curving left. Memoirs concernant les droits, etc. Tom. I, page 154. Right arrow curving left. Memoirs concernant les droits, etc. Tom. I, page 157. Right arrow curving left. Memoirs concernant les droits, etc. Tom. I, page 223, 224, 225. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, or the mortgage right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, give only, right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 does not contain, neat, right arrow curving left. The word is used in its older sense, equivalent to the modern, pamphlets. C. Murray, Oxford English Dictionary, SV right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 does not contain, in proportion to the tax right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 does not contain, in that proportion. Right arrow curving left. Memoirs concernant les droits, etc. Tom. 2, page 108. Right arrow curving left. Memoirs concernant les droits, Tom. 3 really I page 87. Right arrow curving left. Above, here through here. Right arrow curving left. Was supposed to be, is equivalent to, was nominally but not really. Right arrow curving left. Endnotes 1, 501, 1, 647. eds. 1 and 2 read, a real tax of 5 shillings in the pound upon the salaries of offices which exceeded £100 a year. Those of the judges and a few others less obnoxious to envy excepted. Under 31 Go2, c. 22, a tax of ones. In the pound was imposed on all offices worth more than £100 a year, naval and military offices excepted. The judges were not excepted, but their salaries were raised soon afterwards. See Dowell, History of Taxation and Taxes, Volume 2, pages 135, 136. The 6d. Seems a mistake, the 5s. Is arrived at by adding the 4s. Land tax, which was real in the case of offices, and the 1s. Right arrow curving left. The first of these is under 1W and M, Sess. 1, C, 13. Right arrow curving left. 1W and M, Sess. 2, C, 7, Section 2. Right arrow curving left. Under 1W and M, C. 13, Section 4, sergeants, attorneys and proctors, as well as certain other classes, were to pay 3s. In the pound on their receipts. Under 1W and M, Sess. 2, C. 7, Section 2, attorneys and proctors and others were to pay 20s. In addition to the sums already charged. Under 2W and M, Sess. 1, C. 2, Section 5, sergeants at law were to pay £15, apparently in addition to the 3s. In the pound. Under 3W and M, C. 6, the poundage charge does not appear at all. The alterations were doubtless made in order to secure certainty, but purely in the interest of the government, which desired to be certain of getting a fixed amount. Under the Land Tax Act of 8 and 9W, 3, C. 6, Section 5, sergeants, attorneys, proctors, etc., are again charged to an income tax. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, portion, right arrow curving left. Memoirs, Tom. 2, page 421. Right arrow curving left. Dr. John Arbuthnot, in his Tables of Ancient Coins, Weights and Measures, 2nd edition, 1754, p. 142, says that linen was not used among the Romans, at least by men, till about the time of Alexander Severus. Right arrow curving left. In Lectures, page 179, and above in edition I, volume 1, p. 430, note, beer seems to be regarded as a necessary of life rather than a luxury. Right arrow curving left. See Book I, Chapter 8. Right arrow curving left. 1 Go3, c. 7. Right arrow curving left. Leather is Decker's example, Essay on the Decline of the Foreign Trade, 2nd edition, 1750, pages 29, 30. See also page 10. Right arrow curving left. See Dowell, History of Taxation and Taxes, 1884, Volume 4, pp. 318, 322, 330. Right arrow curving left. Saxby, British Customs, page 307. 8N, C. 4, 9N, C. 6. Right arrow curving left. Above, here. Right arrow curving left. Memoirs concernant les droits, etc. page 210, 211 and 233. See below, here. Right arrow curving left. Le Réformateur, Amsterdam, 1756. Garnier in his note on this passage, Recherches, etc., tom. 4, p. 387, attributes this work to Clicquot de Blervich, French Inspector General of Manufactures and Commerce, 1766, 90, but later authorities doubt or deny Clicquot's authorship. See Jules de Vroil, Études sur Clicquot Blervich, 1870, pages 31 to 33. Right arrow curving left. De Divination, 2, 58, sed nescio quomodo nihil tam absurd dici potest quat non dicator ob aliquo philosophorum. Right arrow curving left. Essay on the Causes of the Decline of the Foreign Trade, 2nd edition, 1750, pages 78, 163. Right arrow curving left. Eds. 1, 3 red was right arrow curving left. Eds. 1 and 2 red which right arrow curving left. Eds. 1, 3 red was right arrow curving left. Above, here and here. Right arrow curving left. Gilbert, Treatise on the Court of Exchequer, 1758, page 224, mentions a book of rates printed in 1586. Dowell, History of Taxation and Taxes, 1884, Volume 1, pp. 146, 165, places the beginning of the system soon after 1558. Right arrow curving left. C. 23. Right arrow curving left. 2 and 3 n, C. 9, 3 and 4 n, C. 5. Right arrow curving left. 21 GO2, C. 2. Right arrow curving left. 32 GO2, C. 10, on tobacco, linen, sugar and other grocery, except currants, East India goods, except coffee in raw silk, brandy and other spirits, except colonial rum, and paper. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, more intelligibly, later. Another example of this unfortunate change occurs below, here. Right arrow curving left. Above, here, written after the present passage. Right arrow curving left. Eds. 1, 3 read, peculiar, and particular, is perhaps a misprint. Right arrow curving left. Above, here through here. Right arrow curving left. Above, here through here. Right arrow curving left. Swift attributes the saying to an unnamed commissioner of customs. I will tell you a secret, which I learned many years ago from the commissioners of the customs in London. They said when any commodity appeared to be taxed above a moderate rate, the consequence was to lessen that branch of the revenue by 1/2. And one of these gentlemen pleasantly told me that the mistake of parliaments on such occasions was owing to an error of computing 2 and 2 make 4. Whereas in the business of laying impositions, 2 and 2 never made more than 1. Which happens by lessening the import, and the strong temptation of running such goods as paid high duties, at least in this kingdom. Answer to a paper called a Memorial of the Poor Inhabitants, Tradesmen and Labourers of the Kingdom of Ireland, in Works, edition Scott, 2nd edition, 1883, volume 7, pages 165, 166. The saying is quoted from Swift by Hume in his essay on the Balance of Trade, and by Lord Kames in his Sketches of the History of Man, 1774, volume 1, page 474, right arrow curving left. Saxby, British Customs, page 266. Right arrow curving left. Eds. 1, 3 red was right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, both upon, right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, both from, right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, and from, right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, pound 3 314 223 18ths. 10 3/4 d, right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, is not to expose private families to. Right arrow curving left. Eds. 1, 3 red was, right arrow curving left. Though the duties directly imposed upon proof spirits amount only to 2s. 6d. Per gallon, these added to the duties upon the low wines, from which they are distilled, amount to 3s. 10 2/3 d. Both low wines and proof spirits are, to prevent frauds, now rated according to what they gauge in the wash. Smith. This note appears first in edition 3, edition 1 reads, 2s. 6d. In the text instead of 3s. 10 2/3 d, canon right arrow curving left. Political and Commercial Works, edition. Sir Charles Whitworth, 1771, Volume 1, pages 222, 223. But Davenant does not confine the effect of the existing tax to the maltster, the brewer and the retailer. The tax, he says, which seems to be upon malt, does not lie all upon that commodity, as is vulgarly thought. For a great many different persons contribute to the payment of this duty, before it comes into the exchequer. First, the landlord, because of the excise, is forced to let his barley land at a lower rate, and, upon the same score, the tenant must sell his barley at a less price. Then the maltster bears his share, for because of the duty, he must abate something in the price of his malt, or keep it. In a proportion it likewise affects the hop merchant, the cooper, the collier, and all trades that have relation to the commodity. The retailers and brewers bear likewise a great share, whose gains of necessity will be less, because of that imposition, and, lastly, it comes heaviest of all upon the consumers. If the duty were put upon the maltster, it would be difficult for him to raise the price of a dear commodity a full 1/3 d. at once, so that he must bear the greatest part of the burden himself, or throw it upon the farmer, by giving less for barley, which brings the tax directly upon the land of England. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 does not contain it. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, are perhaps, right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 does not contain, all, right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, should, right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, pound 5, 479, 695 sevens. 10d. Right arrow curving left. The neat produce of that year, after deducting all expenses and allowances, amounted to £4,975,652 19. 6d. Smith. This note appears first in addition to, Canon right arrow curving left. Above, here. Right arrow curving left. Memoirs concernant les droits, etc. Tom. I, page 455. Smith. La première branche, connu sous la dénomination de alcavala y cientos, consiste dans un droit que se percoit sur toutes les choses mobilières et immobilières que sont vendues. Échanges et négocies, ce droit que dans le principe avoid été fixe à 14% a été depuis réduit à 6%. The rest of the information is probably from Usteri's Theory and Practice of Commerce and Maritime Affairs, trans. By John Kippax, 1751, Chapter 96, ad in it. Volume 2, page 236. It is so very oppressive as to lay 10% for the primitive alcavala, and the 4 annexed to it, a duty not only chargeable on the first sale, but on every future sale of goods. I am jealous, it is one of the principal engines, that contributed to the ruin of most of our manufactures and trade. For though these duties are not charged to the full in some places, a heavy tax is paid. Canon right arrow curving left. See the preceding note. Usteri's opinion is quoted by Lord Kames, Sketches of the History of Man, 1774, Volume 1, page 516, right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, rent certain, right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, the taxes, right arrow curving left. Above, here. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 does not contain, the traits. Right arrow curving left. These estimates seem to have been quoted in England at the time, since the continuation of Anderson's commerce, under the year 1773. Mentions, the calculations of the Abbé d'Expelite published about this time in Paris, which gave 8,661,381 births and 6,664,161 deaths as the number taking place in the 9 years, 1754 to 1763. In France, inclusive of Lorraine and Bar. In his Dictionnaire géographique, historique et politique de Gauls et de la France, Tom. V. 1768, SV population, Expelite estimated the population at 22,014,357. C. Levasseur, La population française, Tom. I. 1889, pages 215 and 216. Note, right arrow curving left. Sur la legislation et le commerce de grains, by Necker, 1775, ch. 8, estimates the population at 24,181,333 by the method of multiplying the deaths by 31. Right arrow curving left. Above, here through here. Right arrow curving left. Below, here. Right arrow curving left. Above, here through here. Right arrow curving left. Above, here. Right arrow curving left. CP here, right arrow curving left. Above, here. Right arrow curving left. Repeated verbatim from here. Right arrow curving left. Above, here. Right arrow curving left. Above, here. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 5 omits, along, doubtless by a misprint. Right arrow curving left. See Examen de réflexions politiques sur les finances. Smith. P. J. Duvernay, Examen du livre intitulé Réflexions politiques sur les finances et le commerce, by Dutot, Tom. I. Page 225. Canon right arrow curving left. James Postlethwaite, History of the Public Revenue, 1759, pages 14, 15, mentions discounts of 25 and 55%. The discount varied with the priority of the tallies and did not measure the national credit in general. But the probability of particular taxes bringing in enough to pay the amounts charged upon them. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, unprovident, as do all editions below, here, right arrow curving left. James Postlethwaite, History of the Public Revenue, page 38. Ed. 5 misprints, 9 1/2 d. Right arrow curving left. James Postlethwaite, History of the Public Revenue, page 40, right arrow curving left. James Postlethwaite, History of the Public Revenue, page 59, right arrow curving left. James Postlethwaite, History of the Public Revenue, pp. 63, 64. Right arrow curving left. James Postlethwaite, History of the Public Revenue, page 68, right arrow curving left. James Postlethwaite, History of the Public Revenue, page 71. Right arrow curving left. James Postlethwaite, History of the Public Revenue, page 311, right arrow curving left. James Postlethwaite, History of the Public Revenue, pages 301, 303, and see above, here. Right arrow curving left. James Postlethwaite, History of the Public Revenue, pages 319, 320, right arrow curving left. The odd £4,000 of the £206,501 13s. 5d was for expenses of management. See above, here. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, payment, perhaps correctly. Right arrow curving left. James Postlethwaite, History of the Public Revenue, page 305, right arrow curving left. This act belongs to 1716, not 1717. Right arrow curving left. Above, here. Right arrow curving left. In 1717, under the provisions of 3 Geo. I. C. 7. Postlethwaite, History of the Public Revenue, pages 120, 145, right arrow curving left. Anderson, Commerce, AD 1717. Right arrow curving left. Anderson, Commerce, AD 1727. Right arrow curving left. This should be 1750. Anderson, Commerce, AD 1749. Right arrow curving left. 5 and 6 W and M, C, 7, right arrow curving left. 4 W and M, C, 3, right arrow curving left. Anderson, Commerce, AD 1719. Right arrow curving left. Anderson, Commerce, AD 1720. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, just as long as right arrow curving left. Anderson, Commerce, mentions these reductions under their dates, and recalls them in reference to the British reduction in 1717. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, long and short. Right arrow curving left. See James Postlethwaite's History of the Public Revenue. Smith. pp. 42, 143, 145, 147, 224, 300. The reference covers the 3 paragraphs in the text above. Canon right arrow curving left. Above, here. Right arrow curving left. Present state of the nation, above, here, page 28, right arrow curving left. Anderson, Commerce, postscript ad init. Right arrow curving left. But the expenses of the war did not cease with its operations. Considerations, see a few lines below, page 4 right arrow curving left. Considerations page 5. Right arrow curving left. The account is given in the continuation of Anderson's Commerce, AD 1764, Volume 4, page 58, in edition of 1801. The 3/4 D should be 1/4 D. Right arrow curving left. Considerations on the trade and finances of this kingdom and on the measures of administration with respect to those great national objects since the conclusion of the peace. By Thomas Whately, 1766, often ascribed to George Grenville, p. 22, right arrow curving left. This is the amount obtained by adding the 2 items mentioned, and is the reading of edition 1. eds 2, 5 all read, pound 139, 516 8072s. For D, which is doubtless a misprint. The total is not given in considerations. Right arrow curving left. Considerations, page 4, right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, among, right arrow curving left. See this note. Right arrow curving left. eds 1, 3 read, was. Right arrow curving left. It has proved more expensive than any of our former wars, and has involved us in an additional debt of more than 100 millions. During a profound peace of 11 years, little more than 10 millions of debt was paid. During a war of 7 years, more than 100 millions was contracted. Smith. This note appears first in edition 3, canon right arrow curving left. Garnier's note, Recherches etc., tom. 4, p. 501, is, Pinto, Trait de la Circulation et du Crédit, a work published in 1771, Amsterdam, par Elateur de l'essai sur le luxe, of which see ESP pages 44, 45, 209, 211. But an English essay of 1731 to the same effect is quoted by Mellon, Essai politique sur le commerce, chapter 23, edition of 1761, page 296, and Mellon seems to be referred to below, page 412. CP. Lectures, page 210, right arrow curving left. eds 1, 3 read the indicative, destroys, right arrow curving left. Misprinted, it, in edition 5. Right arrow curving left. Les dettes d'un état sont des dettes de la main droite à la main gauche, don't look cor nese trouver point affaibli, sil à la quantité d'aliments nécessaires, esl sait les distribuer. Mellon, Essai politique sur le commerce, chapter 23, edition of 1761, page 296 right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, most, right arrow curving left. Above, here. Right arrow curving left. eds 1 and 2 read, seems. Right arrow curving left. Raynal says, l'évidence autorise seulement à dire que les governments que pour le malheur de peuples ont adopté le détestable système d'emprunts doivent tot ou tard l'abjurer, id que. L'abus tu ils not fait les forcer vraisemblablement à être infidèles. Histoire philosophique, Amsterdam, 1773, tom. 4, page 274 right arrow curving left. eds 1 and 2 read later, cp above, here. Right arrow curving left. This chapter of Roman history is based on a few sentences in Pliny, Historia Naturalis, lib 33, cap. 3. Modern criticism has discovered the facts to be not nearly so simple as they are represented in the text. Right arrow curving left. See Du Cange Glossary, Voci Moneta, the Benedictine edition. Smith. This gives a table of the alterations made in the coin and refers to Leblanc, Trait historique de Monnois de France, 1792. In which the fact that the officers were adjured by their oaths to keep the matter secret is mentioned on p. 218, but the adjuration is also quoted in the more accessible Mellon, Essai politique sur le commerce, chapter 13, edition of 1761, page 177, canon right arrow curving left. Misprinted, never, in eds. 2, 5, right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads either of. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, or, right arrow curving left. Above, here, here through here. Right arrow curving left. Above, here. Right arrow curving left. Above, here. Right arrow curving left. eds. 1, 3 read was. Right arrow curving left. Given in the continuation of Anderson's Commerce, AD 1774, Volume 4, page 178, in edition of 1801, right arrow curving left. Above, here. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, late, CP above, here, right arrow curving left. eds. 1 and 2 read, West Indian. Right arrow curving left. eds. 1, 3 read, was, here and 5 lines below, right arrow curving left. eds. 1, 3 read, was, right arrow curving left. Above, here through here. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 omits, the. Right arrow curving left. See Hutchinson's History of Massachusetts Bay, Volume 2, page 436 and seek. Smith. History of the Colony of Massachusetts Bay, 2nd edition, 1765, 8, canon right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, of, right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, must generally. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, paid either, right arrow curving left. See this note. Right arrow curving left. Ed. 1 reads, gold and silver right arrow curving left. eds. 1, 3 read, was, right arrow curving left. Above, here. Right arrow curving left. Above, here through here. Right arrow curving left. See above, here. Right arrow curving left. In additions and corrections this matter is printed in the text, and consequently the reading here is, confirm what is said above. Right arrow curving left.